giving me.
There we go.
Hello. Welcome to the February 2022 Conscious Business Showcase. We are really excited to be with you. If you're new to us, my name is Christine Cardoza, one of the co-founders of the online Healing Soul School. And our heart and our mission is to help those that have some kind of heavies, or you're moving through something and you need some kind of support, and also for entrepreneurs. We are entrepreneurs ourselves, and we wanted to hang out with other entrepreneurs, spiritual, woo, soul-led entrepreneurs who are just like us and curious to grow in that manner and to really pull together community so that we were not alone either. As much as it takes a village to raise a child, it also takes a village to raise an entrepreneur or an emotional child, right? An adult who maybe just didn't learn the skills growing up, like many of us did not. And so I'm an intuitive business coach and an emotional intimacy coach, and energy healer, energy worker. And part of what I love to do is just listen to the subconscious, and then spirit shows me where you're stuck or where some of those patterns are. And the great thing is you heal yourself. We don't heal anyone. We just provide that safe space for you to do that. And so that's what today is all about. It is really a big emotional hug. Today is an emotional support hug. There is so much going on in the world, and we just wanted to be able to offer some love to you back. We're going to be showcasing today all of our, I'm calling us the A-team emotional, spiritual coaches that are working with us. And this is part of our conscious living village. We know that there's a lot of words in that, and so we're just calling it the village. This is a village if you are an entrepreneur, or you want to be, and you feel all alone, or you are in overwhelm. You don't know what to do with all your pieces, either in life or in your business. Then come. We are a soft place to land, and fun, right? We can be in collaboration and working together. Virginia and I, we hold the space, but we don't have all the medicine, right? We all do collectively, and we heal, we grow, we rejoice, we dance in tribe and in group. And so we are just really excited to be with you today. And Virginia, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for being with us today. My name is Virginia Maskell Fantasia. I am a meditation coach, energy healer, and co-founder with Christine of the Healing Soul School. And today is all about that hug, about bringing you in, giving you a taste of who we work with in the background to create that beautiful container for our spiritual entrepreneurs. And those, you don't even have to be an entrepreneur to be a part of the village, really, because there's just so much love and healing and support and transformation to be had, that it's not just about necessarily being an entrepreneur, but so it's just about showcasing all these amazing people, what we're doing in the village to try and make a difference in the world. And thank you once again for being with us.
Awesome. Cool. Well, a part of what we would love to do in this moment is just offer love and support to the world. So much is going on in the moment, definitely. And I just invite you, what is happening on the inside, right? Whatever's happening out there, there is a lot that can keep us busy, absolutely, and glued to a device. And so I just, I ask, or I just invite you, what is the inside like? How's the weather on the inside of you? Are you holding space for others? Are you in fear? Are you wondering what the heck is going to happen? We're Canadian, so we've been right in the mix of it, right? The last month or so with the convoy, and we're here for support. And if you're okay, Virginia, we'll do a grounding just to bring in love and light and energy. So if you're watching with us, and if you're catching the replay, just send love, right? As Virginia's doing this grounding and just coming down into your calm heart, your calm nervous system, and you can send love as well. And together, collectively, we will do that. What feels good to come in now is like, just imagine we're all part of the stars, right? So if you're imagining a sky full of stars and a string coming down, you're not alone. We are all connected together. And so we'll just send this beautiful love gift to the world and for those that are needing that extra support right now.
You
Are you
want
okay
me
to do the grounding?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Sorry. We didn't go live earlier, so we're just a little bit like, what's happening?
Yeah. I feel like a deja vu, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if everybody could just get comfortable, find a nice comfy seat, somewhere where your back is supported, but your head is free. And just take a few deep breaths. I invite you to close your eyes. We're just going to visualize bringing the sunshine into ourselves, into our essence. So just as you close your eyes, just focus on your breath. Seeing the air coming into your body. Feeling the expansion every time that inhale. Just continuing to breathe in a relaxed way that feels good for you. And on every exhale, relaxing, releasing, letting go. Just continue to follow your breath. And now I invite you to look up with your mind's eye and notice the beautiful, brilliant sphere of the sun above us, shining down magnificent, loving rays of light just for you. As you breathe, feel that warmth on your skin. As you exhale, releasing all that no longer serves. With every inhale, feeling that beautiful light rays permeating your skin. Touching your soul. Expanding that love and light within you. Just feeling that love and light with every breath. Filling you up. Filling your heart space. And on the exhale, notice, feel, see, intend all of that no longer serves, moving down through your center, through your core, down your legs, out your feet, down into Mother Earth, grounding us down, connecting us with Mother Earth. Feeling the sun shining on you like you are a beautiful plant, a beautiful tree, a beautiful flower. Increasing the love and the light that you share in the world, expanding. And at the same time, anchoring the roots down into the earth, grounding us, connecting us. Just feel that expansion. Feel that love and light from the sun. Allow this beautiful light to expand from your body out into your world, to the room you're in, expanding to your town, your city, your province, your state, your country, our world, our universe. Continuing to expand that love and light. And on the exhale, grounding it all down into Mother Earth. Feeling so solid in our root base, so connected, so loved. Just sit with this for a minute and allow the flow. Now I invite you to come back to your breath. Come back to the room. Noticing the sounds around you. Wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Beautiful. Thank you. I feel much calmer.
That was a nice way to start. It was a nice way to start the showcase, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So before I bring everyone on stage, that is, our teachers are backstage, I just want to share the outline for today. And then that way, if you're catching the replay, you can see what topics. We understand it's a full full content, right? 5-6 hours, depending. And so catch what you can, and then come back and listen if there is something that it interests you, as far as the topic or something that you're working on in your life. So if you are on our replay, then, and the times here, if you're looking at the schedule, just count in an hour or 20 minutes or 2 hours from the start. We always start at 9 a.m. So today we have coaches that are here to describe and talk about what is this village, this support village that Virginia and I have created to hold space for people that are looking for that emotional or spiritual help, and of course business help if that's something as that you're looking for too. So the village is about emotional, spiritual, business. We're using with the calendar 3 weeks on and 1 week off, so that there's integration. And there's going to be classes like visualizing meditations. So Virginia is going to do that. She's our meditation expert. We have a free course on how to meditate. It's 7 videos there for free, so you can get into that really comfortable, delicious place to meditate. You're calming your nervous system. You are releasing your stress. There are so many benefits for meditating. And so that is a beautiful gift that Virginia put together. We had a Facebook group, and almost everyone who came in said that they're looking for help meditating. Okay, so that's what that gift is. She said, here you go. Here's how you can learn how to meditate. You have to create a profile on our, actually, I'll get Virginia to explain it. How do they get your course, the free meditation course?
That's funny. So go to our programs page of our website. So our website is healingsoulschool.com/programs. And on that page, if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see the free membership. And once you sign up and get a free membership in the back end, the system will automatically generate you a password. You'll go to our homepage, log in with the email address and password, and you will have access to any of our guided meditations, as well as the Learn to Meditate program and more. The beauty of that is that's just was the free content that we've started with. We're always adding in more things. So if that is something that you feel beneficial to you, that's a great way to access that. And of course, if you have any questions, you can message me or email us at info@healingsoulschool.com.
Okay, super. Thank you. And part of the village is also having a spiritual chat room, right? Those questions, maybe you've never had someone that you can ask. You can talk to us about anything, aliens, astral travel, lucid dreams, oracle cards, anything of the spiritual realm. If we don't have the answer, we'll get it for you. But Virginia and I took a 1-year really deep dive, a beautiful deep dive into a spiritual mastermind, and we've learned so many really neat things. Plus what we also have from our own intuition and the gifts that we have and that come in. We also, for part of the village, there's going to be a soul retrieval with Shaman Giya. She's going to speak this morning. Forgiveness with Libby. So good, right? We have some things that we've moved through in life, and sometimes we just need a little bit of help or a reframe on how to forgive. Esoteric Movement, really excited as far as like moving those emotions out of your body. Naked Alchemy is a class that was a download for me last summer, and it's all about emotional intimacy, how to use the words, how to reprogram the old programs, right, from childhood, and be able to speak your truth. There's safe vulnerability in that, deeper intimacy, and a sacred sexuality is part of that program. It is included in the village, which you can have it on a standalone on its own. We meet on Thursday nights, or it's included in the village. There's really a lot of value in that as far as getting really secure and how you speak your truth. Lightworkers Lounge is all about business. It's a business collaboration and networking group. So this is us, we're going to talk about money, healing those blocks so that you can move and shift up in your business or change your rates, or, just not burn out or crash and burn when you have some success in your business that maybe underneath you don't feel deserving of, right? So it's just being very mindful. Again, we're feeling what kind of emotions or things you might have stuck there, and to help you through that. Bookkeeping, back end of the business, logistics. Virginia is so good at that. Setting up, regular things. These are all of the things we're going to learn and work together, but also networking, how to leverage each other's audiences as our neighbors, right? And people that you connect with on that frequency or that soul level. Intuitive and psychic medium messages. Steph is our favorite medium that we have working with us, and she can tap into, ancestors, or just even in her messages, it's not just ancestors that come in, but her messages are really neat, and it's medicine for you, or maybe to build some confidence for you in your life or in your business. Chakra Clearings, of course. The Healer's Hour, Noreen's going to share. She was the one actually who came to us. She said, how can I help? Right? She was watching what we were doing, and she said, how can I help you at the Healing Soul School? She said, so we talked about it, and this Healer's Hour is so beautiful. Many healers, or those who maybe have some feminine wounds, or you don't feel like you can receive, you don't feel safe to receive, or don't feel deserving, right? How you receive a compliment, receiving money, all of those things. And so she is offering 3 classes a month where you come and you just receive. You get to receive. Many people are giving, whether you're at home giving, or you are giving in your business or online or in your job. And so this is a really safe place to come. And then there will be practicing after for anyone on the call who has a healing modality, or you're learning healing modalities, energy healing, energy work. And she's going to hold that space for us. So really, really exciting. I'm going to bring everyone up right now. Sorry, guys, we're winging today. There's Libby. Hello, welcome. Silvie and Stephanie. And Giya, and then Andrea. Are you on camera? Noreen is coming.
Hi, ladies.
All right, how are you?
This is so awesome. I love seeing us in this gallery. This is so
I've
cool.
never had so many people on the exciting for us.
That's so fun. I giggled when you were talking about the spiritual chat room, and you know, you can talk to us about anything. I actually sent Christine a meme this morning that made me giggle, and I just got to share it with you. It's two jars and two mason jars side by side, and one has a swear jar written on the outside, and the other one has a jar that says telling people about crystals, aliens, and astrology when I wasn't asked. And of course, that jar is full of quarters and dollar bills and, you know, whatever, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. We'll make a post about it because I think it was really funny.
Yeah, it was good.
Good to have. All right. Well, welcome everyone. We have one more. I'm just going to double check that Noreen is okay to come now.
Yeah, this is just so brilliant to see everyone here together. You know, you guys are all such amazing humans doing so many freaking awesome things in the world. And we could sit on this showcase and spew on and on about how absolutely magical each and every one of you are. But we really felt called to give you some space to speak into who you are and what you do, and outside of that, what you're bringing to the village to help the community and our community, let alone other communities. I mean, it's just, you guys are amazing. So thank you. Thank you for all being here with us today. And for taking this journey with us, right? This is just such a beautiful journey.
So Virginia and I have, we've interviewed a lot of entrepreneurs this last year on the Conscious Business Showcase, what you're watching here today. And it's all on our YouTube, all the past ones, but they're interviews with healers, coaches, people who are helping others out there in the world. And so some really magnificent people we have been connected to this year. And the ones that just came to mind for this next 3 months, this cohort, are those that really help with the emotional part and that supportive, right? So that right now we're moving and shifting as a world. We're releasing all of the old parts of our past, the heavy parts, so that we can move into the age of Aquarius, and we won't need to use the word healing, at a time. We will feel good. We will have unhooked from all of those old programs, and we'll be good just to live life and to, feel the excitement of our joy and what we're here for. And so this really is a foundation. This group here is a foundation for you. And we're going to go through one by one because I'd love for them to, tell you who they are, like what they do in their business, but also the class that they're going to be working with us. And this was just, this is how my brain works and downloads is, sources like this is something we can do for the collective and coming forward and pulling people together. This is really exciting for me because when I had the download for the Healing Soul School last year was to help people with emotional support, basically. I had a dream, and there was just all these coaches. It's like bringing coaches, and I was like, okay, I don't know what that means. So here we are a year later, and that vision is coming to fruition, which is really cool. So this is our A team for our first part of the 3 months, and may continue as well as Spirit leads us. And I'm just going to go with how I see you on the screen. So for myself and teaching the Lightworkers Lounge, I am teaching and being there for business mentoring and for support to help people with your pieces. And maybe you have intuitive skills, but you want to help people, but you don't know how. Or maybe, you've got your websites up, your all of your messaging and everything, you've honed in on that, but still something's not clicking and you're not sure. So we can figure out what is it? What is the block? Is there something there to move? But also in collaboration with everyone, right? I'll just share. Stephanie's going to be on the call, and I'll give her an opportunity to introduce herself. But I wanted her to come on so that she could give us any messages that come from Spirit. She's a really incredible reader, a psychic medium, and this can help you in your business or maybe in your life if you're just happen to be on the call and a message comes through for you. And Silvie is also part of that Lightworkers Lounge because money, right? Abundance, receiving, charging more. We did a session on Thursday all about blocks, and we could have done, 3 hours easily talking about money and money blocks. So it's really just to help people shift. And we have her first on Thursdays at 12 o'clock, so that even if you don't have a business, you can come and move through any scarcity mindset. Scarcity could be money, it could be time, could be love. It's all connected in together energetically. And so those are the two that will, and Virginia, of course, the logistics and what she knows for working the back end of the business and setting things up so that it runs like a machine. Things are in automation, very simple. We don't want to overwhelm anyone, but we are a power pack team for any entrepreneur just to get that help and that love and that support. So that's all about the Lightworkers Lounge. What I'll do is I'll just ask for those that are working with us. Virginia, do you want to share what what you see in your business experience as far as the Lightworkers Lounge and how you can help an entrepreneur, kind of that back end questions, and then also the class that you'll be running for the week, and then we'll bring in Stephanie and Silvie after that. Let's do that to make it easier.
Sure. Okay. So for the Lightworkers Lounge, the back end stuff, I manage a lot of the website stuff, the email automation, the funnels that are created, the connections to make that all work. Working in Canva, creating whatever stuff in Canva, whatever you need in Canva. So just kind of helping people understand that, the process, and finding the easiest way for them, because trust me, I am all about easy. I believe we should all have that easy button on our desk, right? So we just, it's really just finding about what works. Yes, see, Lily's got the easy button. I love it. Oh, so it's all really just about, taking the overwhelm out of it, right? Because I know for me, and do not ask me why I get this stuff, because I just do. And it's been trial and error for me learning this stuff and so on. And just from so many years of doing it and figuring it out, so I do understand that it's not something for everybody, that it can be very debilitating and overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. So we can just, take the overwhelm out of that.
Virginia knows. She just knows, right? And my eyes glaze over, and then it's almost like she's talking to my toddler self, my toddler brain self, like, it's okay, do this, right? She slows down her speech, and it's like, thank you.
And it's totally okay. It's totally okay. So finding those systems that work best for you, that's really what I aim to help with and guide with and help you move through that. So that's from the Lightworkers Lounge. From the other class that I will be teaching will be meditation and visioning. And I think that as we start this in our first semester, it's really about supporting all of the students to ensure that they have or are creating a consistent meditation practice. It's really about creating that and getting that consistency into your life, right? That connection to self, that connection to source, and creating that. So we'll start with that, just really, kind of working with meditation, supporting you, because as you do meditation, you're releasing a lot of stuff. You're releasing a lot of the old, you're releasing a lot of emotion as time progresses. And that can feel uncomfortable sometimes. So just supporting everybody as we move through that. And then getting comfortable with meditation, being okay with it, journeying a little bit, envisioning your life and understanding that is a beautiful place to take a few minutes every day to create the life in the way that you want to see it. So just helping people to kind of do that and move through whatever they're moving through on that particular day of class. Sometimes it might be something right then, right there that's going on in our 3D world that needs to be addressed. It's heavy stuff and whatever. And other times it will be about, what's your business look like? What do you want it to look like? What do you want it to feel like? What do you want, and just spending time in the creation of that. So that's where the meditation and the visioning will come in, and where we'll move. And then the spiritual chat room is just open. Bring the popcorn, come on, hang out, and let's just talk about, hey, the other day I saw so many different sets of numbers. I was told to check, my guides told me to check those numbers, and oh my God, you wouldn't believe the messages I'm getting. And just hanging out and chatting about that, and and talking about aliens. I mean, we laugh but what the heck, right? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about, where's your questions? What's it all about? I mean, and what feels good to you? What, so that's what the spiritual chat room. It's really just a place to hang out and share those things that, that are beautiful for us, and maybe we don't have anybody else to talk to about that, or to share that with. So that's the point of the spiritual chat room. And yeah, that's where I show up inside the Conscious Living Village overall. I'm from here. We can move on. Let's go to Silvie. Silvie is also in the Lightworkers Lounge. And Christine gave her a little bit of a lead in with the bookkeeping and money coach. So Silvie, do you want to take a few minutes and just explain a little bit about who you are and what you'll be bringing to the Lightworkers Lounge?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Silvie, and like Christine said, I am an intuitive bookkeeper and a money coach, and I welcome this opportunity to become part of the village because I've been for the longest time trying to figure out what is it that I want to do and what is it that I want to bring to this world to do for people. And I have been a bookkeeper for about 20 years. Basically, ever since I came to Canada, I went to school, took a bookkeeping course, and have been doing it ever since. And it's been always my passion, but there was something missing there. There was something that I was still looking for, like a piece of a puzzle that's missing. You're doing what you were called for. You're doing what your heart desires, but there is still some little part missing. And about 10 years ago, I have been introduced to this spiritual world and all the healing and working with energy and all that kind of stuff. And that, to me, that was the missing piece that was there. So the combination of combining the bookkeeping, the very solid working with numbers, the right brain, male energy, and bringing that together with the left side, with the female, with the creative, with the playing with the energy, the combination of that is what I'm doing right now and what I would like to bring as my gift to the village. So it should be easier for all the creative souls that the healers are to understand the right brain, because I have the combination of the numbers and the energy. So I'm hoping to, with the language, maybe make it more easier for them to understand, to explain it in our words, if I can say that. And I also specialize in money healing or money coaching. So if anybody has blogs with from the past, mostly it's childhood, mostly it's coming from, your parents, your friends, the people that were always the closest to you, that talked in front of you about money in a not very healthy way. And you might have basically adopted their ideas and their thinking about money. You could have adopted that for yourself, and now it might be blocking you from moving forward, from being financially successful. So I would like to help with that. I would like to help to find those blocks and preferably remove them, but if we can remove them, we can always sneak around them, right? So that is what I'm offering, what I'm coming from as my gift.
That's beautiful. Christine, you're muted. That's beautiful, yeah. Silvie. And Silvie, I got to say, you know, you don't, when you're in the class with Silvie and, you know, you think that maybe it's not a money block, or you're thinking, I mean, she picks up on this stuff. So she's listening to what you're saying and how you're saying it. And she is so in tune that she picks up on where, you know, and just asks you to reframe it, or have you looked at this? And it's just like, what? So yeah, it's a beautiful thing, Silvie. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And next, our also coaching and helping with us in the Lightworkers Lounge is Stephanie Savoy.
Hi. Yeah. So as you know, I'm a psychic medium, and with the program, I'll be doing messages, like Christine said. It could come from loved ones, your ancestors, guides, just spirit in general, where they're not giving me a name or a label, and I just get the messages. It's all for the highest good of everyone involved. And help you on your path that way. On a broader spectrum, again, I'm a psychic medium, energy healer, medical intuitive, and forensic psychic medium investigator. So very broad range, a little bit of everything. I'm here to just help people. So yeah. And
it's the same with Steph. I mean, I love when we've of course worked together many times before now, and I love that, you know, you'll be sitting there, and I know that you've said this before, and it's probably happening right now. There's a whole bunch of yes. There's a whole bunch of guides or spirit or whatever that are like knocking at her door, like, I got something to say. I got something to say. And you're just so great at just asking them to take a back seat and hold their turn and, you know, whatever. Yes, but it's beautiful. I love it.
I do have to apologize for looking down so much, because once you started talking about everything, first of all, the power within these ladies here, I keep getting goosebumps every time it goes back and forth to Virginia or Christine introducing each one of us, like goosebumps. And then Noreen was the last to come on, and oh, my body just got so much goosebumps. The energy that you bring to a room and through online into the world is amazing. I just have to tell you that. Is it okay if I give a quick message? Because there is
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm not going to sing, but I'm just going to tell you, when it first started and you were doing the meditation, the Mary Poppins song popped in my head, Let's Go Fly a Kite. But the lines, I kept hearing the part where, see, now they want me to sing. I apologize, your ears are going to bleed. Up in the atmosphere, up where the air is clear, send it soaring. That's where our energy is. We need to lift our energy there. So that's like a big message to remember that. And to have fun. Like, really, I'm forgetting his name, but he's coming in right now. The man who sings the song and is in Bert, but his real name, he brought me the song because he's passed. So he's popping in to say, you do have to remember to have fun and play. That's what I got to do all my life for a living. And then there's another message. I don't know when it came in, but again, I just started writing things, and I apologize for looking down, but it says, when there was two of you who was mentioning talks of aliens, where they tell me we're extraterrestrials, because how do you know you're not the aliens? They joke with me. Yep. So it says, all the beings of the light coming in to be with us now. We are connected and want to help connect others to their power. So that's a beautiful message. There's much more, but I don't want to take up any more time. I was getting messages for each person, so I can send that individually later.
Cool. Awesome.
Thank you.
So exciting. Honestly, you just never know what's going to come in, and it's so fun.
I know. It is so fun. We could just sit here and do this all day.
I think something that just a funny joke that when you're talking about how you are also, you find missing people, for any of those that are entrepreneurs on the line, you can find their missing clients. We're like, where are the clients?
That's
All right.
good.
Awesome. So, thank you so much. I tapped out there because my device went down. So I missed what you were saying, Virginia. Do you want to just keep going? And what I was thinking is just like go of the days of the week. So Monday, you're on Monday.
That was the Lightworkers Lounge. So
Cool.
I did my bit, and Libby did her bit, and Steph did her bit. So that covers the Lightworkers Lounge and yours and my classes. So whoever is next.
Well, let's continue with Tuesdays then, just so I keep it in my mind and we have it.
Okay.
So on Tuesdays, then Libby, did you go yet?
No, I haven't gone yet.
Yeah. So that was Silvie earlier. Okay, cool. So on Tuesdays, we have Libby and we have Andrea. So Libby, go ahead and share, introduce yourself and share about the class.
Thanks. So yes, I'm Libby Pease. I'm an internationally certified life coach, also the clairvoyant coach, also the emotional wellness coach, and bringing back your power coach. So I've got a few titles there. And in my own practice, I support individuals who've come out of high control situations, whether that's community, relationship, family, and support them to be able to create a life that is their own, connecting with their own values. And what I'll be bringing in on Tuesday mornings at 10:30 is a class on forgiveness. And so often, especially with my clientele, that they have come out of some really nasty situations where horrible things have happened to them, or they have found themselves making decisions during their life that they regret. And they're holding on to that pain, shame, and to be able to move forward, we need to be able to release those things and bring forgiveness into our life. Now, I know that people would be like, but they did something wrong to me. How can I forgive them? It's not condoning the actions of others, or saying what happened in the past. If it's something that we're holding on to about ourselves, it's a release. It's allowing that energy to be able to go. And in my class, we talk about defining what forgiveness is. It's very interactive. So forgiveness can be different for different people, and having exercises to be able to move into forgiveness and allowing that to release, what it means to actually forgive. So what does that release look like and feel like and be like for each individual? So it's kind of like a group session there. And the health benefits of actually having that forgiveness and being able to release that energy and allow you to be able to move forward. So there's lots of great things in there. A little bit about my history is that I come from a family that is emotionally constipated. I'm very much an empath. I have seen our family ghosts and stuff my entire life, but then I became a Jehovah's Witness, and that was suppressed, and was finally able to move forward from there. But so there's a lot of times where things have happened in my life that you hold on to that energy, and being able to release those, being able to forgive those in the past, be able to find understanding, really lightens life, right? The whole expression of, carrying baggage. Everyone, by the time that they're 50, which I'm coming up to, you tend to have baggage. Well, when you release, when you're able to bring forgiveness into your life, it's like unpacking all of that baggage and not carrying the same same load. So it really helps you to be able to move forward with that. So I'm really excited about being able to bring that to the team. And there we go. That's
very good. Libby and I met in a group for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, and I never thought that even existed. And it's a pretty big group, like thousands of people. And Andrea is from there as well. Funny, you're both on Tuesday. And so if you know someone who has come from, like Libby, you were very, nice in your words, but I'm going to use words that just people are used to in the moment is, if you've come from any kind of strict religion, so a narcissistic kind of controlling religion, home, relationship. We don't like to use titles and to put that on people, but if you've come from that kind of control of like how to unprogram from that and to release, doing that inner work, forgiving ourselves as well, I think is going to be part of, what we're going to learn over these next 3 months. Yes, for some scenarios that have happened, but also where, what part have we had in it? Because when we've been controlled, then we also tend to be controlling others or ourselves, right? So very exciting. Thank you.
And also within that group that we're talking about here, on Mondays, I actually have a workshop, Empowered Healing. So that's another piece that I support. And there's always a theme with each one of those. So if you are part of the ex-Jehovah's Witness community,
Sorry, Libby, you're, is anyone else hearing? There's something on the mic. Sounds like.
No, I don't hear it. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, Libby, you're good. And I just wanted to mention too that Empowered Healers, we have, I know at least one of the calls on our YouTube channel as a sample for people. So if people are looking for support in that area, they can just search for that Empowered Healers on our YouTube channel. I know Christine had done a call at one point and we were kind of shining a light on that group and the people that were needing support. So if you are one of those people, please feel free to search through our YouTube channel to find that video, or of course, message me if you need help with that. Thanks, Libby.
Thank you.
Okay, I think Christine is having some technical difficulties. So next we'll go with Andrea. Andrea is on Tuesdays as well. And Andrea, tell us a little bit about what you're bringing to the community.
Well, what I'm bringing in is a movement. It's called Esoteric Movement. And what I do is I'm an oracle. I work with cosmic energy and moving people into more of their power and out of their programmed self. Because we all have this pure, like, divine expression that's a part of who we are that we're here to express. And until we work through all of the stuff on the surface, because shadow work tends to be my specialty, I can see in the dark. I can see the things that other people can't. So in guiding people through that, I generally work with leaders, visionaries, entrepreneurs, people who know that there's more out there than what they're experiencing in life. So I do a multitude of things, but the class that I'm bringing in is around movement specifically, and just guiding people to live more from the space of their body, because we're so entrained in this reality to live from the mind, and to really learn the difference between what it feels like when you're functioning from emotion and what it feels like when you're functioning from intuition, because there's a big difference there. And one of those ways, the intuitive way, is way less stressful way to live. So in doing the movement and guiding you through that, we're going to be using music, and I call it esoteric movement because your body knows how it needs to move. And that's what you're going to be tuning into and working with me, and just really exploring a different way to be in your body, to be with your body, to engage with your body, and to create your life from being in your body. That's the gist of what we're going to be exploring.
That is so awesome. I cannot wait. That's beautiful. Thank you, Andrea. That's awesome. So now we have Noreen is coming into the village with the Healers Hour. And so she has a class 1 week on a Tuesday and another week on a Friday. So just kind of spreading it out a little bit. So Noreen, please feel free to tell us a little bit about your class and what you hope to achieve.
Hello, sunshines. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy to be here with all of you. So Healer's Hour came to me a while back. I've been working in energy healing for probably over 15 years in so many different modalities. I'm also vastly intuitive, and I realized that while so many people are asking me to teach Reiki, nobody had place to practice. Nobody had place to receive. And that's what actually inspired me to Healer's Hour and to what I also have as a healer's course in my own private practice. And I felt stunted. I'm like, I didn't want to teach Reiki anymore, even though I'm a Reiki master teacher and a Sui and Karuna Reiki and so many other different modalities, because it's like going to a doctor or a surgeon saying, oh, you've only practiced for a week. Yeah, I'm going to have surgery with you. And I said, we need practiced healers out there. We need responsible healers out there. And more importantly, we healers need healing ourselves, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. We need a place to just hang our hats and let our hair down and to relax, because we don't often give ourselves that time or that space for ourselves. So Healer's Hour is all about teaching techniques and expanding any kind of your intuition, your personal intuitive wealth is what I call it, as well as expanding any kind of innate healing and techniques. Even if you don't have any kind of formal training in any kind of formal energy healing technique, it is a place for you to learn, to practice, to apply, and most importantly, to receive as well. So this has been a passion of mine for many, many years. And my guides always told me, awaken, heal, and be empowered. And for so many years, I didn't understand what that really meant. And now I'm really embracing it. I left the corporate world for the second and last time. I worked in financial planning for over almost 30 years. Oh my God, I dated myself there. And and it was a hard shift. However, the calling is so deep. It's like soul deep. And even when I was, raising my kids and special needs children, and it's just such a soul deep calling to do this kind of work. And what I kept hearing is the awakened soul is the greatest gift to this world, because when we are in touch with our own intuitive wealth, when we are connected to all of our own intuition, when we are connecting to ourselves and the healing abilities that we innately have, and then even connecting with the inner healer to be healers for others or helping others in this path, and no matter what we do, we are literally changing the world, because we're changing the world from our inside out.
This is a reminder.
Yes, and I get my hourly reminders. Thank you, I love you. So so that is what Healer's Hour is for me. I am credited in many different modalities, and what it all comes down to is it's that inner power, that inner wealth, that inner intuition. Everything is inside of us. So what I appreciate doing and helping other people do is unlocking all of that goodness that's within you, whether you are healing physically or mentally or emotionally or spiritually. Like I said, I'm a Reiki master teacher in many different modalities, reconnective energy healing. I'm a certified coach. I'm a certified hypnotherapist. I also do cranial sacral work and reflexology and crystal oil therapy and essential oil therapy and all of this goodness. And we talked about aliens on this showcase, which I totally love, Virginia. Thank you for bringing that up, because I'm also a light warrior, and basically I'm your in-house Ghostbuster. I was just recently in Tennessee for a mountain retreat for women, and literally it nearly drained the hell out of me. But I cleared out not only an entire cabin, but the entire mountain of reptilians. So there are benevolent beings on this planet, and there are some really just tricksters, and there are friendly ones who just get stuck. I think it's kind of ironic that I'm also, a medium like Stephanie, and I live directly next door to a active cemetery. Yeah, the universe has a funny sense of humor, right? So what I want to bring to Healer's Hour is allowing people that space to connect to all of their intuitive abilities. I'm so deeply empathic that I can connect with everyone individually and with everyone as a group to help bring out all that goodness that they have within them, whether they know it or not. Bring it out into their consciousness so they can really hold on to that and be that, embrace that, really awaken into their intuitive wealth. And people say, well, what is intuitive wealth? And I'm thinking to myself, well, intuitive wealth can be as benign as, 2 years ago, everyone was scrambling for toilet paper, and I knew exactly what store to go to, when to go, walked in, walked out my toilet paper. I'm like, that's intuitive wealth. And then intuitive wealth can be as exaggerated as, life-saving. When we are so connected to our intuitive wealth, oh my goodness. Like, I knew when I was walking up or driving up to that mountain that even though everything around me was so beautiful and the mountains were cascading, and I'm thinking I should be in my most peaceful, relaxed state, and everything in my body was completely tense because I was not even aware of what I was walking into or driving into anyway. So intuitive wealth, I would welcome and appreciate the world waking up into their consciousness and into their intuitive wealth, and then waking up into all those inner healing abilities they already have. And that is where my passion is, to be empowered in that. I know so many psychics are out there and they say, oh, past, present, future. I'm like, no, that's not what we want to do. We want to empower people to step into their power so that, you're not just giving that person a fish, you're feeding them for a lifetime. And that's what I'm so passionately here to do, is to help people embrace their intuition, all of their personal healing abilities, and to also give them that sacred, safe space to just relax and to receive and to realize how magnificent they truly are. So that's my thing. And I'll be doing it Tuesdays and, like Virginia said, on Fridays, once a month on Fridays as well. Got to spread out that wealth.
That's right. Oh, that sounds so beautiful. I mean, in my head, I'm thinking, sign me up. But yeah, and it reminded me of a tagline that I've used for many, many years. Aspire to inspire before you expire.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah. It's been with me for a long time, but it's interesting how it just showed up today, right?
Divine timing.
There you go. Oh, thank you, Noreen. That sounds so amazing. Like, how awesome is that? Just to drop into a class where you can practice if you feel called, share your energy, your beautiful magic with other people, or just sit and be open to receive because you are moving something. You're having a rough week, whatever, right? Like, I love, love, love that you're making that space for everybody. Thank you. That just sounds so beautiful.
And it is very difficult for us healers and givers to shift gears into receiving. I mean, I know personally, I'm always like in an outflow mode.
Yeah.
And I have to consistently remind myself that, we cannot pour from an empty cup.
Yeah. And to make that time, or to make that appointment, to actually call someone or shoot them a message and say, hey, you know what? I feel kind of crappy today. I could really use some energy love, or can I book an appointment with you? Or, and you go, oh no, I don't have time, or, and you don't. And 9 times out of 10, you don't book that appointment. You don't make that call. And what I love is that this is just there. You know what? It's Tuesday. Just sign on to the class. It's Friday, or it's Wednesday, or it's whatever day. There's,
every day is healing day.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Every moment. We just need to choose. We get to choose.
Right.
We get to choose and select it. And
yeah.
More importantly, I think so many of us healers are out here thinking that we're alone and that we're doing this by ourselves. And you know what? It took me a long time to figure out there are 7 billion people on this planet. I am not here alone. I am so abundantly grateful that there are so many beautiful souls that we have here that we can connect with at any time. We have amazing communities. And you know what? It's okay to lean on each other. It's okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Give yourself permission to do that.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you. That's beautiful. And
can I say one thing? Sorry, just quickly to tag on to Noreen, is that when the download came for the school, for Healing Soul School, was that anyone who came to us. And we are all intuitive. We are all our own best healers. We all have medicine within us. Ancestrally, it's in our DNA. And Source said specifically, whoever comes to us has their own healing modality. So I love how you explained that you don't have to come in with one. We're going to figure out what your magic is, and you'll know intuitively in your body what's going to speak to you. And that's really awesome. So, and you're the one that approached us. So really, thank you, because we know definitely that spirit brought you to us. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Beautiful. And oh my gosh, last but definitely not least, Shaman Giya Venus, please share your magic and tell us what classes you'll be bringing. I know I'm trying to find my schedule here. So your classes will be on Wednesdays. There's going to be 2 classes for inner child work and 1 class for soul retrieval. So what does that look like?
Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Shaman Giya Venus. I am a shaman, an intuitive healer, intuitive guide. I do a lot of inner child work, which is just a fancy way of saying we go within to figure out how you can tap into your joy, remember your joy. A lot of my medicine is not teaching people how to learn these things, because we already have all this information, this wealth of knowledge that we come into this world with. We just forget. We just forget along the way. And so it's my job as a shaman to remind you, to create opportunities for you to remember. There's a very popular quote that says, the only way out is through. And I disagree with that. I think the only way out, first of all, is to not be trying to get out. The only way to make this thing work is to go within. Because once you go within, the deeper you go within, the more it starts to look like the outside. And the two become indistinguishable. And you become this like harmonious creature, just living, just existing. I'm also Taoist, so that's a big part of my medicine as well, what I share with people, how to remember to live life passionately, to remember how free you actually are, regardless of what the outside world might supposedly impose on you. And so when we are doing the inner child work, we are going to be healing from within, going inside to understand what is going on, why it's happening, what it's supposed to teach you, and then how we can let it go. So that we can, once you clear these things out, you're making space for what is supposed to be there, what's always been there. So many times people think that, I lost my stuff. You didn't lose it. You did not lose anything. It's just hiding because it's safer to be hidden right now. And so we help you build the confidence, I, and my guides. That's why I say we, because it's not just me either. I'm just the vessel this time, but there's so much stuff, so many amazing energies behind me that's really helping me do this. And then, so that's mostly the healing within. And then we'll be doing soul retrieval, which is a beautiful, oh my gosh, beautiful technique that I learned and I share with others that helps you find out what it is that you're missing. Because sometimes you don't even know what you're missing. And it's not that that information isn't available to you, it's just somewhere else. Soul retrieval is an opportunity for you to tap into your intuitive nature deeply through trance state, through shamanic journeying, and find your information, find yourself, the pieces of you that may have been lost, that may have been stolen, that you maybe gave away in exchange for love and acceptance that you didn't really need to give away. So this is a beautiful practice that I cannot wait to share it with everyone, because it literally changed my life. I am the person I am today because I've been able to connect to my power animals. I've been able to find my soul song, and it's blissful, and everybody deserves that. So that's what we will be tapping into in our sessions, 1 p.m. on Wednesdays. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh. Well, you've got 7 students right here, so we are all eager to be in your class. Oh my gosh. What a beautiful lineup, ladies. You are such magical, magical people. This, it's really heartwarming to see us all together and to really hear about this coming to life, that this is all of us coming together, creating this safe space and safe container for people to come in and just move to whatever class feels good that day, helping people, healing, learning, teaching, growing. This is amazing. It is so, so awesome. Just warms my heart to see all of this coming together. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. So that is what everybody, and as you've probably guessed, you know, everybody here is so incredibly qualified in so many different things, but they're bringing, you know, well, for the first semester of the program, they're bringing little bits, and you've heard a little bit about what each one of them are bringing to the school, but they have so much behind them that, you know, I'm confident it's not just going to stay there. You know, it's their magic will come through whenever it's needed. So I just love that. So now what are we doing, Christine? Are we just going to go individually and let everybody kind of shine their light on what they do outside of the Healing Soul School as well, like the bigger picture, or what did you want to do next?
I think just for the sake of time, we are already into Shaman Giya's session for today. So everyone today is going to speak and give their own teaching topic. So if you are watching on the replay, then everyone here has an opportunity to speak. And I think just what I'm feeling called to now is we will allow Shaman Giya to start off our day with our first speaker. And if you're wanting more information, just a call to action, our website, healingsoulschool.com/programs, will have more information there for the village. We have a 3-class gift for you on how to get your business up and running so that, you know, you can empower yourself and help more people. That's our heart, to build you into that confidence. And that's all on our website. So if you just direct you there to go for that. And I want to say thank you to all of the teachers that came in this morning. And we're really looking forward to starting with you. March 7th is when we're starting the village. And classes are recorded. It's recorded in our portal. So even if there's a class or a time that you really want to be there, you can catch the replay, and the energy is just as potent watching the replay. But of course, if you can come in live, then you can ask questions. And wherever you're stuck, or you have, you know, you're wanting that next step, we have live teachers that you have, and you can come and ask questions, and they are powerful, right? We all are. We are all intuitive. We all have these gifts within us. So we're just teaching you how to bring that out into your own world. All right. So thank you so much, everyone. If you are okay to remove yourself from the broadcast, except for Shaman Giya and Virginia, and I'll see you later when I come back too.
Okay. Where are we? Oh, Christine's still there. I'm sorry.
I don't know how to go backstage.
Okay.
Here we go.
There we go. Hi, it's just you and me now.
Yes. Hi, Virginia.
So this is beautiful. I'm so glad, because I know that up till now you've had a lot more conversations with Christine. She's kind of our front face of the business, that spokesperson that's really out there. And my job is a lot more to do with the back end and all of that fun stuff that, yeah, we'll just call it fun stuff and leave it there.
Exactly. That is exactly what I would call it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is really great. I love that I get to interview you this morning, because I get to know you a little bit more, and I know, like you said, you described a little bit about what you'll be bringing to the Conscious Living Village. But you are so much more than that. So, you know, tell us who you are and a little bit about your story.
Yeah, so whenever someone asks me like what your story is, I have to pick a chapter from the book because, you know, I'm 20.
Funny? I do the same. It's like, I'm not sure, where do I go? Yeah.
Yes, because I'm 29, but there are 29 chapters of, it's a lot. It's like a Harry Potter book.
Yes.
As opposed to as opposed to the 7 spiritual laws of success or the 4 agreements.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that. So whenever people ask me to tell their story, I always tell this one. When I was in kindergarten, when I was 5, we had the interactive play, like the real life things, the costumes of all the things that you could be when you're an adult. We even had a little class that was called life skills, and we talked about and learned about manners and how to cross the street, fire safety. And whenever we had the opportunity to do the career day stuff, I spent the longest at the rack. Everybody else is like, I want to be a firefighter, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a policeman, whatever. And I'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to put on the nurse's hat, but then I'm going to put on the firefighter coat, and I'm going to put on the construction boots, and then I'll be wearing some jewelry because I'm also a princess. Like it was that. I didn't know. And I wasn't concerned with knowing. Everyone else took it so seriously, but I was like, you know what? Whatever I want to do, and the John Lennon quote comes up, I just want to be happy. And I want people to be happy. Yeah. What that did was it led me down this path of forgetting and remembering. And it was so beautiful to be able to forget. And I can say that now, but it was beautiful to forget because that made the remembering so much sweeter. Beautiful. When I turned 18, because then too, after that, I became a serious person. I was like, okay, I need to know all the stuff. And I was obsessed with knowing. I was obsessed with knowledge, not wisdom. Now I'm obsessed with wisdom. And I wanted to know all the things. So I would go out, I would ask questions. And then I turned 18 and I realized that all of the time that I had been looking for knowledge, I didn't really know anything. I was just full of information and I had no idea what to do with it. So I ended up losing myself in trying to find out all these answers to things. And what it brought me back to, when I was 19, I had this beautiful experience. I said, I'm going to learn how to meditate because I was so filled with anxiety. I was depressed. I'm also my children are going to be first generation Americans. I'm an immigrant to this country. My parents brought me here when I was 3 years old. So I lived in this place of, okay, I am from this place and I'm strongly connected to that, but I live here and the people here aren't seeing me. So now I have to be something else. And oftentimes when I think back on this journey, I say, you know what? I didn't have to be anyone. I didn't have to do anything. And I did. I tried to be, I tried to do, and it didn't work. It did not work. The only thing that worked was coming back to myself. The only thing that worked was figuring out who Shaman Giya was, what Shaman Giya embodied. Like, I was so obsessed with what to do that I forgot who I was. I forgot who to be. And so embracing the shamanic path, which thinking back now, like if I had known that learning how to meditate would bring me to this place of supporting people, of teaching people, of reminding people of the beautiful things that they can do innately, I would have told you no way. I would have said, absolutely not. You're lying. I went to school to be a teacher. I wanted to teach children. I didn't want to deal with adults. Now here I am, helping adults remember that childlike energy, that childlike beauty, and the amazing things that have come out of that, the relationships, like with Christine, with you all, having the opportunity to do this really, really came from me surrendering to that inner voice that I call the inner child. Many people call it other things, but that's who it is for me. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Hi, I'm back.
Hi. Welcome.
Apparently it's my turn for some computer trouble.
That's a
So I didn't want to cut you off, but where are you? I caught part of that, and then so where are we at? Where did we leave off?
So when you when you entered the matrix, as we say on Clubhouse, I was just saying that I lost a lot of who I was trying to be what everybody else expected me to be. In short, that's the main part of the story. And it wasn't until I remembered who I was through these little avenues, these little nudges from the universe, that I realized that all this is in me. Even when I started connecting to my ancestors, I asked my guides, I went on a shamanic journey and I said, tell me, how do I connect with my ancestors? And the message I got back was, look at your hands, these lines in this palm, these fingerprints, this DNA. It's you, it's them, it's all of the things. And so I really felt into myself. And that's what brought it. The anxiety isn't completely gone, but it goes. It's diminished. There's this deep inner peace and contentment that I've cultivated for myself, that nobody can tell me anything. And I'm okay with that, which is not something that I could have said 10, 15 years ago. And, 10, 15 years ago, I was a teenager. So I just turned 29. But still, those were very formative years. It was important to me to understand and to remember that, I'm here for a reason. And the only person who knows that purpose, who knows that reason, is me. Other people can help me move things and get to places where I can understand, but ultimately I'm the one who's going to heal myself. And that's where I'm at. That's my story.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. And how did you, and I don't know, apologies if I missed this little tidbit while I was disappearing. To become a shaman, I mean, I've heard a lot of different people say different things, and I kind of feel like we all are, that our journey really is each of our own shamanic journey of remembering. And, so yeah, can you speak into that a little bit and how, but I don't know if we all identify in that way. And so how does someone identify with that? Like what puts you in that zone, I guess, if you want to call it, that makes you exude that magic, out to the world? How does that work?
Yeah, so exactly what you said. Everyone has the capacity to live a shamanic life, which is what I do with people individually. In my one-on-one coaching, even some of the individual sessions that I offer, it's really about, because the age of the guru, the age of the hierarchy, the spiritual teacher who's up on the mountain and you have to go to them, is over. It's leaving, because we all have to get into this place of learning to heal. However, there are still people who are called to lead us as a world, as a race of humans, into that. And that's where people like me come in. Being a shaman is a multifaceted experience. I'm part philosopher, part anthropologist, part healer. I'm an herbalist. I'm a psychopomp. I help people who are dying move on. I heal land. I clear land. I bless babies and, and families. And so ultimately, though, my role as a shaman is to walk with one foot in this world and one foot in the world of the spirit, this layer that, like my fingers together, are touching, but they're not meshed.
Yeah.
They coexist, but they don't at the same time. There are things that happen on a spiritual level that you have to attune yourself to see. And so being a shaman, it means being a master of relationships, seeing how things relate to each other in ways that are not obvious right away, and helping others see that too. And this understanding of it as medicine, as a balm, as something to heal totally the roots of things, the root of, okay, why is it that I feel this way? Let's go and find out. It's always a journey. And often I feel my roots, and I started off reading tarot. So this would be the Fool card. this is the shaman, the fool, the magician, and the hierophant, and the high priestess. Those are the shaman cards, I think, and even the hanged man, where we are called to put ourselves into situations and to bring wisdom back from places that human beings can't go regularly. Even though we can. That's another story. But to be a shaman, to me, means to listen deeply to everything, to see deeply into everything. There's this thing in my favorite book is Women Who Run with the Wolves. And when I grow up, I want to be like Clarissa Pinkola Estes, but where she says it's not the hearing, it's the part of you that hears. What is the hearing? What is the feeling? What is the sensation? And my job, my role, my calling, my purpose is to understand that and to bring it back and to help the people here understand, and to also take things from our world into the spirit world so that the spirits that help us, that live in everything, can know how to communicate with us too. So that's what it means to be a shaman to me. And I'd be glad to expound on my specific things, because the thing about shamans too is no two shaman are going to be alike. So I call myself the inner child shaman because my energy is very childlike. It's very, but it's also very like old woman, wise old woman. So those are one and the same.
That's beautiful.
Those are one and the same. So that's what it is for me.
And you're right, because some I believe that's as with any healer, right? Their magic is sometimes specific to an area, and often because it's something that they've come through themselves. So their magic is really about helping others come through the same or similar experience, right? In a positive way. So tell us about your business, and from that perspective, outside of Healing Soul School, what do you do? What do you offer? How can people get in contact with you?
Yeah, absolutely. So my service-based business is Gaia Venus Healing Arts, that I started at the beginning of everything that 2020. And I said, this is for me to share this magic. So I am an Akashic reader. I'm an oracle, although I don't offer my oracle services specifically. And then the soul retrieval, that has been my specialty to date. So going into the trance state, going into the spirit world, finding the information, bringing it back. And I say every time I come back from one of those journeys for someone, the first thing I say to them is welcome home. Welcome home. Because my job and everything that I do, whether it's the individual and my background, my training is, I trained as a teacher, but then I also went to graduate school to become a social worker. And I had to admit to myself, I don't want to be a therapist. I don't want to be a social worker. I have to be a shaman. But these all play into me being a shaman. So my approach is one that is trauma informed. That is, my training is in dialectical behavioral therapy, which is traditionally a treatment for borderline personality disorder. However, we all need skills. So while I don't have that specifically as part of my curriculum, it does heavily influence it. So I'm very goal-oriented, action item oriented. What do you need to do to get to the place that you want to be? And so that part of my work, the Sacred Inner Child, which is a newer thing for me that I launched this year, actually on January the 11th, which is my birthday, my 29th birthday. And the start of my Saturn return, I said, this is what has to happen this year. So I started that to work with people one-on-one. What are your spiritual gifts? How have you lost yourself? Who is here to support you? Because oftentimes we feel alone because we aren't trained to see the unseeable, the things that these physical eyes can't see. My eyesight is not very well either. So I have a deep spiritual sight. I can see, I can feel, I can hear. And so my job with all of this, my intention with all of this is to bring people back to this place of understanding, of balance within their own joy, contentment, stillness. Let's meditate together. You meditate with nature, one of my favorite exercises that I give people is find your favorite flower and then find all the parts of your body that remind you of that flower. Because once we're able to see ourselves in the teeny tiniest details, then we can see ourselves everywhere. And we will magnetize to everything that is for us because we will see ourselves deeply in it. And I feel like I'm going to, like, I get so emotional when I'm talking because I experienced the disconnect, the not being able to see. I was so numb for so long. So my job is to help people be sensitive, resensitize, and remember. And you can connect with me. I'm mostly on Instagram at Shaman Gaia Venus. And then all of my offerings are on my website, shamangaiavenus.com. I also have more recently created Inner Child Healing Salon, where I offer people healing on a specific issue. So the next one coming up in March, on March 5th, is not resensitizing, that was the first one, is getting yourself to a place where you are unblocking yourself from the fear of your gifts, because sometimes people are afraid of what they don't understand. But the gifts that you have, the spiritual gifts that you had, didn't just come to you when you were born in this lifetime. They have been with you. You've been refining them over lifetimes. So when you come here and you're like, I feel clairvoyant, know that it's not just if you're alive, if you've been alive for 29 years, it's hundreds of thousands of lifetimes that you have refined it. And so now here you are. Don't be afraid of it. You know what to do. Let's unblock it together. So that's what I'm all about.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That is so beautiful. And it's interesting. I don't know. I do know the portal, the energies, everything that's been happening this week. A big message that has been coming through to me has been expansion. Allow your mind to not get stuck with, and you said it there, with all the eyes of what you see here, just allowing your mind to expand even further, and see it in a different way, right? And kind of seeing past the veil, seeing it. And so that for me has been a week of just kind of, like you said, coming into meditation, allowing myself that space to expand and explore, and, coming into that. And that's beautiful. I love that you're walking with people on that journey. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. I love it.
Yes, absolutely.
So that you said March 5th, that is coming up. Is that a free event that you offer, or?
It is not. It is a paid event. So usually I offer this service one-on-one with people, and it's $70, but that's not accessible to everyone. So the Inner Child Healing Salon is $22. And it's the full hour. And instead of, when I work with people one-on-one, of course, it is their own individual thing, what they feel is being blocked. But this is information that I've gotten in my journeys, my shamanic journeys and my meditations, that we have to heal as people, as humans on this planet. This is a big one. This is such a big one, because people have outsourced their power so much that when it comes time for them to connect and bring their gifts out, they don't even know what that looks like.
Yeah.
They know intuitively, instinctively, the spark of it is still there. Because like I said before, it never goes away. It doesn't disappear. We just lock it away for safekeeping, like in a locket, or lock it behind our heart. That's where my gifts were locked. They were locked behind my heart. In a little bird cage. And so it was up to me to go in there and find where that blockage was. What does it look like? How do I experience myself even? And then how do I make sure that other people can see that? Again, how am I going to be? Not what am I going to do? Because what you do is always dependent on who you are. So if you are scared, if you are afraid, if you are like crunched up in a ball inside, all of your expression is going to be like that.
Yes.
If you want to have the liberty to feel free to, I laugh a lot. Laughter is my favorite thing. And I'm a very joyful person because that's who I am. I understood that that's how I have to approach everything that I do in life. And if I don't feel that like giddy, like in my sacral, that like butterfly, because that's also my power looks like a bright orange butterfly, a monarch butterfly. So that's one of my that's one of my
awesome.
yeah, a butterfly emerging from like a lotus flower. So when I feel that, when someone's saying, hey, do you want to do X, Y, and Z? And I feel that butterfly feeling in my sacral, my answer is hell yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's getting to that state within ourselves to know that that is happening, or what that is happening, and identifying it in whatever and however that looks for us, right?
Exactly. And that's where my training as a therapist comes in, because as that in that role, that's what I was doing, but I couldn't get deep enough with people because, bound by codes of ethics that say you can't, you shouldn't. If you tell people this, you are wrong. And that's not what I was feeling. It was feeling like even more red tape than teaching did. And I said, how am I going to help people if I have to do it behind walls? That's not how I can do it. I can't do it like that. I have to do something different. I have to be myself and figure out what that looks like. So in this collective, and in the 4 Agreements series, the dream of the planet, right? We are all co-creating different parts of this beautiful dream, this party, this get together that we're all trying to enjoy ourselves at. But some people come and they forget that it's supposed to be a party, that we're supposed to have fun. And they project all of that onto other people. And they say, no, you should be doing this because I'm scared. And it doesn't work. So when we find that ourselves feeling that and trying to do that to other people, we have to come back. We have to find our way back. We have to go in, not out. We're not looking out here anymore. We're looking deep in here.
That's right.
And the further we go, whenever I see something that really solidified and gave me like an aha moment, was seeing pictures of outer space. That's what the insides of our bodies look like.
Yes.
Our nerves look like galaxies. Our cells look like planets, like ecosystem. For a reason. We were meant to see ourselves in everything around us. And, some people say, oh, hyper individualism, that's bad. I understand that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about being so aware of who you are that nobody outside of you can tell you this is who you are. This is how you should be doing. Nobody can make you feel afraid because that you're not, there's nothing to be afraid of, truly.
Yep. Truly standing in your power. Truly.
Yeah, exactly. Standing solid, grounded, rooted, like a tree, but also expansive in that way too. Trees are so beautiful. And I'm looking at my meditation tree over here. So if I look over here, it's right outside this window. And I look at that tree often and I see all these things growing up it. There's squirrels and there's moss and there's even ivy. I don't know where the ivy came from, but there's ivy growing up my tree. And I say, wow, look at this pillar. It's like a beacon. The tree takes from nature and nature gives back to the tree. Animals make their homes there, but the tree provides.
Yes.
Deeply rooted. In the wintertime, it's winter now, the roots grow down to reach the water for nourishment. And in the spring, the leaves bloom, the leaves blossom, the branches branch out all the time. This cycle is going. We have the same
expansion, the growth, right? I can feel that. Yeah.
Yes, you root and you rise. People, one thing that I was obsessed with for a while is, okay, I have to balance all of my chakras. I have to do it. And what I realized when I was going into my root chakra was my crown chakra was being activated. When I was in my sacral chakra, my throat chakra was being activated. When I was in my heart, my solar plexus was also lighting up. And so there's this element of balance of two sides of the same coin, but it's the same coin.
Right.
So as I ground myself, I provide room for expansion. As I speak my truth, I create my reality. I connect with my creative abilities. As I feel in my heart and as I release things that are not contributing to that good heart feeling, I'm standing in my power. It's like, oh my God, mind blowing. Yes. And it's simple. Yes. It's so simple. Once you see it once, you see it forever. And it never goes away. Yes. And some people are afraid of seeing too much, afraid of knowing too much, but there's no way to know too much about yourself.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's so beautiful. I love that. That's so great. I am so looking forward to your classes. I can't even
I
tell
can't
you.
wait.
Like,
Me and Christine and I have been talking a little bit on Telegram about what some of that's going to look like. And it's just like, I pulled cards about it and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is
know.
perfect. This is
Yeah.
beautiful. Needs this
It
right
really,
now.
really feels that way, doesn't it? It really feels good. And like I said earlier, it's a coming home for each of us. It's a place for each of us to come and be entrepreneurs, be human, be spiritual, hang out, but to share all of that with all of the students and everyone in the village. So it's such a beautiful feeling seeing it all together. And I'm so super excited to have you a part of it as well.
Thank you so much, Virginia. I'm excited to be part of it. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Well, thank you for all your magic and all you're doing in the world. And just keep shining your light because, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Thank you so much.
All right. So that is our time with Shaman Giya this morning. Thank you for being with us. I will put you backstage for now. Thanks so much.
You.
All right. And next we have Silvie Vymyslicky. And Silvie, I have zero idea whether I'm saying that right. So I'm going to bring you up stage. I'm not sure I ever actually had to say it out loud until right this very moment.
You did very well. You did very well.
Oh, it's so funny. Of course, I'm doing back end stuff. I do a lot of typing. I'm doing a lot of things. So I have mastered how to spell your name now.
I'm impressed because most people actually spell it wrong. So I'm impressed that you've been doing such a great job.
Oh dear. So let me just fix up your banner here. There we go. So Silvie, I know we talked a little bit about you're bringing to the Conscious Living Village. You're coming in and teaching and coaching within the Lightworkers Lounge that happens on Thursdays. And I somehow suspect, I'm just going to say this, I think that this will expand to another class for you. But I don't want to put you on the spot.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, because I feel like it's just going to, people are going to need that once they get there. It'll be a transition thing, but
Yes.
but yeah, I do think that will expand further. But for now, you're going to be in with us in the Lightworkers Lounge and getting everybody going and helping entrepreneurs to either start their business or up level and answering those money questions and bookkeeping questions and all those things that most of us don't like to do. So, and again, yes, exactly. So we are so grateful to have you to guide us through all of that. So, but outside of that, I mean, you spoke earlier that you have been a bookkeeper for 20 years.
Yes.
But kind of, share with us a little bit about your story and your business in how I know that it was finding pieces of the spiritual to bring into and moving with that intuitive, conscious business into the realm of bookkeeping, and how do you bring those together and what that looks like for you in your business and the magic that you bring to the world.
Okay. So to begin at the beginning, the way that I stumbled upon bookkeeping, and I really have to say stumbled upon because it never was my dream, or I never thought that the numbers were something that I was good with, because when I was a kid in school, I was majoring in languages. So I was learning different languages. I grew up in Czech Republic, so obviously Czech is my language that I was born to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started with Russian because at that time in the communist era, we had to all speak Russian. So Russian was the first different language for me to learn. Next came German, then came English, then came Latin and Spanish. So languages were really my field of comfort because I've been doing it ever since a little kid.
Wow.
And not till I came to Canada and was basically going through what is it that I really want to do, and I had no idea. So how that came along was I wanted to attend a school, so I picked the school I wanted to go to, and I took their list of courses and I crossed off all the ones that I didn't want to do, and I ended up with 2 left. One was a travel agent and the other one was a bookkeeper. So it was between these two, and I was always more torn into, I love traveling. So the travel agent was very, like, I felt drawn to it, but I was talked out of it by other people that it would be more hard to get a job in that field, and there's so many travel agent and it's really hard to make a living doing that. So I basically jumped straight off the cliff saying, I know nothing about bookkeeping, but what the heck? That's the one that I'm going to take. And I have to tell you that ever since I landed in that course, I knew that I'm home.
Wow.
I found passion with the numbers. I was really good at it. And there was a time where in the class, I was actually helping the teacher explain to the other students some of the technicalities of the bookkeeping, because our teacher was a very, very smart man. And sometimes his level of explaining things was up here and the rest of the class was down here. So I tried to be the mediator and taking his fancy words into the regular language, the regular jargon of,
Yes.
this is how other people can understand what you tech guy are talking about.
Yes. Beautiful.
So I think that's where already the intuition kicked in without me knowing that's what it is. That it
Because
is
you're reading the energy. You're reading really is what, and I find it because always did that. Always was able to read someone's energy and understand even the words, the way that they're coming out of their mouth. I understood it and could turn it around in a way so that that person understood it.
Absolutely.
In the way that they needed to hear it, right? So that's beautiful. That is so great, especially with numbers. Like, I mean, you think I mean, and not that I was horrible in math, but I mean, I was there because they made me. Honestly, I'm not so sure I would have stayed if I, so good for you. That's all I can say.
I actually overcame one of my biggest fears also, because by going to the school, I was so afraid that my English at that time was not good enough and that I'm going to be struggling because of my language barrier, even though I came to Canada and I spoke English, but it was the English that they taught us in school back home in a communist country, right? So
that's right.
There was very limited words that I knew, and the grammar sometimes was like a challenge to me also. So I was very scared of going to school, thinking that I'm not gonna be able to catch up English as good to be able to finish. And then, like, basically what I realized is that there is no reason to be scared, because I kind of outlived myself with then being able to, for some students that were Canadian, so English was their first language, and I was helping translate what the teacher is saying to them. So to me, that was like such a big reminder of what we are able to if we actually plug in the intuition and the listening skills and the translating skills.
Yes,
altogether.
exactly. Good for you. And so, interesting how at the beginning you started that, languages was your first love, was where you spent most of your time, as a child. And look at how that language and those lessons of translation and stepped through in this case to kind of help you and obviously everyone around you, right?
Yes.
At that time, right? When you're doing, that's beautiful. So you do, so how long is a bookkeeping? Like if somebody was to become a bookkeeper, what does that look like nowadays? I don't even know.
I couldn't tell you what it is nowadays because when I took my course, it was 20 years ago. So it might be different now than it was back then. But back then, all it took me was a 10-month course.
Okay.
And I decided to invest in that. And I finished with honors, the bookkeeping, and then I started working in the field. So now I have not only those 10 months of the course, but also 20 years of experience working in the field. First, I was working for others. I found a company that I was working for. And eventually I went on my own and started doing bookkeeping on my own.
That's beautiful. And so now I know that as early as this year, you've really been aligning with those clients that have more of that understanding of the spiritual, that wanting, that connection, that intuition and stuff like that. So how are you finding that, integrating that into your business? Because there's a lot of people in the world that are just like you and me that, and because I wonder this about myself sometimes. I mean, my prior life was in logistics and I moved commercial freight across North America by truck, mainly by truck. And so it was controlling the trucks and who was going where and how much and, and whatever. And I often wonder now that old me, I mean, those lessons were very needed and are really a big part of who I am. But I wonder if I was still in that world, how could I bring my spiritual self into that business or into that, and I won't get into my story, but I'm curious about how you feel like that with your business, because like I say, there's a lot of people that feel that, and how to bring that, and are kind of, how do we be conscious in our living, but also in our work, like making it all the same. It's all in one pot. It's not one or the other or this or that. It's, this is who you are, and bringing the essence of that and everything that comes with it into your business. Good question.
I'm absolutely thinking how to answer that, because I would say that there was also my old self at the beginning of me doing the bookkeeping without having to step into the spiritual world yet. And it was a very organized world, a very, the left side have to balance the right side or vice versa. And if you add these numbers, it has to add that. And that's the end of it. It was very, there was a lot of structure. There was a lot of organization. It was very straightforward, very brain oriented work that I was doing. And then eventually, as I started exploring the spiritual realm and started to be more and more inquiring about like what else is out there, and you realize that it's not always about organization, it's not always about structure. Sometimes you need to introduce chaos into your world, because then you can expand. The chaos is what expands you. And so I had to do a lot of my own healing first in order to be able to integrate these two worlds. And I think I'm just finally starting to walk in it. I was a baby, I was crawling, and now maybe I'm starting to walk. So it's a process. It's a process for all of us to keep bettering ourselves and to keep trying to reach our highest potential. So I'm just like practically, I'm just realizing what the difference is between a regular bookkeeping client and a spiritual bookkeeping client, where the regular bookkeeping client, they want you to get the work done the way they are used to, and this is what I want from you, and here you go. Where the spiritual client is more open to suggestions, so I can let my intuition shine through my work with the spiritual client, because I can, if I have a feeling about something that I feel that might help them, I'm not, and maybe afraid is not the right word, but I don't hold back, and I tell them, this
Yeah.
is what I feel, and it's up to you whether you want to implement it or not, but the option is there. With the
And when you say feel, I know you mean those are channeled messages. That is a message that you're being given for
Yes.
that person.
Yes.
And yes, whether or not they're open to that is entirely up to them. But that's beautiful.
But with the regular bookkeeping client, it's very hard to do, because if they are not in the same realm, it's very hard to explain to them, why are you giving them this information when they didn't ask for it and don't even know what to do with it.
Yeah.
So that's how the spiritual client is a client that I'm more inclined to help, because they understand my language.
Yes, right. Yes, exactly. And and it's interesting that how you're learning to integrate that and to see the difference in the clients as they show up to you. And I am just going to invite you, because this message just came to me, to say it anyway. Even to those clients that may not want to hear it or may not speak your language, you have such a beautiful way of wording it without making it seem, super woo-woo or, and freaking them out, but for the genuine goodness of your heart and sharing that message. So, yeah, I'm just going to say it anyway, even though that client may not want to hear it. Say it anyway. So that's a beautiful reminder. Don't hold back. Right?
I'm trying. I was very successful with my client yesterday, where there was something nagging at me, and I was like, I don't know if I should. And then I went out and said it anyways, and it actually ended up working very well.
Yeah.
And he's definitely not a spiritual client. So
isn't that beautiful?
I agree. If you step over your fears and just embrace it, and embrace the feeling that the message is there for a reason, just use it, just go with it, and whatever the outcome is, it's not up to us.
That's right. Yeah. Don't judge on how you think they're going to receive it, because you have zero control how they're going to receive that. It's just, saying it in the way that feels right to you, so that it's delivered in the way that feels right to you, right? But how they receive it is not, it's not your choice, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that. I love that. Yeah, that one came to me. Say it anyway, right? So that's awesome. So I imagine that, as you're really more aware, because really often that's what it comes down to nowadays, right? It starts with awareness, being aware of who we are, the healing that we're doing, and how we're showing up in the world. And now you're aware of more of that in your business, and with this awareness, you're able to say those things or to share that wisdom. And when you look back, because you're making me look back as we're talking about this, right? But as you look back, do you see when those times where you thought you were in your old self, where you really can see your spiritual self, not necessarily the version of who you are now, but your spiritual self of who you were then, still showing up in a way that maybe at the time you just weren't aware?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. I would say when I was talking about the school and the translating the whatever the teacher was saying, that was absolutely one of the times where the spiritual me was present, but I had no idea that's what's happening.
Yeah.
So it's very nice to be able to look back at it and be like, oh yeah, remember that time?
Yeah.
That was the spiritual Silvie that was shining through. And I just
Yes.
had no idea that's what's happening. I was so proud of myself.
I know, right? And that's good though, but that's because that's part of what helps us to build that confidence in ourself, and we learn to come back into our heart, into ourself, and it's part of that learning. And I love that you mentioned that before you really were stepping into this, you felt that you had some healing to do yourself. And I feel like that's where so many entrepreneurs are in their business, is that it's almost become robotic in the sense that they know what they're doing, or they know what they should be doing or could be doing, the potential, the opportunities, but they don't know how to shine that light or to share that light, and just because they know there is that inner healing, that inner stuff that they have to move through. And I just love that you mentioned that, because that is exactly what we're trying to create here with the Conscious Living Village, is creating that space for the entrepreneur to not be alone, to come to do that healing within
Yes.
themselves, right?
I absolutely believe that you have to empower yourself first before you can empower other people.
Yeah.
And most definitely you're gonna need help, because I didn't empower myself by myself. I had my team of people that helped me lift me up to where I am right now, where I am today.
Mm-hmm.
And it happened over time. It wasn't overnight. It's not something that you can speed up. It's a process. Everything is a process. It's like, I kind of imagine like we are on a staircase, and every step that we do up is helping us to reach that potential that we have. And the staircase is probably never ending. We
Right.
might never reach the top of it.
Yeah.
But it's the willingness to work on yourself, to keep empowering yourself, to not be afraid to try new things, to not be afraid into accepting new challenges, because this is what I'm doing right now. I've never done this. I've never spoken to people online like this about my life, about who I am, about what I do. Yeah, maybe one on one with my friends, but
Yes.
not to strangers, not to people that I don't even know. So
Yeah.
this for me is a huge step where I'm reaching my potential in, there is something that I can give you, there is something that I can help you with, that I can empower you by maybe talking about my example, and I'm embracing this, and I'm stepping into the little bit of fear to overcome the fear, to
Mm-hmm.
become a better person and to empower others, because I have been empowered.
Yes, exactly. That's beautiful. And that's really what it's all about. As we learn, as we heal, as we grow, we turn around, we throw out our hand, and we help up the next person. And we do that together. We're always helping up the next person, right? And if we can just remember that, what a
There's
beautiful gift that is.
there's only one thing that we need to remember, and that is that you can only help people that want to help themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because if that person is not ready for your help, and you see the potential, you see that you could help them easily and they could from here come over here, but if they are not ready for that, there is nothing you can do.
That's right.
And that lines up nicely with what you were saying before. If I relate the messages to people that are not spiritual, it's up to them how they receive them. So this is
Exactly.
the same thing. You can give the message, but how the person is gonna what they gonna do with it, if anything, is up to them, and that's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to give the message, and how it gets received is not our responsibility.
Yeah,
Because
100%.
sometimes I'm just saying it for the sake of that, sometimes it gets discouraging when you are trying to help someone and the outcome is not what you are expecting. So it's always better to go in it without any expectations, just putting yourself out there, trying to help, and however the other person receives it is up to them, and that's their journey, not yours.
Yeah, because it's the passion, right? We bring that passion with us in our message and in whatever we're bringing to that person or that group or, you know, whatever, right? It's our passion. And I don't know about you, but when I find something, if it's a product or something that I really like, that I think is brilliant, is like, I will shout it from the rooftops. I will tell everybody I know, I love, love, love this product. Oh my gosh, what it did for me, what it helped me with, like whatever, right? And I'm, this is just the passion that's in me. And I've always been like that. And as a younger version of me, I've often, you know, I'd get kind of pissed off at people. I'd be like, seriously, how do you not see that? How do you not see that this is so freaking amazing? Like, you know, like how, and I would just but you're right. It's now that understanding that we always come back to. It is their journey.
Yes.
Don't hold back from saying what you feel needs to be said, but understand that this is their journey to follow, their choices to make. And sometimes you are the person that says that thing that triggers that next step, that, you know, whatever positive thing happens in your life. My husband and I just had a conversation about this yesterday. A guy that he worked with many years ago, or no, a school, he was working, but he was taking night courses. And same thing, one simple thing that this guy said about the job and the company he was working with was, just go and ask them what they're looking for. And that one thing, Mike just kind of was like, well, of course, right? Why not just ask? And that changed. It was completely changed his path. And that one little thing that man said completely set him off on a path towards growth and transformation, and, you know, for work, for this 3D world, but for himself, you know. So we don't realize many times how much of an impact and how our words can make so much of an impact on other people.
And sometimes sometimes people are not ready to hear the thing that you're saying to them, so it needs to be repeated a few more times maybe. And I've had things happen to me where I'm talking to somebody for the 5th time about something already, and all of a sudden that light goes like boom, oh yeah, they got it right now. But I said the same thing 4 times before and they were not ready for it yet. They were not on their path at the point where it makes the difference. It makes that impact. So they have to be there. They have to be ready for it to be able to receive the message. So sometimes we do have to repeat it a few times, because if they are not ready for it yet. And for us, it's easy, right? Because we see, if only you do this, or if only you whatever, you'll be there, you'll be where you want to be. But if they're not ready for it, there is nothing you can do to make them ready. So
yeah, exactly. And the hard part is not getting frustrated when you have to say it 15 times, right? Like it's I mean, I love my children to pieces. They are the best. But as teenagers, oh my gosh, my husband he could, you know, he'd be like, why do I have to say it 85 times? I'm like, just, you know, buckle up, honey, because you're going to be saying it another 85,000. Like, it's just how it is until they experience or until they're ready to hear it, you know. And I joke about as teenagers, because it's usually stuff that you're asking them to do that they don't do, or, you know, whatever, right? But that goes for any of us, right? And just that, not getting frustrated that, you know, you've said this already, and you've, you know, Christine often talks about this, and I had a conversation with somebody about this week. I can see their pattern. You know, they're telling me about where they're at and whatever, and it's like, okay, so
It's not until
what's changed.
Yes, it's not until they are ready to see the pattern then the shift occurs.
And I had it exactly that moment. It was like, do you see the pattern? And it was just like, exactly like you said, I saw the light bulb go on, and it was like, hallelujah.
Yes. You know? Those moments are so rewarding though, right?
They are.
You see that light go and you're like, yes, thank you.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
But on the other hand, don't get discouraged if the light doesn't come on, because it's just not its time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you know, and I think, and I say don't get discouraged, but at the same token, get discouraged. If that is something that you need to move through in that moment, then, you know, because I got to be honest, there was a moment this week, I just couldn't take it. I was going through my own, I don't know what I was going through this week, but lots of energies, lots of collective heaviness, lots of all of that, right? And I would find that all of a sudden I'd be sitting there and I would just be like, I'm buzzing. I was like, my body was just buzzing. And I was just like, take a deep breath, right? Like, I got to get rid of this stuff. Like, it was just, and then, so in that moment, I joked with Christine and I called it sensory overload. Like, I was just like, and in that moment, I had a message from someone whom was moving through something of their own, you know, and I was trying so hard to hold that space, but it was just at that moment, I was on sensory overload. So bringing in their stuff at the time, it was like, oh my gosh, no, I cannot deal with this right now.
Handle, yeah.
Like it just made me feel icky. Like I just, no. And, you know, honor that.
Yes.
Honor that. Right?
Embrace it. And like, we are not perfect. We are all human beings and we all struggle with our own things. So just own it that you're not perfect, and that there is days where you want to, you know, shut all the curtains and close all the doors, or be just by yourself and hold yourself like this because there is no one else to hold you. And
Yes.
It's okay. It's completely okay.
Yes, you're absolutely right. 100%. It's okay. I love it. Yeah, it's because we forget, and this is probably that beautiful reminder, we're growing and healing and transforming and, you know, ascending along with everybody else, right? And we are all at different levels and moving through different things, but it's still stuff that we have to move through too. And I will very proudly announce that for 2 days this week, I wore my jammies all day long. And that is okay.
I also find that many times when the universe brings us a client, the exact thing that the client is struggling with or what they need is something that we need as well. So by basically helping the client heal their own issues, we are at the same time helping ourselves and healing the same issue that resonates in ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So every time we show up in class, every time we have a group conversation, every time we, you know, it's not always for them. And it's for us equally as much as it is for them. Right.
I feel it's a mutual healing session.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
All the energy that's there. Like earlier today, when we were introducing ourselves, the energy was just incredible of all the people that met there. And I was having a semi-hard day yesterday.
Yes.
It wasn't completely hard, but there was definitely some bumps on the road for me yesterday, and
Yeah.
I was feeling very down, and I was feeling very like the day to close all the curtains, and I don't
Yes.
want to see anyone, I don't want to do anything, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah.
But just coming into this environment with all you ladies on screen, like it's not even that we are meeting in person, we are just on a screen together, and it totally pumped me up because
Yeah.
you guys are all like-minded individuals, and I feel the energy just like it was like going through us.
Yes.
It basically, I'm looking for the right word, it like zapped us all, the energy of each other. You kind of get that zap that boosts up your own energy. That's how I
Yes.
feel when I'm surrounded with like-minded people. It just basically lifts me up without me having to do anything. Sometimes only the expectation of being with like-minded people is what lifts the vibration.
Exactly. And you said it perfectly. When I saw everybody on the screen, it was like this instant smile came to my
Yes.
face, like, oh my
I get
gosh, like it was,
goosebumps.
yes, it was so, it was just, wow, look at, like, and you're right, I felt it. I was just like, this is so awesome to just be in the presence of all of this magnificent energy. It's you're right, and it changes us, it changes our day, it changes our outlook sometimes, and it supports us because, yes, we want to be there for everyone in the village, everyone who needs that, for entrepreneurs, for anyone that needs any kind of healing. But it's for us as much as it is for you, and that's why I was kind of saying that at the beginning, that we're creating this space, and it, for Christine and I, the vision of this is over a year old, of bringing this school to life, and it was, how are we going to do that? I remember those moments, of like, I don't know. I mean, I see it, but I don't see it, like I was just like, oh my God, that's such a long way away. And I remember thinking that, like, and here we are. So when we saw everybody on there, it was just like, oh my gosh, this is what I love, what Christine loves. We love to be in the company of all these amazing humans. Everybody has so much to share and to say and to be, and it's, so I'm so looking forward to having us all together and just really stepping into everyone's magic, I mean, and not just us as the teachers, but the students, the clients, everyone who joins. You all have a magic that you're going to be bringing to it with us. So super, super excited for
Yes.
what's coming.
So am I. I'm so grateful myself for Christine to approach me and asking if I wanted to be part of it, because this is, like I said, it's a huge step for me too, to come out of my shell and be more out there, and hopefully this way I am able to touch more lives, not just one-on-one. When you're working one-on-one, it's beautiful, it's great, I love it. It's a totally different energy. But when you can reach more people at the same time, it's so much more empowering, because even sometimes when you're talking to somebody about their own problem, there is probably thousands of people that can resonate with it. And even though the specifics might not be exactly the same, but they will find the relation. They will find whether it resonates with them or not. And they can maybe take that advice to that person and transform it into their own advice, and then go from there, like find the healing in watching somebody else getting healed, or healing themselves.
Exactly. And that has really been our vision from the beginning. Is both of us have been in business, entrepreneurs for so many years. We have, buckets of knowledge between the two of us alone, but we understand the healing that needs to happen, and the growth, and to help people. And it's really just, this whole year has been about, how do we bring our knowledge in to help lift those healers and mystics and magical humans that are already out there doing beautiful things in the world. How do we help them to heal and grow and transform within themselves so that their magic only expands 10, 20 times more into the world, right? So it was, we kind of got a little selfish in that it's about, yes, that one-on-one client is beautiful, but helping all of those clients magnify their magic and expand even further to make a larger impact on the world. That was really what was in our heart, and how to do that and bringing that all together. So I'm super excited for what we have coming.
And there is probably even people that don't know what their magic is yet, as Noreen was mentioning earlier today, where they know they are here for some reason, but they don't know what the reason is. They haven't found their magic yet. So also to help them, not only the people that already are doing the magic to amplify the magic, but to help find the magic for the people that don't know what it is yet, so that they can also step into their own power and also shine the magic of their own.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a beautiful thing. And I'm just going to throw it out there that you might think that I already know what I'm doing, or that I already know what I share with the world, and that I'm already, and I thought I did, but here I go, and I have a sound healing session about a month or so ago. And all of a sudden, I was awakened to this whole other level of myself that I did not know was there. That this is totally something that I can do to help people. And this is, I joked, but it's not a joke. It was a remembering for me. And I really feel that that's what those people that are coming in that don't even know what their gifts are, that will just happen, because collectively it's just going to create that beautiful environment for it to grow and transform and release into the world. So yeah, I'm excited to be on a new journey and sharing it and growing with other people too,
Absolutely. Because I think we've all been there at a point where we didn't know what the next step was, or if there is something else, or I was looking for that missing piece, like I was saying. And then it took another person saying something that started this little, digging in your head, and then trying to find ways of like, there was something there. It was starting to grow, but I wasn't sure what it was yet. So I was going to do more research on it, find out more about it, make it more my own. And that was a journey on its own, and it wasn't short. It took a while to come from that little thing that started dragging there because somebody else said something, into having a clear vision of, this is what I'm doing, this is what I want, this is what my calling is, this is what my passion is.
Yes, that's beautiful.
So hopefully we can share that with others so that they can find their own nagging thing and get on their journey there.
That's right. So excited for that. So excited. So with bookkeeping, and in Canada, we're coming into tax season. So I'm sure your services are needed all over the world, right? All over Canada right now. Yep. If anyone of our audience would like to reach out to you and connect with you individually, how is the best way for them to do that?
Right now, the best way is either my email or find me on Facebook. Under my name, Silvie Vymyslicky is on Facebook. And then my email is SilvieVimy, the first 4 letters of my last name. And it's all one word, @gmail.com.
Excellent. All right, Silvie. Wow, it's been an action-packed morning. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing us a little bit about who you are and the magic that you'll be bringing to the Conscious Living Village. And I'm just super pumped to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure being here, and I'm looking forward to our working together in the future.
Awesome. Thanks, Silvie. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. And Miss Christine, there she is. So here's our oh no, other way. We're tag teaming now. All right. Christine has taken the show from here, and it has been a beautiful hanging out with you guys this morning. I am going to go backstage, and I'll be back in a little while after lunch.
Cool. Just an update. Someone has impersonated me on Facebook and created another account. So if you receive a Facebook friend request from me, definitely it is not from me, and you can report the account. And man, I'm off that that platform.
Yeah, it keeps nudging you, doesn't it? It just keeps nudging you. I think it's time.
The universe is like, are you ready?
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, have a beautiful chat, and I will be backstage if anyone needs me.
Okay, awesome. All right, I am so excited for this next conversation. So I am going to bring up Andrea. I'm just looking for your, here we go, your banner. So let's bring up Andrea. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, doing well.
Good. So nice to have you here. So Andrea is working with us on Tuesdays in the village, and we're going to talk all about esoteric movement and what that means. And I've really been looking to this conversation because I love what you've been learning, right? You and I have a background of being in a very controlling kind of religion, and how we both kind of found our way out. And when I started to look at your content, I was like, man, we're doing very similar things. And so we just connected through Clubhouse and a few other places, and so excited that we're here today. So if it's all right with you, do you mind introducing yourself, just if anyone missed the show earlier, on who you are and the main part of what you do for clients?
Sure, yeah. So my name's Andrea Lynn Diaz, and I am an oracle. I work with energy, and I guide leaders and mystics and entrepreneurs into the truth of who they are, getting them out of their patterns, out of taking off all the masks of who they think they are, who they've been formed to be, and really just leading them to their power and to embodying that and living from that versus their story.
Right. So awesome.
So, yeah. And I do a lot, with energy. I do a lot with shadow work, and I have the capacity to just like see things and facilitate people through things that they can't see. And working with the body has been something that I've brought into that as well in my own journey, the things I've learned about working with the body and being present. So that's the gist of what I do. Is I work for those, or I work with people who they want to up level and they like can't seem to get past something. So I guide them to what that is, and we move through it, and we undo the loops, undo the patterns, and move them into more of what they're looking for in their life.
Awesome. I have goosebumps. That's so great. Tell us a part of the story that got you to where you are today and what you're doing. So, that as you were going along, what's your story that brought you to where you are today?
Yeah. So the story part is always interesting to me because when we look back, for me, what I've learned is that life is truly a journey of consciousness. And so for a while, I would make my story a wrong thing. And I've learned that our stories are how we connect.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to share today about that is I was raised in a very strict religious home as a Jehovah's Witness. My parents had a very toxic, narcissist, codependent relationship that I grew up in the dynamics of. And
a double whammy.
Yeah. And the religion, as you know, supports a lot of that narcissistic behavior. So that just reinforced a lot of it. And, I've come through the other side of that and understanding that my parents did the best they could. My father projected so much onto me in regards to like body image was a big thing, which is really cool that I'm at this space that I'm able to teach this and guide people through it. And the major thing that I had to overcome was getting to the space where I was good enough and worthy of everything. Like because that was just enforced in my head for so long that no matter what I did, it wasn't enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I really had to work through a lot of that. And what brought me to this space is going through a process of like being aware of the things that I had been taught and how they weren't really true for me, and how I was like clinging and trying to stay in that dynamic with all of these, what I thought were relationships that weren't really true to who I was. And so stepping out of that, I had to go through a divorce. It was something I chose to do. And a lot of people laugh at this when I share this, but I actually chose to have an affair. And people are like, what? But when you're so deep in the teachings and being brought up as, for me, it was I had this true belief that my only way out was either to have an affair or die. Like that's what we were taught in that religion about marriage. So yeah, and I know, and I didn't even realize it until about 2 years later. I was like, wow, my soul was literally guiding me to do that, because that was the bridge to get me to where I needed to go. And in that process, it was over about a 2.5 year period. I went through a divorce. I had the other relationship end. I became aware of so many deep codependency patterns.
Right.
And my mom got cancer and she died, and I was kept from her. My father wouldn't really let me see her because of his control issues and me not being a part of the religion anymore, which, being shunned and kicked out of that. And, these people that were in my life for so long and I thought they were actually friends, you find out they're really not there for that. And so, yeah, it was this really deep process of going internal. And I used a lot of shamanic practices as well. I was listening to her earlier, and I was relating to a lot of what she said about like learning to go inward and access like your ancestors for advice, but to also understand that you already have all of that within you. And so it's been a really deep process for me, and getting to a space of like unconditionally loving myself and my body, regardless of what it looks like, regardless of it not meeting all of the media's expectations, all of those things, and just really embracing like the power that I have and getting out of the loop and pattern of being a victim to my power, which is where I was for so long. Like my journey through the victim consciousness was just like, and it's pieces that you really can't see until you get through it.
Yeah.
But I own that for several years after all of that happened, that I was actually comfortable in my trauma. Like I thought I needed, I thought I needed that to be who I am. I thought I needed it to relate to people. And, I've gone back like through my timeline, and I can see where as little as like 2 years old, where I decided that I couldn't be like the hugeness and expansiveness of who I was, because that intimidated other people. So there's so much of myself that I shut off for so many years. So it's been a delayering process. I kind of feel like we're all like big onions in some ways.
Right.
Like we have all these layers that we build up, and then we get to a point in life where we realize, hey, I can take these off. I don't need these anymore.
Yeah.
But it's really staying in devotion to like the source that wants to come through me, and just allowing that to lead me, and going at my own pace has been something I've had to learn, because I've really had to deconstruct. And this is something like Virginia was saying earlier, we tend to connect with clients who, or maybe it was Silvie, that need, something specific that we have already worked through or that we're in. And like the whole like masculine mindset around force and drive and push, that's been one of my biggest things to undo. And allow myself to just be in the process and navigate as my nervous system can adjust, like allowing that process of opening and not forcing what needs to come through.
Yeah. There's just so much medicine in what you've shared so far. And I always get the feeling when I'm having conversations with you is that you're processing. So whatever's happening in the conversation stuff, you're processing, but I know you've gone really deep, right? And you sat with yourself and there's this, yeah, but okay, yes, that's the victim consciousness, right? Often what can be coming up, but we can shed all of that. And it's just this deeper knowing or wisdom that I get, that source shows me from you whenever, we're in a conversation. And that's just so great, because I feel we're all on steps of the path, is that right? Yeah, steps of the path. And even with the religion and the part about like that controlling way that we were raised, mainly through religion, but it can happen in so many different areas, right? Even society, right? There's a certain aspect of in society. And so just in my own awareness, it was, until January of 2020, or really January 2021, I didn't even realize that I had any kind of trauma stuff in my childhood. I thought it was all normal, everything that was happening, all of the abuse, like all the different kinds, not just me, but like our family that has been exposed. And it was like, oh, well, that's just the way life goes. And so 2021 was really the opening of like, wow, look at all that stuff that is sitting inside of me that is rotten, right? It's just this rotten stench stuff that I can get rid of. I don't need to hold on to in these old patterns. And joining that ex-Jehovah's Witness group last March for me, so it's almost a year, I ran from everything Jehovah's Witness. If they were on the street, I crossed, because I was so pissed at our family and the division and the shunning and this like elephant in the room kind of thing of family that are still were around us, sort of thing. And so it was like all this rage and anger that I had to work on this past year to release. And I'm getting to a place where I have love for whomever is in the religion, or if they relate to it. There's a piece of comfort there, I feel, with there's a system, right? There's a control system. And if they don't know how to do that within themselves, and I can see how they would easily want to stay or be there. And I'm at a place where there's no judgment. Everyone can live their own life, and I love and accept you, how, whatever that is for you in your expression, because even that was a big eye opener, is how judgmental we grew up, right? Because imagine, and those, here's some good Jehovah's Witness jokes coming, but we would knock on the door, going door to door, peddling our religion, as kids, and energy, right? We feel energy, and even though the door may not have been opened, we felt that it wasn't safe to be there, that there was hiding energy, right? That people didn't want to open the door to us. Or we'd get back in the car and we would judge the people that maybe we did speak to because they didn't want what we were offering. And it was like so much judgment back and forth. So even just looking at that piece this year was like, I could just release all of it and let it go. So I've let go of the anger, let go of the judgment. I will get to a place where I stop calling it a cult. I'm not there yet. And it is part of that deep dive. And I'm grateful for you and for the deep dive that you have already done in your own journey, because I look up to you for that. I'm like, okay, she was like me on the path and she's further ahead, in some areas, and not from a comparison place, but I really respect you and your medicine and what you are here to shine the light on for the world, because
Uh-oh. We lost her.
Yeah. And that happens sometimes.
I didn't know if it was me that disconnected.
Yeah. That's so funny. You do the same thing I do. It's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I was like, wait, is this because sometimes mine goes out, so I didn't know if it was me or her.
Oh, that's so funny.
I was just getting ready to start talking.
Yes. Well, you know what? It was actually, another 2 seconds there, and you would have been ready to just roll right in. It would have been without skipping a beat. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there she is. I was just gonna say that I appreciate and receive that. That respect for what I've gone through and what I've been through, and what I can relate to, Christine, is the piece around like the cult piece. I could talk about just that forever because the whole concept of cults and what we've made it as a society is just like, that's a whole nother topic. But like, I've really had to step into a space of being an allowance for everyone in their own path. And grace was something that I had to be taught through my own path. I had to be taught grace because I didn't embody that. And it's been quite the road, because when you were talking about like the anger and stuff, like a lot of times we don't want to feel. This is what I find generally in the world. A lot of the reason I feel like things are where they are is because we don't want to feel and we don't want to process. And a lot of us have not learned how to feel and how to process, how to alchemize and move that energy without judging it, without attaching a story, without making it mean something. Because when we do that, when we attach the meaning, we attach the story, it really creates just a stagnation and we get stuck. You know, if we just allow ourselves to feel it and be in it, which is something I've also had to learn. And so what I'm really excited about with Esoteric Movement is doing this with everyone that's going to be a part of it, and really showing people how your body has so much wisdom in it. And I feel like we've really been moving in the last couple of years into less living from the mind and more living from the body. And that's when the fear comes in for a lot of people, because they haven't been in their body. They don't really understand the energy of living from their body versus it being a mental space and functioning completely from thoughts and emotions.
Right.
So it's like tapping into, when you go into the body, tapping into like any patterns that you have around avoidance of being in your body, around like becoming aware of the energies that you have, because we all have energies that we're running through our body that we've attached to, maybe in even a past lifetime or in childhood, that we thought we needed to protect us, to keep us safe, you know, all of these things. And the being seen part is where you and I relate to, because I had to work through a lot of that. And there's actually still pieces of that. Yeah, there's actually still pieces of that come forward. Like it's the layers piece, you know?
Yeah. Was it another big chunk for you, I would say, of the onion when you started to become your own coach and sell yourself?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? That it was like more of that.
Absolutely, because it drives you into the space of leadership of yourself and trusting of where you are and trusting of what you're here to do, what your gifts are, what you're here to embody, what you're here to show others. Like you have to really get deeply into that and back yourself in order to like step out and share what you're here to share. And that is like, that is the work. That is the true work. It's really nothing on the exterior. You know, because I work with so many entrepreneurs and people who are leaders, and it's not anything to do with your website. It's not anything to do with how you present yourself on social media or the pictures you post or the things you say. It's the energy that you be, and you cannot come forward in what you're here to express until you're embodying it. So in this practice, that's like the key, is just really guiding everyone to like, what is in your body that you haven't unlocked? You know, what do you know about living in a human body that you haven't unlocked?
Right.
You know, like finding the magic, finding the connection, finding the literal portals that exist in your body that can lead you to a completely different world.
Right.
And to manifesting like what you're truly here to manifest. And, you know, feeling into like what I find is, because I've been there too, where, you know, we have pain in our body and we've really been programmed and led to take a pill, to numb it, to ignore it, to do whatever we need to do to not feel. And this is where I come back to that whole feeling piece of being fully in the present now and just feeling through what is there. And it's kind of like when you're like in a boat and you're rowing in like, say, a pond, and you come upon all this like seaweed that's sticking up out of the water, like, and some of it's going to like flap you in the face because it's really tall. And you're like, wait, do I want to go around that? Because that's not going to feel good. Right. But if you can just go through it and receive and be in a space of gratitude. It's like having that part of you where you're constantly in a space of gratitude, and the other part of you where you're also in that space of desiring what you want to create. There's like that balance of just allowing it to be what it is without judging it.
I'm dying over here laughing because seaweed is one of the things that freaks me the heck out. And so just imagining it slapping me in the face, I would lose it. So that's number one, because there's something there. Maybe it's past life, I don't know. So we'll talk more in our classes about that, because actually that'd be very interesting. I feel like you're pulling me out of something else as well, as far as that pattern and that fear in my body. I would have nightmares as a kid where the seaweed would grab me and pull me down. Like, yeah, more than once I had that. And I pulled 2 cards for today, just haven't had a chance to go through it yet. But the first one was Earth Magic, which is, grounding, really beautiful. But you just said the spirit of gratitude a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neat.
So just getting to a place, and this is where, when I read into these 2 cards and what we're accomplishing here in the village, but also today, it's like we can look at the earth, right, and get in there, get muddy, and the parts of our past, they are part of our puzzle, right? The whole thing of it. And so instead of pushing things away like we've been taught to do, is we can look at it and say, okay, here are my pieces. What are you here for? And creating it all together so that we get to a place where we can be in gratitude for the things that happened in our past. And instead of, the victim consciousness, or even just, I can't believe that happened to me, we can say, oh, thank you, thank you that happened, because I learned this gift, or, it saved me from this kind of a lifestyle, or whatever the gift is in that, or the gratitude, to be able to bring both of them together. So it's, you and I are the same in that we see the light, and we also see the shadow. We've been through shadows, right? And we have lived that experience. And so I feel that was our training ground for what we're doing today, and helping people to take both of those sides of ourselves and embrace both of them and love them together.
Yeah, gratitude has been something too that I've had to learn, and I've learned that it really is the key to receiving. You really have to have gratitude to kind of open the door to be able to receive. And on the other side of that door, you find the receiving, because there's like, until you can have gratitude for every experience and understand, like you said, that underneath all of that, like, my experience growing up the way I did, and my whole family shunning me and leaving me, like, I really had to dig deep into that. And there was a ton of abandonment wounds there. But I also understood that for me right now in this lifetime, I actually created that, because I knew that the only way that I could fully get into a space of unconditionally self-love and acceptance of me was to be alone for a while. Like, it was what I needed to do. Like, I can look back and I can see all of the things through my childhood that for the longest time I judged my father about, I judged my mom about, and I can see where those were almost like mirroring projections of something within myself that I needed to heal. And they were showing me that. And it's taken, a lot of deep inner work, and just unhooking from all of the stuff that I made it mean. Really. Yeah. There's like a process there.
Yeah.
And
that's so wild.
Being seen, like that piece, we were talking about that briefly. Like, one of the other things I had to really work through was the whole like certification piece, and understanding that, yes, I can learn things, but those certifications don't make me any more powerful than I was before I learned them, because they were already there.
Right.
So yeah, it's already there. It's already in you. And I think a lot of times what I find is with entrepreneurs, they get caught up in that whole certification piece, like thinking I need to learn another modality. I need to take this class. I need to take that class, when really everything is there. You have to just get comfortable feeling, and you have to get comfortable with going within and literally finding the portals in your body, which is something that we're going to be working through.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I feel like we have the same brains. It's so incredible and so in alignment, because I was going to share with you earlier when you're talking about, just that the gratitude piece and being in gratitude before you can truly receive, or truly, I think, maybe come into the gift of what you went through and the experience, right? And the releasing. And two things had happened. So abandonment, rejection. I don't know my bio dad. And so my whole life, I always lived that. He never came back for me. And then when my ex-husband left, it was another part of the victim story, right? That men don't stick around. And I had done so much healing on my divorce and all of that. It wasn't until this year, actually, when it was two readings. So I was with a healer, and she was like, your dad's here. I'm like, okay, really? And then, the message was more. That was the word that he left in the message. So for me, this for about 6 months, it's been like more. I wonder what that is, and just being curious. But in that moment after the session, I felt that flood of love come over me, because I released him and I released the whole situation, and I was able to receive. So for me, how I receive is feels like a wash of this warm water that comes over me. And it was so beautiful. And I was like, wow, like my soul and I connected in that and really sunk into that. And then same thing with my divorce. It was, I used to be, in church and taught Sunday school and all of that. So I had done the prayers and, done all the counseling and all of that. And now in my spiritual walk, was able to release that part as well. And the same thing happened. It was this wave of warm love and water that just came over me. And it's like, I'm good. Yes, there might be other aspects of it where maybe I need to forgive myself, or, different pieces, but I can be in gratitude for the situation and for it happening, which, what a beautiful place to get to. And so grateful, that we have all of us together in the village that are helping people to walk through their awareness of that. You have to heal yourselves, right? When you're working with someone, but we're the guides. We're saying we've been there, or we see, in the sense we feel, we're seeing intuitively, we're getting messages, and we're being directed, go this way, and this is to your medicine or to your great reveal.
Yeah. I tend to see the world as like the people that are here to make the shifts and change the things and do the awakening process, for lack of a better word, stepping more into your power and the truth of who you are, and learning that you're here to thrive. I've really just seen how, of course, I lost my thought for a second there.
How do you see the world? What do you see?
Oh, yes. What I see is that those of us that are here to do these things, we all carry these codes. So it's kind of like the Mario Brothers game, old school. Yeah. Those of you who can relate, you go through and you jump and you hit the mushroom, and the mushroom makes you grow because you picked up that code.
Yeah.
Like you're being led to people who have the codes that you need to move wherever you're going. And those codes can come in ways that you can't see sometimes. They're mostly energetic, but it's being willing and open to receive, because generally when a lot of people talk about receiving, they tend to think that it means that it has to feel good. But when you're fully open to receive, you can receive even the heavy negative things that come through you. And you can receive what that underlying energy is, because there's something there, regardless of whether or not you agree with it and whether or not it fits in with your agenda, there's still something there for you. So it's being open to receive fully in every way and feel through it.
That's awesome. You're blowing me away today. I've been telling people that life to me lately just feels like a game, and it's like I'm collecting coins, right? So maybe something that bothered me before and it happens again, or I'm in an awareness of it, but I'm viewing it from a different place. And my guide just showed up. This is very funny. Is that it's like I'm collecting coins. I went through that experience and I was completely neutral, or it didn't trigger me like it did before. And it's like, oh, I got some coins today.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, relate to that for
Playing,
sure.
Right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I've said that for a few years now.
So
that's funny. That I feel like life is like a video game.
Cool. Maybe I was reading you and picking up on that. That's awesome. And it feels so much lighter and it's more fun. Right. And I don't take myself or the situation so seriously. It's like, okay, I got something to learn here, unpacking it, but it's not this heavy backpack that I used to carry, right? It just makes it lighter.
Yeah, and getting away from the addiction to struggle. Like
Yeah.
that's been huge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like we're so ingrained with these patterns of thinking that everything has to be hard. And, you know, that we have to struggle and it has to be difficult. And yes, there are things that you have to go through, but generally it's not the process that you're going through or life itself that's difficult. It's your perspective. Right. It's how you perceive it. It's what you see it as that causes the stress and the discomfort. So like that truly just being open to receive and letting stuff flow through has just shifted so much for me in my life, because I would, in the past, like energies and things would come through and I would like literally feel myself like place judgment on it and make myself wrong and create this whole story about what it is, right? And I'm like, this is just like, that just creates way more trauma than I need.
Yeah. You said two things today. So even, you know, in your story of letting go of the victim consciousness or hanging on to the struggle, what are, you know, how did you shift from that? Or what do you say to someone who is in that place now where they're owning the identity of struggle or the things or ailments, the things that have happened to them?
This is a wide open question. What I would say is, with everything being a journey through consciousness, we don't know how to shift something until we're aware that it's there. So it's first acknowledging and being aware of the pattern, and then having grace for the pattern and where you're at with it, and understanding that you can shift it and you can change it whenever you're ready to, but not forcing yourself, but also understanding how to function from being in your power to shift it versus letting fear lead you. So there's that dynamic too. And just stepping out of your comfort zone. You know, we hear that a lot, but it really is the way to just kind of, when you're ready to kind of shift through that. And it's building this inner trust with yourself too. Like that's as you know, this is something I think we relate on, is that level of intimacy with the self and that level of trust within you is the basis for everything that you want to create. And we are not taught that. You know, we are taught to externalize our power and to look outside of us for what we require and to be a certain way to be able to receive love. Like there are so many patterns and things that lead us astray from being inwardly focused. So returning to like your inner compass, which is generally like, you know, the womb for most of us, like even men have that area of their body. Like that's where you hold your deepest connection to source, is through that space. And so learning to embody that and go inward and trust the things and connect with your intuition, because what I've really learned is that trust is more of an action versus a verb. Like it requires you to take steps and to follow what you're being led to, because as you do that, you build on more of it. So it's really just learning to ask for help when you need it, which a lot of us kind of sometimes we turn to shame, and shame can generally be just something that we've learned to avoid responsibility. Like, to put it out there point blank, it's just a way to avoid stepping into the responsibility of reclaiming your power and understanding that you have it there, and that yes, there's layers and things you have to sift through and discomfort, but that you have the power within you to shift everything you want to.
Yeah, that's so great. It honestly is, and like you said earlier, it's the inner work. It's going in, right? And we often look outside of ourselves for the answers, or hey, you know, can I talk to you? And someone I had reached out to this week, I really love her magic. I saw her on Instagram. I was like, oh, we would love to interview you. And she had said, for right now. She needed a pause, and like maybe later she's like, right now I'm only listening to my own voice and to my own wisdom. And I thought, good for you, right? For having the boundaries up, because, you know, regardless of, you know, where she is in her life and in her business, I thought, how cool that you are just saying, no, I'm going to tap into me, that she was trusting that spirit was going to speak to her through the inside and through that voice. And
Yeah, it really is a learning. And that's part of like my process too, was really a learning of what my values were, what my standards are, and understanding that boundaries were something that I needed to implement in order to allow myself to fully like open up, because I had to move out of so much of the people pleasing. For me, there was such deep patterns around that. Yeah. And, you know, the damsel in distress, I had to work through all of that. Like, and the archetypes, that's a whole nother conversation, but we all embody these archetypes, right? And a lot of them are shadow aspects. And if you're not aware of them, they will rule your life.
Mm-hmm.
So it really just comes down to the level of awareness and, you know, literally asking questions like, show me what this is and how to process it. Like, you know, I think sometimes when you come from a religious background, for me, I had to also work through the process of my anger towards God. Like there was a deep part of that for me where I had this just anger towards the superior energy that I was taught was this man in the sky that was shaking his finger at me all the time. Yep. Like, you know, I really had to process, keeping track of every little thing I do. I totally had to process a lot of that. And, you know, what I've come to in my own deep work is understanding that that source is actually within me. And I am a manifestation of that. I am living out the universe. I am a specific expression of the universe. And so allowing that to contribute to me and to understand that it was okay to ask for what, you know, what I needed to have, and that I don't have to do it all myself. There's no reason to go to shame, to blame, to guilt. Like those are just patterns and ways of avoiding. And so, just working through all of that process. I hope I answered your question. Sometimes I go on tangents.
And you answered the next one, which is I'm just honestly, I feel giggly just having this conversation, because I wanted to ask you another question about God and trusting, and you just went into it on your own. I'm like, thanks. I feel like we're just what I've been working on is like telepathy with the cats. But I think I'm also able to now switch that to humans, and you're receiving. So thank you.
Sure.
Can we talk about this piece? Because I think this is a really big one for anyone, whether you were raised in religion or not. We all have religious templating. We all know the story, right, of the Garden of Eden and Easter and even Jesus or Christmas and Santa, right, still keeping track of who's naughty and nice. All of this templating. And so how did you shift, or what's your recommendation? Because that, for me, I'll share my little bits of like how I was able to transition. Someone had said, we're all energy. When we die, the grid doesn't change. And it answered so many questions for me, you know, heaven and hell and what happens after we die, right? And all of this. And I just saw like a green grid, kind of like a matrix. I'm like, oh, so when I die, I'm not really gone. My soul isn't gone. The energy of me is not gone, just my meat body, right? Our body, for me, is how I understand that. And that the second piece that really helped to solidify that a little bit more, and that trusting and who or what God's source spirit is, you know, releasing that old religious programming, is that we are God in human form. Because we were taught if I were to call myself a god, it was blasphemy, right? And that was a big one for me. That was a triggering when people would say in classes, you know, like, you're a god, just own, or a goddess, step into that. And I'm like, you can't say that, right? Like, that's just how I was taught. But when I was able to say, okay, I am God in human form, then my brain was able to understand it and to hold on to that. And so that's where I'm at now. What has been your experience around that?
What I've really come to learn is that, like I said, like we are God experiencing the universe. Like we are the universe experiencing itself, or we are God experiencing itself is another way to phrase that. And and what I see is that we are actually source having a human experience. Because if you sit and you meditate, there's a part of you that's aware of a part of you that's aware of a part of you that's aware of a part of you. Like you can go back, you know, several ways energetically, and there's like this greater part that's there. And, you know, we have the archetypal coding in our souls. We have all of the protection that we've put up around ourselves, all of the patterns, all of the ancestral things that we bring with us. And like, we're here trying to navigate this and to step into that God or goddess energy that we know we embody. And what I've really had to do is become aware of the ego, but also understand that the ego's there to contribute, not judge it.
Yeah.
And to learn, it's really been an energy thing, and learning like how to play with the energies, how to alchemize them, how to move them out, how to move them through the body, how to let them contribute no matter how they feel. That little piece of no matter how it feels, just let it be.
Right.
Yeah. So just really understanding that like there is this greater part of us that is leading us. And it's really easy to be detached from that when you're in avoidance of being in awareness of it.
Right.
Like it's really easy to get into the autopilot in life and let other things distract you. But when you can, it's just this process of working into awareness. And when you can move into being more in your body, things really start to unravel. That's what I've learned. You know, getting out of letting the mind drive me so much has really, really shifted a lot.
Right. Yeah. Just saying thank you for everyone who's here with us. That's so great. And if we can, I would love to ask you another question just around the end times and Armageddon and this whole heaven and hell, because right now a lot is going on, right? If you think of, you know, the digital IDs and the mark of the beast and Revelation and all of that, I feel for me is that we've got different timelines. You could be on the timeline of things are happening and they're heavy and you're caught up in the mix of it. And then also another timeline of I can be here in myself and just keep checking in, help when I can, but then just really focusing on myself and staying on the inside of what is happening in here for me. So yeah, I'm just curious, what are your thoughts around that?
Around specifically like the times right now?
Yeah. And even, you know, like I'm just going to bring up Armageddon because that's our past, right? And how we were taught that there's going to come a time and there's going to be so much destruction. And as children, we were taught that there would be, you know, just it would be a very horrible thing. And I feel that it's in here, you know, how that gets processed.
Yeah. I had obviously layers of that to work through too. And I've learned the same piece of what you mentioned of understanding that I am my own creator and I'm here to create something specific. I brought something here to specifically bring into the world and to guide others to. And there are things going on that are going to be going on. However, what I have been shown and what I see is more of it being something that's taking place energetically on the planet versus it needing to be completely like total destruction or wipeout of the planet. This is just my awareness. Now, I don't necessarily like maybe at some point that's what's going to be required. Maybe the planet will have to be wiped out. But the place that I really stay in is just a complete trusting of the fact that I'm in this timeline right now and I chose to come here and that I may not be able to see everything that's coming or be aware of what's completely unfolding, but I trust that I wouldn't have brought myself here if I didn't understand that I have the tools and the capacity to completely handle it.
Right. I have goosebumps all over. Yeah, we can all trust ourselves that we came here, you know, for this moment, to be here, to be born when we were, you know, to be living in this time. And for me, I get excited, as we're moving into the age of Aquarius and the world is shifting, society is shifting, that we're moving into this place of beauty and love and people helping other people, not fighting, no division. I think even gender is going to go away eventually, is that we are souls, right? Here having this human experience and being able to connect to people on that higher level. It's almost like we're on the bridge, everybody. Between the physical, what we knew and what we grew up with, and we're on the bridge in between, understanding living here on earth, but also to the spiritual realm and connecting to that higher spiritual realm. And so depends where on the bridge you are, right? You might be closer to the part where things look really bleak or there's fear and all of that. Can you come in, closer to a harmony of understanding what piece that might be playing in your life, why it was created in your existence, and then, how to access those higher realms within yourself so that you're not, I guess, dependent on trying to fix and figure out what's going on in the world and stuff. You can just be. And if an emotion comes up of sadness, for the collective, or some fear, or even in yourself, or joy, right? It could be the opposites as well, but just to sit with it and receive whatever the message is, and the gift, is what's coming in of what that can be.
Yeah. I feel like we're truly in a time where we're all in this journey of, consciousness and things shifting. And I think we're finally getting to a point where we understand that we're here to connect from our power, not from our pain.
Right. Yeah.
And
absolutely.
We're here to completely thrive in every way. That doesn't mean that everything's going to be hunky-dory and perfect all the time and going to be enjoyable, but that we really don't have to make ourselves less energetically or to diminish our power in order to connect with other people. And, really understanding that being that full, purest divine expression that wants to come through you is what we are here to do. Like it's how we're here to connect.
Yeah. Yeah. That is so beautiful.
The days of struggle are begging to be let go of.
Yeah.
Like it's time to thrive completely.
Yeah. Awesome. This is a completely free platform, like to speak your truth and your mind of what's coming in. But who are the best type of people to work with you? I want to leave a space that people who want to reach out to you can, if they're, connecting and relating to your energy. But before we do that, or you can end with that, but just share with us, like, where's your heart? Who is the ideal person? Maybe paint a little bit of their story and how you can help them to come into their joy.
I think the person who I would end up working with would be someone who has kind of felt like they've put themselves in a cage their whole life. And they've gotten to a point where they're ready to unlock the key and take the padlock off and shred the cage and to fully embody what they're here to do. And the people that I work with are self-led. I don't believe in any way of like telling people specifically what to do. In fact, I really tend to not connect so much with the word coach and more of a guide, and understand that they don't need to be coached because they have it all there. They just need to be guided to find it.
Right.
To unravel all the patterns. So I work with people who have this really it's a deep passion, and in some ways it shows up as rage in the body, but it's what it's coming through is it wants to be alchemized into power and into expression of what that deeper thing is. I have goosebumps running up my back. Like people who they just know that they're here for more, and they've been playing small, and they know there's a different way, because as a mystic, I have the power to guide them to a different way. And it's not necessarily, yes, there's pieces of this 3D reality that we have to function from in order to have like some structure, but there's still a different way through the body, through the portals that are there, to shift into what you're truly here to do. And so the people I work with they're just ready. They just know. There's no question. There's no doubt. Like, they're willing to walk to the edge of the plank and take the jump Like they're just ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're so meant to be with us. So, I love it. I love it. Thanks, universe. This is really joyful for me today. So Shaman Giya and I were chatting the other day about her classes and, what she's bringing. And I said, I'll pull a card, because we were figuring out, there is the inner child, but really, we as multidimensional beings, we are living now, right? So it's just, how are you experiencing your life right now? Yes, things happen to all of us. And so we just figure out why, what is the medicine from that? And so the card that I pulled was the beautiful uncaging. And that's exactly what you're just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's this, and then the deck just happens to have another one with cage. It's like you feel stuck. You feel stuck in this cage and you don't understand why, and you want out, and that there's freedom for you out there. Right. Here's the butterfly, the metamorphosis. And in our village, I would say, we are 8 medicine women, truthfully, and we have keys, not to do it for you. You do the work yourself, but we're just simply saying, we're here to hold space. We feel you. We feel, what source is telling us to guide you. You're right. People do have to do that work themselves. But yeah, excellent choice of words today. Yep,
Yeah,
I could not have said it better myself.
And sometimes there's more than one cage.
Yeah.
As I've learned in my journey, I put myself in a few. So yeah, it's just the getting to the space of like awareness and willingness to unravel it, and like embodying your power is not comfortable. Like it shifts you into like a completely different energetic. And sometimes what stops people is the fear of what they're going to lose or who they're going to lose in their life. Right. So it's really that basis and that foundation, it has to be built within yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spirit's been talking to me about helping people to shift what the heaviness, it's in the lower 3 chakras. So what's in the sexual organs as well. It could be generationally and such. And I feel you are doing the same, right? Mm-hmm. It's connecting to the body, connecting to the intimacy of ourselves so that, we're feeling empowered. When you feel empowered, like, I just watch out world is what's going to happen, because now you have the confidence. And that was, based on something that was coming in earlier, is that people think that they need a new course or they need a new modality. What they really need is sit in their own medicine, and they need the confidence to believe that what they're hearing or what they feel within them is their piece of the puzzle for the earth, right? Of like what they're here for now. And when they can step into that, then it's very exciting. And so many will happen, like so many great things will happen. They're going to be in joy. Other people are being transformed. And I can use my story as an example. Is I always thought I would teach mindset, and then it switched to business. But now I'm teaching that emotional intimacy and how to waken up that energy within, life force energy. And it is this, a lot of talk around sexual words that have been so taboo. And even, the way that we grew up, right, was we were just not taught anything around that. It was, a closed book sort of thing. And it's like, we get to come into that and teach people how to open that up from within them, connecting to their body image. That's a really major thing for everyone, regardless of how you grew up. And so that is the excitement, right? That you can find. I could talk to someone about mindset and business, and it's okay. Like, I can do that in my sleep, but it doesn't drive me. It doesn't give me that passion from within. And it's this, the part about connecting to ourselves and the intimacy of who we are. Into me, I think actually was one of the things I saw in a post that you had done a while ago when I first started to follow you. And I love it. I just love that we connected and we're here today.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And it's what I refer to it sometimes as is what's required is an energetic stillness. Sometimes that also has to be accompanied by a physical stillness to get you to a space of getting behind the thing that's behind the thing. Like I was talking about, like getting back to that core source that really is channeled through you via your sexual energy, like sitting with that and really getting intimate with what it's there to connect you with, and understanding that, because in this life, like so many people are go, 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 go all the time. And if the last 2 years hopefully has taught people anything, And like, I could talk about that on a whole nother tangent, but that has brought in from a space of like, I see it as a piece of consciousness that's been teaching all of us indirectly. Like, you need to go within, you need to be still, you need to simplify, you know, and simplify from the space of how you live. That doesn't mean that you can't enjoy things that light you up materially, but it just means simplify, like, from the space you live, the energies that you're using to create, you know, all of that plays a factor in the big game that we're in.
Yeah. So good. You've been here with us for an hour, and I just want to say thank you.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to switch into talking about fight or flight. If you want to stay on, you have the capacity. If you need to go, I totally understand.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention too, as far as reaching me, because I didn't put that out
here.
Yes.
Wants
to, reach out to me. You can find me on Facebook as Andrea Lynn. I have my website is AndreaLynnDiaz.com.
Perfect.
And you can also search Awakened Vitality. I have a business page under that as well.
Love that. That's a great name. Is that your name as well on Instagram?
It is, yes. On Instagram is Awakened to Vitality. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, super. Well, it's 12:22, 222.
Well, I can stick around for a little bit, so I'll just hang out here.
Oh, sweet. Okay, let's continue. I feel like we're playing today. All right. So the piece that I was going to chat about today is fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, because I find that back to the cage, right? It's the coping methods from our childhood, from what we learned, our training ground for what I really feel our soul has come here to heal and grow and evolve, is when you're stuck in that fight or flight. Like, what do you do? Or even just recognizing when you're in that. I'll share a little bit about my experience and how I, started to realize when I was in my fight or flight. And then Andrea, if you feel comfortable to do the same. So I started meditating in October of 2020. Virginia taught me how. We have a free meditation course on our website if you're interested in that, healingsoulschool.com. And through that meditation, and what she taught me was really how to connect within, how to calm my body. And 5 months into that, I was at my desk one day and I realized I was holding my breath. And I thought, wow, like, I'm enjoying what I'm doing in this moment. There's no tiger. I'm in a really good headspace, but I was holding my breath, which is a sign of anxiety breath, right? Or predator breath, that something's coming and you gotta be careful. And I'm like, that is my childhood, right? And that breath of like, I don't know if it's safe. I don't know, what the emotional terrain is in the home or in the religion or with the family, right? And all of that. And so I really started to focus on calming my nervous system and coming out of that fight or flight, freeze and fawn. And my device is down today. I had something to show you, but I'm just to wing it today. And so all the information and where I really learned all of this was the holistic psychologist. So I really want to, give her a shout out. She has wonderful posts all around fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. In her book, How to Do the Work, is also, how I was able to learn more of this information. So now that I've had time to process and I've done a lot of the letting go and healing, I now feel in my body, and this is where you feel your hell yes and your hell no with your intuition. Now I feel as soon as I'm triggered or something happens or there's a sound or memory, or I can just feel now my body has gone right back into fight or flight. The cortisol is flying, the prefrontal cortex of my brain has shut down, and I'm in survival mode. Now I can feel it and be like, okay, I can do my little practices. I put my hand on my belly immediately, like, I'm safe, it's okay, right? The adult brain of me is here. And then I can use, breath work or do a meditation, go for a walk, or just come into this calmness of regaining my calm nervous system, right? Attuning back to myself. But I didn't have those skills before, and I didn't know until I, was learning more of this process of how to get in and out of that, or how to get out of fight or flight when you're there. So if you're okay, did you recognize any of that in your healing journey?
Oh, absolutely. I think with my background and being raised, the way I was, it was like this whole older, like, concept of you're here to be like just quiet. Like, you can't be seen, you can't be heard. Just like, like, tone yourself into the environment and just hide yourself. Like, that's the, like, what I like the way that I thought, the way that I felt didn't matter in my childhood. So I had to work through a lot of that. And what I've really found, like you said, is that would show up a lot when I would feel like uncomfortable because of, you know, we all have these empathic abilities, but the key is to not be a victim to those empathic abilities and to find the tools and find the grounding in your body is what I've really had to do. Like really get into my body. And sometimes that shows up as a mind thing where I need to just remind my inner child, like my little self, you know, that everything's okay. You're safe. Yeah. Like that complete like space of allowance for your experience. And going, I will come back to this too, is going at the pace that you can go at. Like not pushing yourself through. It's like if there's an eye of the needle that you're trying to get through, you may be stuck in that needle for a little while, and that's okay. Just pace yourself through it. You don't have to use force. You don't have to push anything. You know, you're experiencing, I've learned this. I'm experiencing how I need to. And whether that shows up as me having, like, I'm in a group of women and I have an emotional meltdown, like for me, that was a huge thing. Like I was not allowed to cry as a child. My father had a really hard time with that. And I would go into the attic and hide when I needed to cry. So it was literally in the last 5 years that I've come out of that and allowed myself to express my emotions around people and to be safe in doing that. Like, I think it all falls back into that piece of being seen. And being able to fully not only be seen by others, but to fully receive yourself and to hold the energy of who you are. Yeah. It's a process.
It is. And even to see yourself, right? Like how many people actually look in the mirror? We know we're there. You might see the silhouette when you're brushing your teeth or whatever, but do you actually really look at yourself, right? Do you give yourself that high five or a wink in the mirror, you know, to be playful? Or do you just do your business and off you go, right? It's just really, what keeps coming up is like unconditionally being, right? Just being in the moment, seeing what's happening, not judging anything that's coming up. One thing that just as a process for me when I feel like I'm back in fight or flight or I'm back in that overwhelm, I'm just going to share this because, you know, thank you so much for saying that, right? Because this is a really important topic. Even if you've done lots of training or healing, or you are in that, you know, the helping field, we have our own stuff, right? And it's based on that early programming for sure. And so for me now, when I feel that overwhelm starting to creep up, I can stop and say, okay, you know, what's the one thing? I only need to do one thing in this moment. I can only do one thing. So what is this one next thing that will either help to take away the overwhelm, or if I'm dissociating or I'm numbing with social media, right? How do I come back and stay focused? And I'm going to do these two things and then I'm free for a break, right? And I can go do, you know, something that my mind's like, oh, let's go do this. And I'm like, no, I'm supposed to finish this email, right? And coming back, but it's really honestly just an unconditional awareness, I feel, of yourself at every moment and what's happening, you know, I think just for processing.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned the mirror. It reminded me so much of my journey has been self-led and just allowing source to guide me, like even what activities to do. Like it's how I found shamanic drumming. It's how I found journey into my body. And the mirror piece brings back a memory for me from, I don't even know, maybe like 7 years ago, when I remember looking in the mirror and saying, I love you to myself. And I struggled to say those words to myself. And I had this huge emotional breakdown and I could not even receive hearing that. And now it's the total opposite. Like I can look in the mirror and I'm like, we got this. Like, but it's been that process of developing that inner trust.
Yeah. Yeah.
And having your back no matter what. And this falls into like the archetypal energies. You know, Carl Jung has a lot of work on this that you can look up, but it really falls into like the archetypal coding in our souls and learning to function not so much from the shadow energies of overwhelm, anxiety, those types of things, and stepping more into the light archetypes of like the warrior. And I have my own back no matter what. And the magician of, I don't have to see how everything's going to work out. I know what I know, like really stepping more into the source energy of embodiment versus the egoic shadow aspect.
Love it.
That's been a lot of my process.
Love it. That's really good. My first time like actually doing any kind of mirror work was I was in an esoteric, what is it? It was a dance class online. And there's certain dance. Is it esoteric dance?
Ecstatic dance, maybe?
Oh, ecstatic dance. Yeah, I knew it had an E word. Yeah, ecstatic dance class. And she said, dance in front of the mirror, right? You can be on camera, you don't have to be, which was like big for me. I didn't want to be on camera, right? Fear of being seen. And she said, if you're not able to say I love you into the mirror, then just say trust, right? I trust. And it's like you're looking into your eyes as if your eyes are the universe. And so it was that baby step that, that I needed at the time. And it was really beautiful. So for those who are watching and have a hard time with that too, there are baby steps you can take, but I really like what you're talking about, just like really sinking into the light aspects of who you are, and, that the universe does have your back. And if you're not even able to sink into that, right, that, just whatever the phrase is, this moment matters is a good one, right? And until you can get into that place, especially of being able to say, I love you, and say it in the mirror, but then being able to actually love and touch yourself and feel that love and energy coming from you when you are in front of the mirror. Because many of us are not even in our body, right? You keep saying, the journey of coming back into our bodies, that's what we so need. And I'm really excited for your class, because this movement of coming back into our bodies, connecting to the energy, but also releasing anything that's stuck there is going to be really powerful to move us out of that old patterning of the fight or flight. Yet we have it, and it has its purpose, right? It's meant to look after us in certain times. If, there's something dangerous coming, it's going to move you out of the way, right? So it's there for a reason, but we can turn it off. We don't have to be, in that constant loop of it.
Yeah. It's really, it comes down to the activation of source within you, is the way I like to word it.
Beautiful.
Because when I look in the mirror now, for me, I use like the word God, the word source, the word universe. I kind of use those all synonymously.
Same.
But source is the main one that I kind of resonate with. And when I look in the mirror, I literally can see source now. And
wow, amazing.
I can feel like, and for me, it's really like, it's really in my womb area that I can just feel that deep connection to source and to what is like leading me where I'm going. And it's really easy in this reality to get distracted from that and to, pull away, like you were talking about, the fight flight thing. And because the ego wants to come in, the ego wants to protect you. And so there's a really big power in activating your body with the way that you move with it and engaging with it with sound and words. Like you literally activate templates within you when you move in the way that your body is asking you to move.
That's awesome. I'm so excited.
It's
like taking your brain, all the things you've learned, and like, bam, bringing them into class. That's so good. But what I want to do is just like I want to explain what the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn for anyone who are especially new to freeze and fawn, and then also like a way out of that. As we wrap up, we've got about 10 minutes or so. So fight is when do you use masculine and feminine energies when you're explaining things?
Sometimes people do, but sometimes I think that tends to be confusing for people.
Okay.
So it just depends. But just explain it how you.
Yeah, good. So from a non-gender place, we have masculine and feminine energy within us, right? We've got the logical left brain and then the creative right brain. So it doesn't matter what gender you are, we have both, but there's one that's usually more dominant, and it switches over, and our left side of our body is more the feminine, and the right side then is our masculine. So even where you have ailments in your body, in your fight or flight, or where, you tense up, something happens and now you have low back pain, that's base chakra and not feeling supported. Money problems can be in there too. You can actually tell from your body and the chakras as well where things are happening and when you're in your fight or flight. So I like to explain the masculine and feminine because it's also in the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn ways of looking at your wounding, and to know when you're in your wounding, when you're in that disempowered state, because when you are aware of it, you can bring yourself up out of it. See, what's the lesson? Not bypassing anything, but like, what's the lesson? Is there a message? And just being able to unconditionally accept all the things that are happening in that moment. So part of fight, and this is when you feel aggressive, you're angry, or you just want to punch a pillow or throat punch someone, or something that's happening on social media, like something that's happening and you're just so angry. This is when you are in action mode. Your body is wanting that release. It's wanting you to start to move and to get out, right? So instead of picking a fight, and you can do this if you are used to being in fight mode growing up, or maybe things were chaotic, or you were not able to, maybe you had to defend yourself, maybe you had little siblings or whatever, and they were always beating you up, whatever, you're always in this, I need to defend myself and fight. So then if you are at home and things are really calm, and maybe, your partner or your family, there's a lot of love going on, you can automatically not feel safe in that environment because it's not chaotic. So it's just being an awareness of that. If you are, disgruntled, or someone saying, let's go do this and have a really nice day, but you feel like the grumpster and you pick fights, why? You could be stuck in that old loop of, I'm just used to being in constant chaos, right? And so then that could be part of it too. So then in that moment, you want to, in order to like move some of that out, go punch a pillow, do Taebo, I'll date myself here, or do a boxing class online, or Qigong is really good because it's connecting energy. Qi is energy. And so when you're cupping and you're hitting your, not hitting, you're cupping yourself all the way down your whole body, you're actually moving, and you are creating life force energy in this movement around you. Try and feel bad after a Qigong class. 15 minutes is all you need, and you just feel so good, and it shifts and moves that heaviness out. Emotions are only 90 seconds. So if you have this abrupt emotion that comes in, just breathe through it, ride through it, 90 seconds, right? So that's on flight. And what I want to say, do something that's aggressive. That's, our masculine of moving forward, the masculine energy. And then the Billy Banks. Yeah, love Billy Banks. And then fight, flight. Okay, so flight is when something happens and you just want to leave the room. You want to take off. Okay, you're still in that masculine of energy and moving forward, right? So then in that case, go for a walk, right? Or say to the person, even if it's on the phone, hey, I need to process this a little bit more. If it's someone that you can actually speak to, I feel my nervous system feels overwhelmed. You're still owning it for you, not blaming. You made me feel this way. Don't ever say that, right? You own your own stuff. So in this moment, I'm feeling overwhelmed. You're wanting to fly and get out of there. Then come back at it when you are in a calmer place. Because immediately, as soon as you go into any of these 4 states, your prefrontal cortex just shuts down. You're not even in your thinking brain. So don't try to reason. If you've got kids and they're in the state or they're having a meltdown, just be there, hold space with them, sending them love from your heart. Come back and talk to them later, when they can actually listen and process what you're saying. If you're caught up in fight or flight, a kid's having a meltdown and you're like, dragon ladies come out, and the kid, right, and you're both in fight or flight, you're not accomplishing anything in that moment. Go take your timeouts, come back, or bedtime's a really good one when you're processing the day, to come back and talk about that time, right? And I really felt earlier, this bothered me, right? Owning the words of I, and accepting that, not responsibility, but I guess it is, right? That accountability for our own feelings. And you can have that conversation at a later time. So if you're in that flight, go have a walk. For me, I was in flight for a lot of years of my life, and I traveled the world, but I was running for myself, right? I couldn't stay at home. Even on weekends, I was always doing something just to not be home. And so these last 2 years have been really great, because I had to ground myself in the sense of like actually looking at myself and being with the old patterns and being able to release them. So that's also a part of the masculine. Okay. And then freeze is when something happens and you're just frozen. You do not know what to do. You're paralyzed. You're having a hard time making a decision. You just feel so overwhelmed and you just don't know what to do in this moment. And again, it's just part of your medicine. This is the feminine, I feel, aspects of us, right? And you're wanting quiet. You're wanting to maybe have a bath or go for a nap or something, or just be alone, right? To withdraw as a stay feminine, so that you can look at everything that's happening around you and say, okay, this is my way out of this scenario, or connecting into source immediately on all of them of like, what's my next step? Tapping into your own intuition and into yourself. You're going to get the answers. But if we're so wrapped up in fight or flight or barbed wire, like I say, you know, you could just feel that, start to cut off, you know, that barbed wire and come into that place of calm. So with that freeze is really just understanding why, you know, do you feel like you're being criticized? Do you feel like you're being abandoned? Does this feel unsafe like a time earlier in childhood, right? That it's a different scenario, but it's bringing up those same emotions. How you feel is your way out of everything. Okay. So if in this moment, let's say, you know, I'm triggered. Let's say the little one, I don't know, she's telling me no when I want her to go to bed, right? That would trigger me because I'm just like, go to bed so I can have my time, right? And I'm triggered in that moment. And there's, you know, even in that freeze is like, I can check in with myself. I can withdraw for minutes instead of fighting her, like, you know, probably I would before. I can just retreat for a moment, come back into my breath, just collect my own thoughts. And then probably what's happening is she wants to feel connection. Right. So instead of, she feels I'm pushing her, like, go to bed, get away from me, and kind of energy. I don't say it that way, but she's feeling that from me. Whereas if I can come in instead and be, you know, a little bit more gentle, or I would even say vulnerable in that moment, and I'm able to see what she needs and just read into her a little bit more, it's going to be in a more enjoyable time for both of us and a calm way of getting her to go into bed. Okay. So that is on the freeze. And then fawn. So I absolutely love having the narcissistic and empath conversation because I feel that it's on the same spectrum. It's two people trying to have their needs met and using manipulation or control on either end of it. So no one gets a free pass in my world when we're talking about that, just because, you know, I see that from both sides, and I've been both sides, where I can be the one who's very controlling, but I can also be the one who, you know, I'm in that victim mode as well. Okay. So with the fawning is, you are a people pleaser. You will acquiesce. If someone wants to start a fight or you're having an argument about who does the dishes, then you will respond with like, fine, I'll just do them, right? To make the situation go away. That is fawning. It's still a form of control and manipulation to get your own way, to get your needs met, which is okay. It's just once you are aware of it and you know, then you can recognize when you're in that pattern and you can release from it. So it's still part of the feminine. I feel that softer energy of like, do something, you know, whether it's self-care or taking care of yourself, checking in. How are you feeling inside? Have you been sleeping? Have you maybe been betraying yourself, you know, in the way that you're eating or looking after yourself? And now you have, you know, all of these things to do, but you don't feel well because you're maybe shaming yourself, or there's some guilt of like, dang, I haven't been doing what I'm supposed to be. And now everything has gone to shit, right? Or there's this big chaos thing, but really, you know, it's just really taking yourself off the chopping block, right? And being in that space of what's happening in this moment. How am I feeling? The feeling is going to just be an indication or a messenger on how to get you out of that situation, not blaming anyone or a scenario, but what is it saying about myself? What am I taking on about myself in this moment? Right. So here's a really funny example to me is my mom will say to me, she'll call my name. And sometimes, or just depending on what's going on, if I have a lot of work going on or I feel I'm up against a deadline and she calls my name, immediately I can get triggered. Like, oh my gosh, one more person, right? Coming to ask me for something, or like, what did I do something wrong, depending on the tone. And it might be, she says, are you hungry? Like, dang, I didn't need to go into fight or flight, you know, in that moment. She was just simply saying, you know, can I serve you? Can I help you with some food? And so that's my junk to work on, right? Not hers. And just really owning that and realizing what is happening. What have I been thinking about in the moments that I was, you know, triggered in that moment or set off and being in that place. So just my thoughts there on the floor. Do you have some thoughts in what you maybe would like to share as we're wrapping up here?
I'll be brief because I know we're running tight on time,
Yeah.
but just the piece that you mentioned around thoughts, like a lot of times we don't realize that we actually have more control over our thought than we
Cool.
think. And understanding like what thought brought this feeling on, and is that thought true? And triggers are actually gold in many ways, because we tend to look at them as maybe there's like something wrong there if we're triggered. But generally what I've learned is like A trigger can be showing you an untruth that you're not aligned with, but you're trying to align with. Or it can be showing you something within yourself that you haven't been willing to give you, that you're looking for, that you're trying to extract it from outside of you. So triggers, that's a whole nother, we could have to do a separate call just on triggers. But yeah, those are just the pieces I wanted to throw in there.
Yeah. Triggers is one of my favorite conversations. You just had to unpack them.
Yep.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out and playing with me today. This is so good. I want to go back and listen and just feel that excitement and joy again of I'm thinking something and you're saying it. And I'm like, this is awesome. So yeah, really appreciate you and looking forward to Esoteric Movement and your medicine and all the things you learned and getting our bodies moving too. I know I need that discipline.
Yeah. And I don't know if I put this out there, but the reason that I call it Esoteric Movement is because everybody's body knows what it requires. And esoteric is this energy of a deeper wisdom within you that you haven't quite activated because you've been maybe trying to do it the way everyone else is teaching you. So we're going to activate your inner wisdom.
I friggin' love that so much. That's awesome. So good. Thank you. And thanks for explaining that.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day and we'll connect with you soon. All right.
Sounds good.
Okay. Bye. All right. So I'm on a different device, so bear with me here while I figure this out. Next, we're going to bring up Noreen.
Hi.
Yes. Oh, God. Hello. Thanks for being here because I'm down a device, so I have no idea what the schedule is. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How are you?
Hello, sunshine. I'm feeling fantabulous. How's everyone doing?
I'm good. I feel like what a day today has been. And I just feel held by you right now because I just know your medicine and support you provide. So much has been happening. And so this is like, as I've been live today, this is me living my own fight, flight, freeze and fawn on the showcase because the device has gone down twice. Someone has been impersonating me on Facebook, which I think is absolutely hilarious. And so I'm getting all these messages from people. Are you messaging me for a reading? I'm like, no, it is not me. And so I had a presentation plan. I just had to shut it all down and say, you know what? I'm just going to live in the moment. I'm just going to enjoy the company of these beautiful people that are on our stage and just sink into that and let the day unfold as it's supposed to.
That's the best way to live, in the moment.
Yep. All right. So you are with us. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for, following your nudge to reach out to me and say, hey, I love what you guys are doing. How can I help you? Because it was so special. There's been a few people that have reached out to us. And it's great because I really do feel that source brought you to us, right? As this, we're not to do all of the things. And we really feel that. And so we just really appreciate you and your medicine and even the healer's hour. You fit in alignment so much with Virginia and I. Part of the Healing Soul School even starting was who heals the healer, right? We give and we give and we give, but then I have stuff that I'm working through or, this learning how to receive because most of us don't know how to do that. And so being able to hold this really generous space that you do in all of your medicine that you've been practicing for 15 plus years, right? In all the modalities is that you are someone who's really strong in your ability to see, hear, help people, the knowledge, the wisdom. And so we are super grateful that you are going to be running this healer's hour for us. So maybe what we'll do is I'll allow you to speak so I can take a rest and just be in your medicine. Like what is coming in for you? What made you even think to call it that? And what do you see for the Conscious Living Village going forward?
So you know what, you said it. It's really all about alignment. It's about connecting with oneself and understanding that intuitive wealth that we already have deep inside of us. And that's what I do. I help people, especially leaders, light leaders like yourself, to connect with their intuitive wealth, to connect with their own intuitive abilities to heal and to really step into their power. And I got called to do this because I was just feeling the energy or what you're doing here and just you yourself, Christine. I totally resonated with your energy. As soon as I met you on Clubhouse, I'm like, I got to connect with her again.
I love Clubhouse. It brought a shaman Giya too.
Yes.
And yeah.
And I was just, it's interesting because I only hop on Clubhouse like when I feel in line to do it, just like listening to intuition. And I haven't been on in like a few weeks, and I just get called on it a few times. And all of a sudden I hop in a room, and that's exactly where I need to be in that moment. That person needs to connect with me, or vice versa. And so I do love the divine timing. I appreciate the intuitive wealth. And like I said, I do call it intuitive wealth because it does connect us to people, it connects us to situations. It connects us to environments that we need to be in or get to be in. I like the word get to. It's more fun that way. So yeah, because needing comes from a space of wanting, and wanting comes from a space of lack and not being in that place. So just you said before about being present. And when we are present, we are connected to our intuitive wealth and our own healing. It is so integrally important for our own healing as we are processing everything that's going on around us, to also process what's going on inside of us. And that goes for us, whether we're a man, woman, child, elderly, it doesn't make a difference as long as we are connecting deep within ourselves. And that's what is my passion. My passion is to help people connect deeply inside, the inspiration, the intuition, the intellect, all of that is inside, all that deliciousness. So the healing I bring forward is really helping one person or many people to connect deeper with themselves. And you said yourself before, we as healers very much don't connect. We don't allow ourselves to receive. We don't allow ourselves the time to heal. And I was very much like that myself, where I thought I was this lone wolf that I don't need anybody else. I can do it myself. I can, I'm good. And really what's going on is that I'm crying inside. We feel like we have to be so strong for everyone. And then we don't take the time to be strong and allow ourselves to be. And I think that comes from that mixed match of masculine, feminine energy. And what's happened over the decades and over the eons is that we've shifted from being this feminine energy that was pretty much beaten down to now we were told to stand up when they all went to war. And then we assumed that wearing the pants in the relationship and running our families and our work and our jobs and doing everything for everyone. And we lost sight of ourselves. And it's the same thing for the men as well. They lost how to be in their masculine energy. So we tend to give and give and give and give and deplete ourselves. And when we do that, it's a no game. Nothing moves in that space. You're frustrated, you're anxious, people experience anxiety and frustration and feeling lost and not knowing where to take their next steps and how to feel empowered. And they're listening so much to the outside, and they forget that all this beautiful magnificence is on the inside. So the healer hour is really designed to bring people back in, to align with their own intuition, to know what that intuition is. Oftentimes we don't even know what that intuition is. I don't know how to tap into my abilities. And I get that a lot with men. Men feel like they're so connected with their physical and mental bodies that they don't know how to connect with their insides.
Cool.
So the healer hour is a space for people to just connect with themselves, to learn all of their powers that they have inside. We do special techniques and tools. I got a very vast spiritual tool belt, as I say, and I invite everyone into that. I invite and share that willingly and abundantly so that people can use those same tools and use them for themselves to connect with their own insides. And there's so many abilities that we have. And I know that when I first started on this path, I was completely overwhelmed with my abilities. I didn't know where to start. I was just knowing that I was feeling sick. I was feeling overwhelmed. I was feeling things, but I didn't understand what I was feeling. And I feel that when people are awakening to their abilities, it's very easy to get lost in the sauce and not recognize, well, I have this ability. People say I'm gifted. Well, what do I do with it? And how do I connect to it? And how do I validate it? So part of a good chunk of what I share with people is how to really connect with that intuition and that intuitiveness and that intuitive wealth that's so abundantly ours, instead of
Mm-hmm.
leaving the outside out and coming back in, and then navigating your world from the inside out. So, and then the healing aspect, we've you discussed this so many times in the showcase, whether it be inner child healing or healing physically or healing emotionally or whatever it is, we are all growing and expanding in this healing light.
Yeah.
And if we don't take the time to do it ourselves, then who is going to do it for us? No one else is going to do it for us. So this is about stepping into your power, and that means taking a step back. It means allowing yourself to be in that healing space, allowing yourself to receive. And that can look like many things to many different people. That can look like taking a nature walk, or it could look like going to a healer and getting on a table and just relaxing and allowing yourself to receive. It could look like so many things, like joining a class. And I know for me and my students, they said, we have such crazy busy lifestyles, and they're mothers and they're business owners, and they're amazing people. And yet 5 hours a week, 5 hours, which is a massive amount of time for people, 5 hours a week, they take that time to train and to learn, to heal themselves, because they realize how important it is to them, and how important it is to their family and to their business. And when they do this internal work for themselves, everything around them flourishes. Everything. Their relationships with their spouses, or their relationships that they're having and gaining as friendships and love relationships and business relationships, all of that just flowers and opens, because we took the time, we took a moment, we took a now to just take a deep breath and to just realize and check in with yourself and say, hey, this is where I'm at, and this is okay. I'm okay. I can appreciate where I'm at, and I can accept that I'm allowing the energy to flow to me, and I can allow this growth as a result of it. So that's where I feel this is all, that juiciness is on the inside. And I love seeing that aha moment on people and seeing their faces just light up with like glowing energy. You can see it on their faces, which is one of the reasons why I love doing all this work, even on Zoom or on internet, because they get to see their own faces. A lot of time when I do the healing work, they're healing on a table. They don't know what's going on. Their eyes are closed. They're just listening to the spa music. And then they get to see the actual healing and transformation right before their eyes, which I think is the most rewarding aspect of healing work.
So it's neat how it can be felt, on the other side. So when someone's with you, obviously they can feel some things, but I was helping someone and we were just messaging back and forth. And this is the great thing. Like, again, we don't heal you. Like, us here as the Healing Soul School, our team of coaches, you are doing that. We're just holding space for you, right? We're getting messages, probably picking up on your energy and what your body is asking for. And we're just that mirror back. And this was just another thing that helped me in my medicine and build more confidence in what I'm doing. Not from a place of like, I was unsure, but it was the universe giving me feedback saying, that we can feel that energy. So I was helping with that, them shift through something on text. And they said, I feel this warm sensation in my belly, right? That the thing that we were processing had shifted. And I was like, that is so cool. And that is energy. We are definitely going back to a place where we're connecting into our own medicine. Source has told me in a download and, in a dream, that everyone who finds us or comes to us has their medicine. Like, they're going to know what their medicine is within them. It's going to come to them. We all have it. Every single one on the planet. We are all intuitive, right? We all have it. It's just some of us have come here to really tap in to show others how to do that as well. And so it's really exciting. I was so grateful when you said earlier, you don't even have to have a modality. We're going to come and you're going to learn and feel what your medicine is, from within for others in the world. And same with Andrea. She's doing something very similar. So it's just so neat how all the pieces are coming together.
Yes, I love it. Divine timing at its finest.
Yeah, totally.
And that's what I love to do with this healing hour, because I'm seeing so many people that are either wandering around a little bit lost, not knowing how to connect with their intuitive abilities, or they're wandering around feeling lost because they're not knowing how to heal themselves. And that's what that healing hour is all about. It's not only about, yeah, can you sit back, relax, and receive? Yes, absolutely. And guess what? You're also going to learn something, because I feel that my mission's not done until that person's walking away with the tools so they can stick it in their own tool belt. I don't want you coming back to me repeatedly. Yes, I love you. Yes. And I want you to be more, I invite them to be more in tune with themselves, that they can trust and know their own intuition, validate that they have tools for healing. So I have this huge spiritual tool belt, as I call it, everything from Reiki master teacher and Asui and Kuna Reiki and reconnective energy healing. And I'm a certified hypnotherapist and certified coach, and that's just one of all the certifications on the walls.
Yeah.
But so much of it is just downloaded and experience. And light warrior work, my goodness, so many people are walking around and they don't even know the energy that they are surrounded in. The light warrior work is very intense at times. And I know it only because I experienced it myself. And everything that I do is because I've been there. I've done that. I've experienced it. I've had the experience where my kids had night terrors for 2 years. And I had the experience where I saw things walking, dark shadows walking in my home. I had the experience of attachments and implants and know what they feel like. So through that experience, I've seen people now very clearly when they have extra energy, as I call it, or they're carrying some luggage, that can feel extremely heavy. It can feel like trying to drag an anchor uphill on top of a mountain. And it just makes everything that much more difficult and challenging. So the light warrior work, as much as I like the airy fairy part much more, I enjoy the love and the healing and the warmth on the healing table. And you know what? I've learned to also embrace the badass light warrior that I am as well. And like that thing, like, yeah, who do you call? Okay, you call me. And I'm so grateful that I'm in a space now that I'm also realizing I'm not the lone wolf in this. I'm not the only crazy person who knows this light warrior work. And now I'm training my clients and my students to do the same thing. And I have partners that I can connect with to help me and support me. So, but that light warrior work is so integral and so important, especially now because I'm seeing so much more of it. This is the time to do this. I mean, to clear that kind of energy is like, this is the time to do it. Everything from open portals to, I can't even tell you. It's just, it's
so vast. I know.
heartwarming at the same time. Like, I remember I had a 14-year-old autistic young man come to me, and his mother's like, I don't understand. He just like out of nowhere said he wants to go home. He doesn't want to be here anymore. He wants to go home. He wants to die. And I'm like, how did this fun-loving, happy, young boy come into the like almost like overnight that he just wants to commit suicide? And I knew exactly what it was. And I remember he came to my home office at the time. This is like 10, 15 years ago. And I have a dog that sniffs out the energy. Like, he knew what was going on before the kid even walked in the door.
Yeah.
And he started kind of barking and growling. And it was scaring the young boy. So I brought him into my healing space. And we did the work in about 45 minutes or so. And he came back out to meet his mother. And the dog came over and just started licking his hand. And that was it. That was all that he needed to go from suicidal one moment to embracing life and being his happy-go-lucky child again. So I don't want to dismiss the light warrior work because people think it's, oh, that's so dark. Ironically, it's just bringing light from the darkness. It's that alchemy of shifting energy. And just as you said before, energy has no boundaries. Whether it be here or you're in Canada and I'm in New York, or whether I'm talking or speaking with someone around the world, it doesn't make a difference. Energy has no boundaries, and you can feel it as much as I can feel it from anywhere in the globe. So whether that person is sitting on my healing table or whether that person is in a classroom environment, it can be so easily felt. And if it's not easily felt or experienced, well, then I help you get into that space of being so present that you can acknowledge and connect to all those abilities. So you can know, are you clairvoyant? Are you claircognizant or audient or clairsentient? You know, what is your primary ability? And then more importantly, how do we connect that to your healing abilities?
Mm-hmm.
How do we bridge that all together? How do we make a nice little sandwich of that so that you can intuitively connect to yourself?
Right.
And can intuitively heal with yourself in whatever modality that is. And there's
Mm-hmm.
so many modalities out there. And yet the one focused part of that is it comes from a space of love. It comes from that space of intuition and inside. And no person can heal another unless that person is receptive to it. You know, people say, well, what if I wanted to do healing work and I want to send, you know, a Reiki symbol or something to my mother? I said, well, are they receptive to it? And oftentimes they might not be. And it's like almost like sending out a postcard in the mail. And if it's not, it's like return to sender.
Right.
That person intuitively knows when it's not being sent. So Healer Hour is all about connecting people with their own divine intuition. What is that person's primary ability, their secondary ability? How do we validate that? How do we connect with their other abilities?
Cool.
You know, I have this huge spiritual tool belt. Well, maybe you're a medium. Maybe you're a medical intuitive. Maybe you're, you're a badass light warrior as well. Whatever modality that you feel most connected with. You know, I've seen Gaia Shaman on here, Shaman Gaia on here. Sometimes it's our inner shaman or inner medicine person, medicine woman,
Mm-hmm.
prophetess, seer, witch, Wiccan, whatever it is. The best part is that I'm able to connect with that person empathically and intuitively and teach that person to do the same thing. Because what I do is no different or more special than anyone else. I feel that anything that I can do, you can do.
Right. Yep. Yep. So good.
It may not be their passion, though. That's the thing. And that's connecting and aligning a person with what resonates most with them.
Mm-hmm. I have a question for you. Do you want to play today? Do you want to do a little bit of like a kind of an example of what people coming to the Healer's Hour would receive? So what I'm thinking is maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, just kind of like tapping in and what is Spirit saying, you know, for anyone who might be listening, but also the collective and where we are right now in this next month, right? A lot is happening, kind of how to shift and move out of, you know, some of the things that are going on within them.
So what I've been sensing is that
if okay with you, I'm gonna go off camera.
Okay.
Yep, and then I'll just put you on, but I'm here and I'll come back.
Very good. So what I've been sensing that's been going on energetically with the world these days, I usually don't play much into like the astrology symbols and things like that, because I feel that if we are knowing or thinking of knowing what we're going into, it already sets your mindset, it already changes everything, because what we create, what we believe and what we feel is what we create, right? It's by law of attraction. So I usually put that to the side and check in with my intuition. And I noticed that this 222, all the twos, was a big portal of energy. A lot of people may have felt that they were going deep within themselves this month of February, and learn to appreciate that. I get to learn to appreciate those quiet months. I know for me, I had to go deeply within myself these past few weeks, and oftentimes we judge ourselves. Oftentimes we get into a space of, oh, I'm not energetic enough and I'm not getting this accomplished and I have a long list of things to do, and it's all about doing and taking action. And then when we feel that we need to couch it for a day or so, we oftentimes get so judgmental of ourselves that we don't appreciate that downtime. So energy is very cyclical oftentimes, just like we have the seasons which turn on and off. We have the summer that flows into fall, which is more relaxing. The winter is more deeper within, and then we're coming and getting ready now for the spring season if you're on the northern hemisphere. We ourselves, if we just allow ourselves to appreciate the cycles more, there will be less resistance to what we don't want, and more flow energy and more acceptance to what we can get, what we are receiving. And oftentimes we just don't acknowledge ourselves to allow ourselves to appreciate this downtime and accept it for what it is, because most likely there's a big change coming up. So what I have been noticing energetically wise, I've been seeing a lot of fives lately, and fives to me signify, okay, buckle up, buttercup. There are some major changes coming. And I'm seeing it externally. Obviously there's a lot going on in the world right now. There's even some war going on. So there's a lot of shifts and a lot of changes. And what I feel that most people don't recognize is that they get so caught up in the energy of the change, the energy of what doesn't feel good, that uncomfortableness of change, I should say. And when we allow ourselves to appreciate the uncomfortableness, appreciate what really didn't serve us, appreciate this stuck energy that we don't like, that we're complaining about all the time, and yet allow this new energy to flow through. So when we can just allow ourselves to accept, okay, we're in a time of change. Oh, there she is again. We are in a time of change. And when we are allowing ourselves to roll with this wave, just kind of appreciate this wave, that the wave is going to roll in and it's going to roll out and it's going to roll in again. And some waves may seem rougher than others. Yet at the same time, if we just get on top of that wave and allow ourselves to roll with it, it would feel so much easier. And that rolling with that wave is coming with peace of mind, peace of your body, peace here, this harmony here, everything that's intuitively inside us. So when we learn more to trust on our inside, what's going on, that intuitive wealth, and like I said, it can work from anything from going to the store at the right time to get toilet paper, or it can be as intuitive as I know who to connect with at this time, or when to be inside, when to be outside, where to go. So I'm just seeing all these messages. I didn't even see them before. And so really connecting with our inside, which is our intuitive wealth, which is why it's so important for these souls to awaken now. It's so important for us to connect with our own intuition, our own intuitive wealth. And how do we do that? How do we do that? Is just be in the moment, being present. So as things are getting more and more chaotic around us, just remember that everything is here to show us a way to change. And if there is something that's going on with your husband, your spouse, your family member, your mother, your father, the people who are closest to you, pay attention. And I sincerely hope everyone's listening to this. Pay attention, be present, and pay attention to all the adversity that is being shown to you. Pay attention to the lessons that are being shown to us that we most likely would not be listening to, because we're so stuck in that I've got to be right, or, I have to prove a point and I need to speak on this, rather than being receptive to seeing there's something here that we can see within ourselves, but we just didn't see it before because we're so stuck here in our heads. And when we get out of our heads and get more in the present moment, in the heart space of the present moment, we can see patterns, this pattern recognition. Oh, why is this happening again? I can't believe this. And this guy broke up with me. And you know what? This my son is arguing with me. Whatever it is, recognize those patterns that are going on as we're going through this huge transition right now. And all of us are going through this transition internally as we are externally. Keep in mind that we are in this world. Yes, we are definitely in this world, but we are not of this world. So it doesn't mean we have to get absorbed to everything that's going on externally from us. This, more than ever, is a time to go deeper within ourselves and to recognize those patterns, recognize what resonates and sings in our body, recognize what feels so in alignment with you and resonates with you, and focus on that, more of that. And the other thing I'm being divinely guided to share with everyone here is being impeccable with our words. I know it's one of the 4 agreements, if you've ever read the book, 4 agreements, but my favorite one of all the agreements is being impeccable with your words, because our words is our thoughts, and our thoughts are our emotions, and our emotions recognize our beliefs. And if we're flowing with that energy, you are only creating more of it. Be so impeccable with your words so that there are certain things that I've literally ruled out of my vocabulary, such as the word but. But is a word eraser. It just basically erases everything you said before that. Can't. So many people say, oh, I can't do this and I can't do that. Well, first of all, the I and the I am and what you're saying is so powerful because you're now recognizing it on your cellular level. You are now literally transforming your world with everything that you say after the word I. And if you're saying I can't, well, can't just means I don't know how to do it or I don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, put it to the side. Let it go. If you don't know how to do it, remember it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to learn. So being impeccable with these words, being so in the moment that you're conscious of your thoughts, you're conscious of what's going on around you, conscious of the people that might be pushing those buttons and triggering you. So if you are feeling triggered in any moment, take a moment to breathe and pause. Because just remember, you would not be triggered if you didn't have the button. If you own that button and you're taking ownership of that button, yeah, welcome the triggers. However, if you are cognizant and observant and allowing yourself to be present and realize, wait a second, why am I so pissed off about this? And then you can just take a moment to sit back and just breathe and okay, well, is it really about this or is it really about something that happened a long time ago? And why am I holding this button anymore? So I can honestly say that, I've been through divorce. I've gone through, bankruptcy, foreclosure, divorce, you name it, I've gone through it. And it's kind of ironic because I worked in the financial planning field for, oh my God, over 25, almost 30 years. And I've even done real estate investing and studied that. So for me to go through that so consciously, and I'm thinking to myself, how could that happen to me? I know about this. How? And I realized that it was what it was triggering in me. And I was able to see it and then shift it, alchemize it, turn it around, realize this is the healing work that we're doing. We're healing not only emotionally, we're healing our thoughts. We're healing our belief systems. So everything that we have been raised from not only this lifetime, but from other lifetimes, if you are believing in that or allowing yourself to believe in that, we are literally shifting that energy. Being consciously aware is so important now more than ever before because we get to, and I do like the word get to, being conscious of our words. I like the word get to. Like I wake up every morning and I'm just so impassioned by what I do. I get to do this. I get to live my passion. I get to do this. And I know this because I've had and experienced the contrast. I experienced the contrast of working in the financial corporate world for so many years and knowing that it was so against everything that I believed in, so against what I physically felt. I would literally feel my body tense up every time I went to work and feeling sick all the time. And now I realize, oh my goodness, I get to live my passion. I get to do the work and help people awaken and help them heal themselves inside and out. And I help them heal and be healers to help other people. And most importantly, I get to help them be empowered so that they can see the power that they have within themselves. And I feel like that's where we're changing the world. I really strongly believe the awakened soul is the greatest gift to this world. The awakened soul means that you are connected to your intuitive wealth. You are moving in that energy that resonates with you, that feels an alignment, that sings to your soul, that feels so good, and you're connecting with other people as a result of it. Christine had mentioned how we connected, and you know what? that's how I connected with the Healing Soul School, because it just sang to me. I knew this was the right path for me, and I trusted that intuition, and I took inspired action based on that. So imagine a world where you know exactly where you need to be, when you need to take action, and how to take action at all times. Oh my God, that is like better than a winning lottery ticket, because guess what? You would know exactly when to buy that lottery ticket and what numbers to use, because that's all in your intuitive wealth. However, if we just allowed ourselves to connect and be present. So if I have any advice for anybody that is listening to this, for the coming month, as we are coming out of the February month, which was some very heavy energy, and we're moving into the month of March. Well, March is all about marching forward. March brings in the Aries energy of the astrology charts. I happen to be in Aries. Aries happens to be it is the primary and first sign in the 12 astrology signs there is. So marching forward, this energy from March is going to be all about marching forward. So if you had taken some time to sit out on the sidelines, be on the couch, read a book, regenerate, maybe you were not feeling well, whatever it was in the month of February, just appreciate that that was a month to just receive, to recuperate, to recharge, to renew, to revamp everything that you're doing, to reorganize, to everything, and go deeper within ourselves, so that going forward in this month of March, we are marching forward feeling energized. We are marching forward feeling that we are intuitively aligned, that we can listen to our present moment, that we can hear and see and know everything of where we're at. So that is my divine message to everyone who is listening here, that you get to march forward. You get to take all this recharged energy from February in the 222 portal and listen to your intuition and go deeper within yourself. And if it feels hard emotionally, dive even deeper, because that's where all the secrets are. And emotionally is usually where we stop ourselves. And I'm saying, give yourself permission to explore that beautiful emotional body, to explore all those beliefs that we thought we had, but even to go into the sadness, go into the energy of where you might be feeling triggered. Where is that button? And why is it there? And do you really want it? Do you need it? No, let it go.
So true. That was beautiful. And thank you so much for just sharing from your heart and from your wisdom. So nice. You're getting some love here from the Emerald Lotus Crystal Sanctuary.
Oh, that's my girl. That's Carla.
Yeah.
Carla is she's my light warrior. She's my partner in that. So, I was saying how we all thought we can do this alone. No. Even the healers need healers, and light warriors need light warriors. We need each other, and we get to do that together. And we are so much stronger together. Why wouldn't we, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So beautiful. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to bring Stephanie up, or maybe Virginia, if you can. Let me see. I've never done it for my phone. Let's try. Here, we'll bring up Stephanie. All right. Hi. How are you? You're on mute, so come off mute, Steph. And then I forgot, actually, Noreen is also a medium, and I love that you live beside a cemetery, Noreen. I just think that's so funny. So I thought this is Stephanie's session now, and she can share just as an intro who she is and what she does. But then if you two want to have a conversation too, or I'm inviting you, Noreen, if you want to stay to connect in that. I don't know. I've never had two mediums on the screen before, and I was wondering if something will come of this. Who knows? To be surprised. If you do need to go, Noreen, though, I do understand. So just slip out whenever you need to. Stephanie, thank you so much for being here. Tell us who you are and who you help, just to start the segment for you.
I'm a psychic medium, energy healer, medical intuitive, forensic psychic investigator. So I'm like all over the realm of helping many different types of people. Most people come to me in need of something, whether it's just a question needing to be answered, or they're looking to have something, looking forward to the future. A lot of people come to me to talk to their loved ones, connect with their loved ones on the other side. And then you have the other side of the forensic mediumship, where I help find missing and murdered people, and do that through an organization. I volunteer there, and then people can find me personally as well. So, yeah.
Awesome. I want to love on you for a little bit, because those who are watching, or whoever connects to our website as well, we've been working with Steph for a year. Actually, it's our year anniversary of meeting you, and you've been on calls with us, and we've interviewed you a bunch of times. And so I can just say, if anyone's looking for someone to talk to and looking for messages, these are two healers here on the call, or two psychic mediums that we trust. So we've trusted so much that we've brought them, into working with us in the village. And for Steph, I mean, you have the biggest heart, both of you do, but like, this is Steph's moment right now. Steph has such a big heart for, wanting to help people to overcome whatever it is that they're looking for answers for, or finding that loved one, or connecting to ancestors. And I think maybe why I love both of you and your medicine is that I grew up in a religion that we weren't allowed to even talk about anything esoteric or spiritual or mediums or stuff like that, the New Age, as it was called back then, because it was deemed evil. And so whenever this is funny to me, whenever someone would say they're going to see a medium, I would try and talk them out of it because of how I was raised. Like, no, you're going to, you'll bring something not so nice into your home or whatever, right? Which now I know it's a complete bull crap. And so I just, whenever someone does say that they're going to see one, immediately, and this is my old programming, is like, is it safe, right? Do they know who that person is? And so if there's anyone who's been curious, or you've wanted to try but you didn't know, then definitely, if you resonate with one of these two ladies, we highly recommend them. We just have so much love and adoration, and have seen both of your magic, and how we just feel your energy, and that you are here for people, right? There's no ego or an ulterior motive, and you just really are here to help those. So that's just a plug for both of you, and those who might be looking at connecting on that, spiritual realm and the things that can come from it. Oh my God, it just showed up. It's very exciting to me. This is like a new toy I've had the last 2 years with my spiritual gifts. So I still feel like a kid or a big tourist here. So for Stephanie, you had been on the call earlier this morning, and you were getting messages and such. So this is your part here. So if you want to, I'll let you lead, and whatever you feel comfortable with.
Okay. I just want to let the people out there know that, like, you're going to see, you're already seeing it. My face keeps like doing weird things, and I keep getting itchy nose. Spirit is really close right now, and there's a lot here. So it kind of messes with all my senses, and I get itchy, and my palms are extra sweaty today. So this is something new. But it's all great. So as long as you don't mind the weirdness in me, then if you do, oh well.
Okay, so I am the queen of weird, and the queen of weird in me is the queen of weird in you.
Okay, so like Christine was saying earlier, we were on this morning. So anybody who didn't catch it, there were some messages that were coming through, and like one of the ladies said, at 9 in the morning, there's boundaries. So I asked them, stay aside. If you need messages, come through when I'm on. And I had to just keep writing stuff down, because I was laughing in my head, and thank goodness, I think you might have saw a little bit, like, and my eyes were going all over the place. So again, spirit was here all around. The first message that came through, and I asked permission to give these messages live here. So I do have permission. So Christine, when you were talking, your guides, angels, ancestors, like I had, like, it was like a stadium full, cheering you on, like going wild. When I get writing, it gets scribbly. Going wild, like you just made the winning touch for the Super Bowl. Like the crowd was going crazy for you. So that you're doing this, that you made this school, that you're here to help people, and just, yep, exactly.
That's awesome.
So then when it went to Virginia, I just, like, all these building blocks started falling down in front of me and building this building. And I'm like, oh, this is the foundation. She's part of the foundation. They're all falling into place, stocking up in front of me. Great foundation, building something that will last forever. So it was just like this such strong feeling that I had there. Then I got to Silvie, and when she was talking, like, money trees just started popping up all around her. Money trees. So this is the money lady. You have any issues with money? And I do have a little thing written down that I'll share as well. Actually, I'll do that now since we're on.
That's funny.
Her. She did a meditation yesterday. I do believe it was yesterday.
Thursday.
The back chat is going crazy. This is so funny.
Sorry, I got a million notes here. So through Silvie's money meditation, when she said, be careful with your words, and something about I am not enough, right away, Spirit popped in, wiped that away from me, and showed me, when you say that, you don't have enough of anything. It's not that you're not enough. You're putting that out there and you're not getting enough of anything. So that is gone. Like, instantly it was gone. And I have written down, I am more than enough, I am. Then saw, sorry. Gotta back it up a page here.
You need a secretary. You need a little spiritual secretary.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, notes are going all over the place here.
I can almost imagine like a little fairy in the background, like, the Harry Potter where the pen goes wild. That's what she needs.
That's what's happening, and then I just have to, like, put these things in order. Okay, so I thought I had it written down, but my message went into someone else's message. So what happened was, then that happened where I'm more than enough, and she took us into that meditation, and I went into the forest, and she said, picture what you picture, all those things. And I'm not downplaying it. I just don't remember. I'm just seeing what I can see right now. And she says, just picture however the money comes to you. So, like, one popped up on the bark of the tree, and she says, see what happens. I pulled it. Another one grew instantly. I look up, the leaves, everything was money. A little bit of wind came, the money just started falling, and I just was enjoying it. I didn't hoard it, like, I don't know who said it, but somebody said, usually you hoard it and you don't do that anymore. I just enjoyed it. Then I'm looking down, and it was like a pile of leaves, but a pile of money. Again, I enjoyed it. And maybe that's why I have written down here that I am more than enough, I am, because that's all that was needed. So she's amazing. Like, 2 minutes. What? Like, blows my mind. And I was like a medium. So I praise her a little bit. Okay. Next. So then I have Libby. I was getting goosebumps. I kept getting goosebumps on and off through the whole entire morning. Right away, I got this instant calm. She brings the calm to her clients. And then the message is, you'll have to listen back in the replay because it was during a sentence she was saying. And it says, you do this because you did this. So she worked through something, and because she had those experiences, that's why she does what she does. So, little short, sweet, but very powerful message for her. Andrea. So here comes the jokesters and the cartoons and all my animators on the other side. So she has a purple glow around her face when I'm watching. And when she started talking, I saw, I think her name is Veronica from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the little girl who turns purple and then
Violet.
Eats Violet. Thank you.
like a violet flame, violet.
Okay, so that's what I saw. And then I get the big squeeze. So she's there to help people squeeze these things out of them. When we don't move things, things go stagnant. And like how Violet did, like she ate that and and they had to go squeeze her out. So she's here to help us squeeze those things out. And I think it had to do with forgiveness. I keep hearing forgiveness right now. So I just had to write that down because Violet came in. And then Noreen. So another Cinderella story came into play, and the fairy godmother comes in. And she's waving her wand and touching things, and you know how it's the sparkly, goldy silver. So seeing fairy godmother and the sparkle that comes from her wand, this is what you do with your hands and your healing to allow others to learn and heal themselves and be empowered. And like you just sparkle. And everything that through your voice and through your hands, it's like the fairy godmother, and you're just there to help them see their own true power. It's amazing.
I just want to share with you that one of the techniques I share with my clients, my students, is especially when we're doing light warrior work and it gets too, too serious. I'm like, just take out your magic wands. We just go bippity boppity boop.
I love how spirit comes in and gives those messages. You knew what it was. I'm just like, okay, the fairy godmother, and that's what you give us. Oh, I love that. And then Shaman, I hope I'm saying this properly. Giya, sorry. So when she was talking, I saw this forest, and she was talking about going within and not through. And, some people say, oh, I'm going to go through the forest. But no, really, you do go within because you're engulfed in that forest. You're one of the smallest things within the forest. You go within. And I was just like, forest, rainforest, whatever you want to imagine, I was in it. It was beautiful, the feeling. And I just kept hearing a little girl giggling in the background. Inner child work, going back to that, going to your root of the issues to help heal. You're in the forest, the trees have roots. So again, amazing. I love all you ladies. Okay, so then as I'm sitting back and waiting to come on here, I get a little like I need to keep clearing my throat. So it hit when you said march forward. So this bounces off of what you were saying, Noreen, before you ended your portion. Time to clear your throat chakras and use your voice. Speak your truth. If you're not sure what that is, then you're in the right place to find it. So that's whoever's watching out there, you're here for a reason. So we appreciate that you're watching, and everybody will get something out of what is being taught here. Okay, so that's what I have written. I'm open to give messages. Does anybody in the chat have any questions?
Well, I love it. Got you trained for this. I'm going to share a few things. Yes. So when you saw all those people for me, my mom said it's Christine's lost kingdom, because I had felt that this was from a past life. It was like the people were there. So thank you. That was really special. Thanks for connecting that, Mom. And then Julianne saying, the energy is out of this world. Definitely, that she's been assisting someone in helping their children. So I had given your contact information. I put that up on the screen for anyone who wants to reach out to Steph. And it's the chat in the back is going crazy. I just love it. So funny. Just really great energy. And this is exciting. This is what our calls are going to be like, where we're just going to hang out, but it's almost like a women's circle, right? And there will be men there too, but like we can connect and love on each other, and whatever the intuition or whatever we're being led to. Virginia and I are holding the space. We're not, the ones that are the experts by no means. It's like whoever is on the call, it might not even be a teacher, right? It might be one of our students saying, hey, I'm getting this message and it's coming in. We're all spirit, we're all source, right? And we just get to connect and be together, which is really beautiful. And I absolutely love, there's so much talk about, you know, the fairy tales and Cinderella and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, right? And Ghostbusters and you know, mentioned these stories. We can relate to them because they were fun and we did those as kids. And Shaman Guy and I were talking about that too the other day. Like I have been really feeling the energy of Cinderella and the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo song. And I was like, I don't know if I'm the fairy godmother as far as like as she is as the little lady, but I do feel like that. I mean, I could be a grandma, I guess. Not ready to go there yet, but yeah, I think that there's so much fun and youthfulness even to what it is that we are creating. And maybe in a later time, you know, we could do stories, right, around these different movies and stuff that have been mentioned, and what are some of the gifts or how we can relate. Like I never thought about the blue flame, right, with the violet.
The
Yeah,
violet flame is so important.
a
Matter of fact,
violet.
and my friend Carla does as well, because the violet flame transmutes energy. It's really, when you talk about alchemy, it is like the supreme alchemy of all energy. And you can invite the violet flame in to transmute the energy for anything and anyone, any space, the governments, whatever is going on. The violet flame is so integral for our healing and what we do here. And Stephanie, since you've been so generous with giving everyone their messages, I want to share a message with you. And I remember I recognized it the first time I met you a couple weeks ago, and I'm going to share it again with you now. You are a giver to so many, and then I'm also sensing that you are not receiving enough to downtime to receive for yourself, because the first thing that I saw was your solar plexus, and the solar plexus is our chakra that is usually a golden sunshine yellow. And when we as healers, and it's so common among us healers and people of light, that we tend to give so much more than we do receive. So I'm inviting you to take in and just put your hands over your solar plexus, maybe even before you go to bed, or even right now, put one hand over your heart and one hand over your solar plexus, and just allow yourself to breathe in and to receive, because we don't do this often enough for ourselves. I'm also sensing something going on behind the back of your neck. So is there something perhaps in maybe the back of your throat chakra or in the past that you're not allowing yourself to express? I feel like you've come so fully into your abilities, and I'm hearing the word discernment. So being more discerned when you are speaking your truth, and to also, there's still a part of you from the past that perhaps maybe from other lifetimes where you felt you couldn't express yourself fully. So there's a part of you, I feel, that is holding back a little bit, even though you write everything down and I see it and you're so good. But I feel like there's a part of you that can dive so much deeper into this if you just unplug that stuff from the past and just allow all of this goodness to really flow through you. And also when I say discernment, there's something else about discernment. There's a part of you that there's still unlocked, that you have still so much going on there, and that you haven't even tapped into like an nth of what your abilities are to do. Like you have so much untapped potential going on. Even though you are so great in what you do right now, there is so many more people that you're going to be healing and working with on a grander scale. And what I'm also hearing is that you would benefit also from people assisting you to hold the energy when you do this work. So I hope you receive that well.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Very
that.
cool.
I feel like
You guys are getting some love. This was great. I'll share that there. Julianne is here. There's been a couple that have asked for a reading. So Steph, if you're comfortable with that.
Okay.
So I'll just put up here. So Julianne is saying, I'm struggling through my current career. This week I'm sure to see many fives.
There's those changes.
Do you mind putting that back up quickly?
Yeah.
The question again?
Yeah. I'll just leave it there. You can see her face too, her smiley face. She is also an empath. I'm familiar with her, and I think that this is the squeeze for her, right? Leaving that job so that she can step into her gifts and what she's here for.
I was just about to say that. spiritual literally saying you already have the answer. You're just afraid to make that leap. And you can do a crossover, they're showing me. So you don't necessarily, like if you're afraid to leave, you can step in and then take the other foot over. It's in your hands. It's totally up to you what you do with that. And with the 5s, I'm being shown again, you only have somewhere to go. You have the other hand with more 5s, or fingers, but you're still moving over. You're still moving, and I'm showing moving forward, because you have to continually move forward to get to another hand to continue counting. I'm seeing winter. So I know this might be a little far off because we're ending winter, but by next winter, things are going to be going smooth for you, I see.
I was also sensing something with home change, that there might be a move coming forward, because I kept seeing a move or transition with move or with home scenario. Oh, health struggles. So in regards to health, anything that goes on physically in our bodies, they're just a stigma or a reminder of what's going on mentally and emotionally. And I teach my students to recognize what's going on physically and just use that as like a breadcrumb to trail us back to where is that going into our emotional field and our mental field. Oh, yes, Julianne, you're going to be moving. I feel within the next 6 to 8 months, you're going to be moving, hon. So that is coming forward for you. Stephanie, you got anything on that?
Yeah, to tag along with the health and the emotion, when you were talking, I get the sparks, and it went down and went to the heart lung area. I'm not a doctor, I'm not diagnosing. They're showing the emotional heart. So you're not dealing with something, or you're struggling with dealing with something, and it's affecting this area, bringing your energy down. And it's almost like, not that your heart's physically beating slower, but I'm seeing that your energy is moving slower and your heart's going slower, because you need to just, whatever this is, package it up, go within, see what it is, and it just release. And I see something being lifted. I do keep going back to lungs, so I'm not sure if you can confirm or not. Am I in the right area? Yes or no?
Perhaps grief related is what I'm getting. So
when
whatever.
Here, get out into nature. Go ahead, Noreen. Sorry.
I was just hearing more grief related. So perhaps it's letting go of the heavy heart, and emotionally, what does that feel like? And where mom had lung cancer. There you go. Oh, so Julianne, if you're experiencing something called Crohn's, I'm familiar with it. My son actually has Crohn's disease as well and is getting treated for it. So the Crohn's is all in the solar plexus. It's all in the how we feel emotionally and how we identify ourselves. It's also where we store the anger and resentment and stress, especially stress. So, hi, Sonia. How are you, hon? My friend
Sonia.
So yes, if matter of fact, Louise Hayes has a great book that she put out years ago about how to heal the body and soul. When we look at all of the organs and what their job is and what they do and where the physical pain may be, you can actually backtrack where in the mental and emotional body that it came from. My mom passed after a broken heart all in the same year. Okay, so
grief.
That's the grief.
So I do have a woman popping in. She feels in her 50s, and what she's telling me is, you feel she passed before her time. I feel this is mom. Very similar looks, but she has shorter hair. Is this correct? And grandma, she passed shortly after grandpa passed away from the broken heart. Is this correct?
And the lungs are all related to breath of life.
She's saying no.
No?
Nope. We got an OMG from Shannon. Hi, Shannon. My grandma passed after my mom, Julianne said.
Yes. I'm sorry if you didn't understand me correctly. So grandma is the one who died of a broken heart, you said?
Yep.
There was a broken heart to do with grandfather as well. Do you understand this?
Oh.
And mom is saying you're holding on to guilt and you need to let go of that. Do you understand this?
No. There's a delay, so I'm not going to answer the yes and no because I'm not sure what question it is. There was a yes and a no, but I don't know what it's for. He was verbally and physically abusive. And this might be a group reading because we have Shannon coming in.
Okay.
And Shannon is saying that she's in her 50s and her mom died when she was 32. And this can often happen in a gallery. This is like a gallery reading, is that it can be for more than one. I'm not sure what that holding on quite means. Julian, if you want to come on live, if that's easier, then let me know and I can, or sorry, Virginia, please, can send you the link.
So Julianne says she's holding on. So if she's holding on to that grief or that loss, holding on to her mom, that's what can manifest and show up in her physical body and with her physical health. So Julianne, if you know you're holding on, just like I mentioned earlier, it's about riding those waves, not so much getting caught up in the middle of the wave and the riptide underneath it. So when you're holding on to something, it's like getting caught up in the riptide as opposed to riding above the wave and literally just gliding with that emotion. And that might look like, it's easier to say let go as opposed to actually letting go. It might look like, all right, how would I feel if I just allowed myself to feel this emotion, realize it's not of my doing, that I can be at peace with mom's passing. I could be at peace with myself and allow myself to really step into my healing power, knowing that I have the full breath. I can be in harmony and tranquility and allow even anything going on in that solar plexus to just be, to let go, to know that I'm fully supported and taken care of. I'm fully supported and taken care of. I'm okay. And just in this moment, you can say, I'm okay. I am safe. I am loved. And from that space, you can move with that emotion of having more of that. I am safe. I am loved. I am okay. I can be at peace. And with this, you can just invite more loving, healing energy in. And the same thing with what I shared with Stephanie. Sometimes it just means taking a moment, putting your hand over our heart and a hand over our solar plexus, and just breathing in that love, because we are love. Just like it says right over Christine's shoulder, love wins. Yes. So love is just right here. We are this. We don't necessarily need it from anybody else. And recognizing that we are the love that we are thinking that we need. And when you recognize that love from the inside out, so much more love comes through you and to you. Stephanie, how does that resonate with you? Or you got somebody else?
No.
Sonia's asking, do you mean not trying to change your perception to change what you're feeling, but just watching it, like riding on top of a wave?
Yeah, so when I say riding on top of the wave, sometimes we try to go through it and we try to get stuck in the middle of it. When we just allow ourselves to float, just to be in that state and to be in that moment. It's kind of like riding a light, lazy river. To float with the changes, to ride that wave means that we're going with the motion as opposed to going against it. What they say is, what resists persists. So if we're constantly in a state of resistance or constantly in a state of not letting go and holding on to something that is ready to change, it's like equivalent to watching a rosebud. I mean, if you watch a rosebud and it's just held tight, so tight as a rosebud, and it never allows itself to bloom, to let go, to blossom, the rosebud will die on its stem. So the best part is we get to change, we get to move with this motion and to just allow ourselves to glide with it as opposed to resisting it. I like what Andrea says, unlock your own heart for you. That's beautiful.
Yeah. There you go. Just going to be the lazy river. Me too, but with a margarita in my hand. She says thank you. And Andrea's backstage. We've got so many powerhouses on this call, I'm telling you. She's saying just something too to bring in here, because when we've had that loss or there's been stripped away in this, there can be that hoarding energy too, right? So hoarding can be a sign of a physical manifestation of a pattern of lack combined with not building a foundation of safety within oneself. And definitely unlocking your own heart for you.
Exactly. And that's a great analogy, is that hoarding mentality. When we feel like we lost something, there is a sense of wanting to hold it on to even more, even tighter than before. It's easier. It's harder to let go of the known pain than to let go into the unknown. So I feel like as we are going through this great transformation, this great change, as we're marching forward, I'm seeing all those 5 numbers about change and transformation. Oftentimes we go back into either I want to hold on to it tighter rather than letting go and just trusting and having faith that it's actually something so much better is coming your way, that you already are at a better space just by letting go and lightening your load. There's no reason that we have to walk up that mountain carrying all that luggage and dragging the anchor behind us.
Right. Okay, we've got Julianne backstage, so I'm going to bring her up.
Hello.
Live TV, folks. Hi.
Hi
Welcome.
there.
Hi, Julianne.
Hi,
There, now
ladies.
you're better equipped to answer the questions in real time.
I don't know what I said now. I know I was waiting for a yes or no to something that I asked.
There was a young lady that had passed. She's like a step granddaughter in the family, and she was a medium, and she did die before her time. And yeah, she would have been in her 50s, and she had a heart attack.
Okay.
And she used to connect to my mom a lot.
Okay.
Julianne, is it you that experiences Crohn's disease or someone else?
That's me since 1980.
Okay. So are you feeling anxiousness or maybe taking on too much stress at one time?
No, I've actually spent most of February sleeping. I'm on a work leave right now, not by choice. There's a lot of struggles at work. But there's also another component with the Crohn's disease is that I'm currently not on any medication for it. And this is my first time actually flying solo because I'm not responding to any biological medications. So I'm not taking anything. And I know it's present. I struggle a lot with it. And it's almost being captive to my own bathroom.
So like I said, my 20-year-old son experiences this. There are actually a lot of things that might align with you that are more natural to your body that you may appreciate. So I know a couple of people that are experiencing this, and I personally use, essential oils. There's vitamin supplements that are anti-inflammatory that would get along with your body perhaps better than something that's unnatural. Not that I'm saying it unnatural is bad for you. My son does take Remicade, and he gets infusions every 6 weeks, and that's what's working for him, and that's his decision. I personally prefer the more natural stuff that you can use, such as, peppermint is something that he has on him at all times. So I use the essential oils as peppermint, fennel, anise. Anti-inflammatories include copaiba. Could also include frankincense, which is very good. And helichrysum as well. Helichrysum, yes. And those are some of the more well-known anti-inflammatories, especially for the gut, the digestive challenges, that may also support and help your gut while you're doing this. However, it still goes back to the emotional part and the mental. So I feel like there's almost a mental self-torture going on, a mental block where you're just kind of in this little loop, and you're continuing that record, as opposed to let's take the needle off and play a different record. So what is it that you're emotionally or mentally saying to yourself right now that we can help you transform and transmute?
I know that at work, and not to toot my own horn, but I am really good at what I do. I work with physically and mentally challenged students in a secondary level. I love working with children and adults. I've worked with all ages. I'm also doing a component on ESL, which hopefully may transpire into some travel time. I just enjoy really helping people and learning and teaching. So one of you had mentioned something about always wanting to know knowledge and knowledge and knowledge. And that's me, because I love to share it so much. And I just feel like I'm trapped within the confinement of a bathroom all the time, that I can't go anywhere without knowing exactly where the washrooms are. It was a struggle at work. It took me 21 months to get a bathroom key so that I could feel comfortable going to the bathroom without anybody bothering me. So it's always like a washroom confinement for me. And I feel like it's holding back what I'm able to give to the world.
So do you trust yourself to give your message out? Because I'm hearing the trust word. And Stephanie, feel free to jump in if you've got something going on, because I could see her. She's multidimensional right behind her eyes.
I still have the word guilt there. And there is a grandfather connection of some type that keeps saying something to do with a heartache and a grandfather connection.
My mom's grandfather, I know he was really close to me. Anytime I do woodworking or renovations, he's always on my mind.
And then with the guilt, it's almost like there's a pressure there that not that you have something to feel guilty for, but there's a guilt because you can't do more because of what you're confined to right now.
Would it be a father?
He's older though. I'm feeling an older male figure.
Yeah, that's my father's 84 and 84, and he has always been a heavy weight on me to do better, and be perfect. And I'm tired of it, because I'm tired of not being verbally heard or seen, or I always felt, and Christine had said this to me one time, is that I'm always trying to please him. And you know what? I've tried to let it go.
It's time to please you, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
And I'm in spirit in here making a little joke because, you're having some health issues. You need to write it down. So wherever you go, whether it's on a toilet, out and about, bring a journal and write it down. I hear you're supposed to write a book if you haven't already.
Say that again?
I'm hearing that you should be writing a book if you haven't already started that process.
Oh.
Write the thoughts down.
About my negativities?
About anything that's coming to you.
Oh, okay. I was just talking about that the other day, actually, is how difficult it is to be in a marriage relationship where one person's working nights and the other one's working days, that I should write a book about it and let people know before they start that journey. I mean, I'm 30 years into it now, that maybe they might want to look at that option, not to do it.
That is something you can put out there, and I'm telling you, people would pick up that book.
Okay.
And more importantly, how you're overcoming the challenges you are right now. I feel like you're coming, literally, some people say they come out of the closet. I feel like you're coming out of the bathroom.
I have so many bathroom jokes.
So it's time for you, and there's a part of you that doesn't want to be seen, which, okay, that part of it, because you were saying that you feel like you can't really speak your truth, and that you felt overshadowed by what I believe is your father's energy, right?
Yeah.
So that bathroom represents that inner child that doesn't want to be seen because there's a fear of that. It's time to come out of the bathroom. It's time to come out of that door, and time to be seen. It's time to be heard. And the best way to do that is really to embrace that inner child that has not been seen and heard in so long. And that's probably why you work with the people that you do, because they're people that are oftentimes not seen or heard.
Correct.
So time to come out of the closet, girl.
I'll unlock the bathroom door.
And I think your boss is a reenactment of Dad.
Yes, that's correct, Christine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I find out this week what's going on at work. I work with many jealous people.
So where are you feeling jealous? Perhaps there's a jealousy of people of
Not me. I love working with the kids. It's the people that I've always worked with in any career. It's like they want to stomp on me and not let me shine when, I don't do it in a loud, boisterous way, because I'm a quiet person generally. I'm known for my smile and my humor, and I try to keep work light because that's what my students, they like to play and enjoy life. So I make work fun. My staff don't do it that way.
So then command your energy. Energy does not have to be loud. It does not have to shout from the rooftops. You don't have to lead an army. You can literally command your own energy, and just being so present and commanding your own self, everything else around you just shifts as a result of it. So perhaps it's not all about being loud voice-wise, but allowing yourself, your inner child, to be heard and to see and express that energetically.
Yes, and that's what I've done at work, and I'm usually criticized for it.
And if that person is feeling criticized, if that inner child is feeling criticized, in the bathroom she goes again, right?
Yep.
So to remember, this is something a dear friend of mine shared, and he said to me, other people's opinions do not identify me.
That's correct.
So if you can keep that in mind, that whatever is going on externally with them most likely is just a result of whatever they're experiencing, because it's coming through their filter. And then you can say, thank you, I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, I love you for showing this to me. Thank you, I love you for showing up and showing this to me so I can recognize the patterns and realize, you know what? Your opinion does not matter. Your opinion does not identify me. I can move forward in my own energy and my own thoughts and beliefs, because I've already seen that out there, and I realize that's not true anymore. Yeah. I can say thank you, I love you to my inner child for protecting me so long. Thank you, I love you to my boss who had shown me the way for so long of what my father had shown me, and now I can break free of that. So thank you, I love you is like my biggest thing. Like if I am confronted with something, I just say thank you, I love you. And I'm like, okay, now I can see, I can observe, and I realize this is what I recognize in myself. Thank you for showing up and showing me that. And I know that's no longer true. Oh, what is my truth? Oh, my truth is I am powerful. I'm giving, I am loving, I am kind, and I am supportive, and I am also receiving love. And I am seen and I'm heard for who I am, and I appreciate who I am. And therefore others appreciate me for who I am.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So step into your power, my dear.
Thank you very much.
Stephanie, what do you got there?
The only thing that was coming in when you guys were talking is I had the line of the Care Bears here. And you know when they do the 3, 2, 1 Care Bear stare, giving out that love, even if you're not receiving it back, they're doing that because you shine your love and it's going to reach somebody somewhere. And you're not going to let their energy affect you. The Care Bears never did that. And again, this is how spirit comes through. They go to cartoons sometimes, and they're showing me that you are a very loving, caring person, like a Care Bear. Maybe you like to hug people. You like to have that connection with people. I'm hearing that you're an empath. You absorb everybody's emotions. It's time to bounce that back. You don't need to absorb those emotions just because you can feel it. It's not needed in your bubble. So again, the Care Bear stare, giving out that loving energy and not allowing theirs to affect you.
And one of the basics that I teach my students, especially when it comes to energy healing or even being an empath, to imagine yourself like the faucet. So when you turn on the water in the faucet and say your kitchen sink or in your bathroom sink, can you shove anything else back up there? No. So when it goes out, right?
Yeah.
And the wonderful thing is, by being the fixture, the faucet itself, all that loving energy is flowing through you. And yet none of that other garbage can come back up.
Mm-hmm.
So that you are allowing the energy to flow through you and nothing is coming back up. Another thing that I like to remember is, like a condom. Back in the day, we used to say, what is it? Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks. Oh, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. Do you remember that old thing we used to say as kids?
That's a good one.
I mean, that's what we used to say to our friends when, like, if a friend got obnoxious, you say, well, I'm rubber and you're glue, and whatever you say sticks, bounces off me and sticks to you. And that's a great analogy that I wish we practiced more often, is because as an empath, we tend to absorb. And now when we're cognizant or empowered empaths, we can say, you know what? I can cut all these strings, these ties. And I would definitely suggest that you do that on a daily basis. Before you even go to bed at night, just cut all that strings, all those ties, all those connections, anything that you had around you, because it's not your bullshit, quite honestly.
Yeah. Christine was helping me with that.
Yes, you can call, if you're familiar with Archangel Michael, big, beautiful angel, large wings, big sword, just cut all those strings. He's the only man I slept with even when I was married. So definitely call on Archangel Michael. He will definitely cut those strings and ties, whatever connections you have going on, so that you're going to sleep with your energy, not anyone else's.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I've met an archangel.
Which one? Was it Archangel Michael?
Well, I'm talking about a real physical person. It was a student and a friend of ours, and his mom could see his angel wings. And when you talk to this young lad, he's now in his 20s, he is totally an archangel. He has not a negative bone in his body. He's all about love, and yeah, he's one that I can talk to physically.
Absolutely. Angels live among us. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know what? You're an angel yourself.
Thank you.
Wear it well, my dear. Wear
Thank
it
you.
well. Spread out your wings and just be you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thanks, Julianne. Have a great day.
Yes, you too, Christine. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Oh, sorry, cut her off on. Yes, have a good day. Noreen, one message here from Sonia. She says, and if I'm holding on to their words, what old beliefs am I holding on to? And as you maybe want to comment, if there's anything for that, I'll bring Shannon on as well.
Okay. So the question is what old beliefs are. So if you're holding on to words, what are those words? Without knowing what those words are, it's a little difficult to go back to what the beliefs might be. But ask yourself, what is the importance of those words that you're holding on to? And what is the opposite of those words? So if there's something that really disagrees with your body, or it doesn't feel good in your body, or what you're sensing, what is the opposite of is usually where you're needing or wanting to go.
Cool. Thank you. Hi, Shannon. How are you? You're
Welcome.
on mute still, so come off mute. Can I? There we go.
I never get to see you on Mondays because of work, so I'm glad I get to see you
Yeah,
today.
I'm glad you're here
and
now.
very happy to meet Stephanie and Noreen.
Cool.
Nice to meet you.
So Shannon was actually thinking that the reading might have been for her too earlier. So she had put some messages in that she's in her 50s and her mom died at 32 and her grandfather also had died in her arms. And so just anything that you feel might be coming in.
My dog's having a fit.
They're feeling all the energy.
Right away, when I ask Spirit for anyone to come forward, I'm getting a C name. Do you understand this?
Seeing a what?
A C name. So whether it's like a hard C, soft C, I'm getting a C name.
Starts with a C.
Right name, yeah.
Is it male or feminine?
Is this someone that's passed?
Yes.
Stephanie, are you sensing feminine or masculine energy with that?
They're going back and forth, so they're being tricky right now. They're saying that doesn't matter. I'm just asking for more information. So I just want to clarify. You're 50. Mom was 32 when passed, or grandma?
My mom was.
Okay, because I'm that's the energy I'm getting. But she was an old soul. Yes, do you understand this?
I was only 8. I really didn't know her.
Okay. And again, I'm getting this area, heart lung area. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Great.
And the male attachment coming in. There's a heartbreak here. Do you understand this? I'm hearing he's older than her. Do you understand this? Okay. I don't know if this is you or someone else, but I keep hearing COPD. Do you understand this? Again, that goes to the lung area, or if it was the gentleman who's coming through. I'm getting a lot of lung issue.
That might be me.
And then I get this. You used to be a smoker?
I am a smoker.
You are a smoker. Okay. Someone's giving you a slap on the hand. Do you understand this? Like, why? Why are you doing that? You know it's not good for you. Are they giving you trouble?
Oh, well, I don't know.
And
probably anyone would do that to me these days. I do it to myself.
Do you understand that mom and dad would join back together on the other side? Do you understand this?
No.
I'm getting a father figure. She was joined by somebody on the other side when she passed, a male figure. Do you understand this?
I don't know if you're referring to my mom or my grandfather or.
When mom passed, there was a male waiting for her. And I'm doing air quotation marks because they're giving me a father feeling. So not necessarily your father. There's a father feeling here.
No, her father was still alive. Her brother was still alive, but I didn't know her family other than that. I don't know if, maybe she didn't have a good relationship with her father, but I don't know if there was a grandfather that maybe she had been close to. I don't know.
I'm here right away. It doesn't necessarily have to be close, but they want to let you know she didn't go and cross over by herself. This male figure was there to make sure that she was brought, like, I'm getting a warm hug, that she was embraced stepping over to the other side. There was no fear. Do you understand this?
Okay.
I'm getting like a big pile of books, and I'm not sure. I'm seeing like photo albums, but I'm also seeing books, and they're just like literally piling up everywhere. Do you understand this?
Yeah.
She's doing this. Open them. Open them. If you're not going to open them, put them. Put them. Do you understand?
Yeah, I have a lot of pictures and I have tons of books and I also write, but my mother never even made me a baby book. So I have tons of books and I write tons of things to my children.
Oh. Is there 3 of you, or you have 3 children? I'm hearing there's 3 children.
Yeah, I have 3 children.
The message I'm getting is I'm sorry I couldn't be here for you as you grew up, but I'm here for the children now. I'm watching over them, and I'm always with you. She's saying you're holding back with this book. She says you do it. Do it. Stop holding back. She says you have the gold in your hands. You just have to finish it. Do you understand this?
It's painful. But yeah, no, I know
healing.
that, and I've known it for quite some time.
It's painful, but it's healing at the same time. And with healing yourself within these words, when somebody else picks that book up, you're going to help heal others, and that ripple effect is going to go out.
Yep.
And she's saying she says it's like she's dropped a little bit of herself into within this pain that you're pouring out, and it's coming out of your hands through your soul. She's with you, and she wants you to know she's sincerely sorry. So I feel like there was some anger because you didn't have mom there. Do you understand this?
She committed suicide.
I'm so sorry.
But it's nice to hear that she's sorry, because what you get on this side from people that are living is not necessarily how she felt. So I haven't ever really known.
And she says there's nothing anybody could do. I was not well. This is how she's putting it. She says this. She's going like this. There was a lot of this afterwards, and I wasn't well, and I'm sorry. I didn't know how to fix it. So she's just asking, that's where the heartbreak is, and it's just connected. Please allow your heart to heal. There was some, even if it was sitting in the back of your mind or you pushed it down, this is a time to allow that out so you can fully heal, because you're meant to use that and help heal others, and that ripple effect just goes out. And not only that, she says it's going to bring you money. On top of the healing, it's going to bring you money.
I do know also, are you guys ex-Jehovah's Witnesses too, or not? Okay. Just for you, Christine, that was the night or the day she did it. I came home excited because it was supposed to be our first talk at the Kingdom Hall. And it's like something wanted to shut my voice down, but I kept on talking. Everyone can say I talk a lot. You know that. But I won't actually write and get it on the paper. So hopefully, yeah.
Well, I feel like when you put it on paper, it becomes a reality, as opposed to when you speak it, it just kind of like evaporates into the air, so to speak. But when you're writing it, you're writing it into reality, and I feel like there's a part of you that says that doesn't want to admit that is the reality, that doesn't want to look at that kind of reality.
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't even think about my reality until I speak to someone that say wasn't raised in a cult or something. And I realize how different our lives and just how you view the world and everything is different. So part of it would be conveying what that is. Someone from the outside can look in and see, but pain is pain, whether I was involved in a cult, my mother did what she did or not,
So what if I told you pain can be your friend?
Um,
Go ahead, Stephanie.
I get when spirit comes with pain, there's two things that can happen. You can allow that pain to drown you, or you can allow that pain to make you stronger. And this is what is happening to you. You're not drowning. You were a little bit lost. Maybe you were treading in the water for a long time. It's your time to shine. And Spirit is reminding me, again, I'm going to read this little message that came when I first started. And again, I think this is big for you, but there's a little bit for everyone. About your throat chakra. It's time to clear your throat chakra and use your voice. Speak your truth. And if you're not sure what that is, then you're in the right place. You found the right people to help you through this. You just have to start allowing it to flow. And I just keep seeing when you just are like, fuck it, and excuse my language, because that's what they're telling me. When you decide to do that and just pick up that pen, whatever comes out onto that paper, it's going to be amazing.
Thank you.
Trust that process. Because you're not only healing yourself, you're helping so many others who read your words heal as well.
Yeah, I've been asked many times. I have used my voice in other formats, but I mean, to actually write it, I understand that comes, there's kind of a deeper meaning, and people can digest that and see themselves in portions of it, even if the circumstances are different. I mean, I'm touched by people's stories more in a book than just hearing them speak. So I know I need to do it, and I know I'm stuck there.
Shannon, you don't need to do anything. You get to. You get to impact lives. You get to heal yourself. You get to unlock all that stuff that's been feeling so heavy in you and pour it upon the pages, so that you are not only releasing it from your own heart, you are helping so many other people who can see themselves in your story. And you get to do that.
Yeah, and it's a healing one as well. I mean, any aspect or any event that I've gone through, I know that in a way it was a blessing, because in hindsight, I either learned a deeper piece of myself, or a better understanding of those around me, or just more connected to spirit myself. My relationship with my children, as Christine knows, has been very difficult, but I've also come to the place where I'm thankful I know what it is to love. Whether I get it back, it doesn't matter. I know what it feels to love with every piece of my being. And even if it's painful at times, it's still worth having and knowing.
Is your middle child a son?
Does what?
Is your middle child a son?
No.
Your middle one's a daughter? Are you experiencing challenges with the middle one?
She's the only one that also has children of her own that I've never gotten to see. So she's the one that's more what I call my heart. All three children, you have a different way of kind of explaining them and your relationship. And Sierra, I just always called my heart, not because I loved her more, but we were more on the same sensitive level. And I really didn't think I would lose her, but she's now a mother, and I know that she's loving her children in the best manner, and feels she's saving their
lives. That's your throat chakra, by the way. Let that go.
Yeah.
And you can put your hand over your throat. And just breathe in that love, and know that it's safe to speak your truth. It's safe to walk through this fire. It's safe to be on the other side and see your healing self. See the self of you that's already healed and already whole, because you already are. And forgive her. Forgive her for doing what she needed to do. And forgive your mom because she did what she felt was necessary. And you can let that go. And forgive yourself, most importantly. You did what you needed to do. Forgive yourself for all the emotions and the thoughts and the pain. Forgive yourself. And know that you are forgiven. And breathe that in. Just open that heart and just breathe in more of that. I am forgiven. I forgive. Thank you. I love you. It's part of the Ho'oponopono. Thank you, Brian. Yes. Sage is great for clearing energy. And you can probably sage your home, sage yourself. And you can also imagine the violet flame. So the violet flame is very similar to the color of flower that I have next to me. And that violet flame just purifies all the energy. So we can call on Archangel Michael, Saint Germain, Archangel Raphael, the healers, the protectors, and just clear this energy and invite them into our heart space.
I have some sage. I was just not being very knowledgeable about things. A girlfriend and I were afraid I'd lose grandma and grandpa. They both died in my house. And I'm like, I don't want to get rid of them.
Well, just remember that the connection through the human ego self is not as nearly as pure as the connection we have with our spirit self. So when we come and connect to our to our divine self and then connect with people, it's so much more of a pure connection. However, when we get this human ego mind in the way, we're holding on for all the wrong reasons, as opposed to knowing that we are purely connected. Just like we watch Stephanie connect with her spirit guides and she gets her messages. That's coming directly from source energy. It's not coming from her ego self. When I do healing, Christine does healing, we're doing it not from our self, our ego self. We're doing it from a space that we're just divinely connected and we're just being facilitator to this. So you can do the same thing. You can still be connected to all of your friends or your family, all of your past loved ones, but we don't have to keep that human tie to it. We can just connect on a divine level, knowing that that connection is always there. You couldn't kill it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I've begun to do that. I know when last year when I met with Christine, I was holding on to a lot of that. And somehow I've been able to step over something. And it's like I'm not holding them here trying to control whatever love or energy is there. I just know it's there and I don't feel like I need to beg them or try to contact them. Or, I mean, I can just blow my love through the wind and I know it's traveling to them. I know that my little granddaughters can feel me surrounding them in the silly things that maybe their mommy does, or when they pick up a rock or they see a shape in the clouds. I know that that's part of me and they are receiving my love. And somehow it will and is connecting. And I am satisfied. I'm more satisfied and accepting of that. And that's why I think now my hold is my own self letting go to write the book. And, you know, it's a better place to be because I'd be writing from a blessed place versus an angry, hurt place. And that's not how I wanted to write my book in the, you know. And so now I'm getting to that open place where it could be very beautiful. And I know I'll have to withstand a little bit of pain, but I also had to learn ways to not just digest that pain, but work with that pain and allow it to not overwhelm me, but motivate me and keep me going forward.
So can I add something there? So when you say that, and this has to do with, I've lost a loved one in the same manner you have. And what I'm being shown right now is when this grief and anger, you don't have to allow it to consume you. It may never go away. It's going to shrink, but you're going to grow around that. You're going to become more than that. You learn from it. You grow from it. So it may always still be there. You're going to hold it in your heart. You're going to hold it in your sacral chakra, wherever that pain may be. And that's how it's showing me this little black ball, but it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks, pops up 10 years later, but it stays that size. It doesn't get overwhelming because you've grown around it.
I'm very blessed. I was a very intuitive child, and for whatever reason, even though my mother, today she would have been considered abusive. I really was sensitive to my own children and their dignity and their humanity. And I became a much better mother from knowing what I didn't receive and what I needed. And
that's what she's saying right now. She's saying, I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry. But you grew from that and you gave your kids better. You gave your kids
definitely
more. And even though there's a disconnect there with you and your daughter right now, your souls are always connected.
Mm-hmm.
And she's showing that within the bad, there's still the good, and we're connected. And she's showing that she's always been around there for you and kind of been in the back. And if you ever want to connect, she's saying, I would love to connect with you. And I don't have a timeline, but like right now, it's just like the glow stick is broken between you and your daughter. However, it's a miracle. I'm not sure but I'm being it shown slowly coming back together, and it will glow again.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've had, mediums or readings before, and generally they pick up my grandparents, which you picked up my grandfather. He's like my paternal influence. He was my dad and my grandma as well. And then with my mom, I've had several say that right now she is watching over my daughters in a way. I don't know. But, and then there was one other thing that kind of rang true. Let me think. I don't know. I can't remember. Something else you had said kind of rang true that I've been told before. I don't know, because I don't have that kind of experience, but often I intuitively know when like something has happened to someone. I've been able to just read them right off the bat, whereas nobody could understand why this person was crying or upset or blah, blah, blah. And so I have a little bit of that myself.
That's your intuition. You're downplaying your abilities. You do have it. And I feel like you sometimes brush away. Oh, what? No, I can't be feeling their feelings and knowing what they're thinking. You connect on a higher level than the human level. And through everything you've been through and the JW, they compacted you into this. You had to break open from that, unlearn, and learn who you really are and who you came here to be.
It's an interesting process.
Yes. And Spirit saying, the more you allow, the more we're here for you, the more you'll open up. And I just see like this great big sunshine that like I'm seeing through your eyes, that you're just looking out in amazement that, holy cow, this is happening now. You'll have some doubts. Why didn't this happen then? It all happens in divine timing. When the churches, the, what do they call it? The religious organizations, what I tell people and what I've learned and Spirit has showed me in the connection with God, God's not a man, God's not a woman. God is guidance of divine. God is within all of us. God is a light being, energy, force field and very powerful. And that is what God is. And these organizations teach you different. So my guides like to always come in and show, look, there's nothing to be afraid of. This is pure love energy, which is within you. And you've been saying it this whole time. And Noreen saw a lot with how you give and how the Care Bear, and they're coming in again. They're saying it's like you just turn the switch on and the love just pours out of you. It's amazing.
I work with children, and they're often, I'll see one that's just distraught or misbehaving or whatever, and I can quickly just sit down with them and they're calm. Or they'll pick me to walk them to class or to sit with me. And they're just like, what do you do, Shannon? And I said, I feel them. And together we work through whatever it is. And I don't need to know specifically what it is, and neither do they. We just learn to calm and connect our energy.
And what I'm getting, I don't know if this is true, but I'm hearing you work with some nonverbal or verbally challenged.
Mm-hmm.
And children come here with a knowing. So they come here and all this humanness that we're teaching them, this is why you see what you see. And this is why your souls connect together and it works.
Yeah.
You were put there for a reason.
Yeah, it's often that works.
Children are just pure balls of joy brought here. And I don't mean this in a rude way, and this is just how spirits work. We ruin them.
Oh, no, I totally agree. But I did, I was fortunate at a young age to get that I could just totally hurt my children emotionally if I didn't choose to be present, kind, loving. And I'm just so, I would rather have gone through my experience to have learned that and given my children something different.
And I'm hearing that's why you went through those experiences. But see, because the spirit's coming in. You said a but there, and I was pointing to Noreen because she says, no, take the but out. There is no but. We went through what we went through.
Yeah.
Do better and learn from it. And when we don't learn from it, we get in those circles and we keep having experiences that are like, what the F? Why does this keep happening to me?
Mm-hmm.
We're not there anymore.
Yeah.
And your brain keeps slipping there, I feel. And you just have to remember, oh my gosh, I'm not there anymore.
I have no animosity or anger towards my mother. Any of that.
No, it's not anger. It's I just get it's like this little, not that you step back into it, but it's just you're like, oh, that
it's what's
there.
It was
remember I'm here.
It's what started the vicious cycle in my life, I think. So that's what I, go back to the first page. Like, that's my first page where I think, okay, why did all this happen? Well, my mom committed suicide. It's what I always go to.
And
long story.
Spirit's being lighthearted right now, and they bring me in a book and they're showing me, and you got some smart asses over here. Excuse my language, but they're like, when you give somebody your book and they're reading halfway through, are they going back to the beginning and reading that first page all over again because they need to understand the middle even more? No, they're not.
Right.
No, they're not. They may read the whole book over and over again to just absorb because it's so amazing. And seeing from page 1 to the end what comes of it, your story is amazing, I hear. And you just have to remember that.
I tell you, I do realize that words are things that I hold. And the three things in my life. After Mama died, my grandmother gave me a pair of toenail clippers and said, from now on, you have to take care of yourself. So I started off with that belief when I was 8. Then in my last relationship was abusive. He told me at one point, which I know it's not true, but he said, no one loves you. They didn't leave you because of a cult. You're just not worth being loved. And then the last thing that someone said is when I was excited about writing my book, she says, who in the heck would ever read your book? So obviously these people are now out of my life. That's very toxic. But I realize I'm holding those words in for some reason. And because that's crazy. I know that the right people that need to read my book are going to read my book. That's how the universe works, you know?
I just hear when it comes to that, your soul was a little hurt by that because you had a connection with those people.
Sure.
And like Noreen was saying, it's time to cut those.
Yeah.
They don't serve any purpose for you anymore.
And I have physically, but I know it's my own brain that plays those things over.
And that's what I'm saying, energetically, picture it in your mind. You have this silver, whatever color cord you want to call it, attached to these people who gave you those negative feelings, and you grab a knife, grab whatever, scissors, whatever you want, and cut it. If it comes back up again, do it again. Picture it tied to that person, cut it again.
The cord.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, you know, I really believe there's a lot of truth that we're just our own worst enemy if we let ourselves be. And, you know, I would never, you know, tell my children or any friend or advise them to believe anything that anyone's ever told them. You know what I mean? But yet I don't follow my own advice sometimes. So thank you.
And I just want to share, Shannon, that two things. One,
we all
were talking about the children. Your whole face lit up. You can see it comes from your heart. And if you can just allow yourself to treat your own inner child the same way that you connect with those other children. And also, we were talking about the violet flame before, and I don't know if you're even seeing it on your screen. I'm seeing all these tans and browns behind you, yet your face, literally looks violet. So I've been holding this space with violet flame energy, and I can see it. And I want you to see how your face is just lit up right now.
Yeah, I guess it is. I wasn't looking at me.
So that's one of the beautiful things that I admire so much when we do these kind of calls, is that you can literally see the healing taking place right around your own face. You can see the energy lifting and shifting.
Oh, thank you. I feel it. I needed that. And I hope that I can also give good energy and vibes to you ladies.
Sonia says she'd read your book.
All right, Sonia. I'll even autograph it for you.
Brian says, what you thought was normal is not normal anymore, and it's easy to treat people differently than you were treated. But it's real difficult to accept that what you thought was normal is not normal anymore. Thank you, Brian.
And really, what is normal? What is normal?
Well, exactly. And it's really, you know, what's right for you, I think. And even with my son, you know, he deals with life issues. And, you know, sometimes I'll throw out some possibilities of what he could do. But I always say, but, you know, it's really up to you what feels comfortable, because I could advise you one way. But if that's not what feels comfortable, it's not going to resonate and really hit your heart the way you need and want it to. So it's so different having a conversation in these last few years now that I've been out of that relationship, and I really haven't dated either except for myself. I've really gotten to know myself and other individuals. I don't always agree, but I still find what they say interesting, or I can learn why they feel that way. Humanity can be so beautiful, even when we see it act out so ugly. But then Christine has helped me really understand those are hurting people. And we're here to heal ourselves. And the more that goodness and kindness we can manifest, then maybe that'll hit others that want to begin healing as well.
Yes, absolutely. And in regards to your son, I know it might seem difficult or that sounds strange. Do cut the cords with your son as well. You can directly connect with him on a much higher level than all this humanness, because I feel like he's kind of pulling and straining, and it's draining you.
He is, yeah, but he does speak to me. But yeah, he turned 18. He's getting more on his own. I was upset just the other day. He asked his grandma to help him with a resume instead of me. I'm like, what? So I had to check myself and
He
understand.
lives with you, yes?
Huh?
He lives with you?
He's living with his father.
Okay. I'm just hearing he'll figure things out. Like when you were talking about the papers, it's almost like I saw the papers physically flying up in the air and just flying around like Harry Potter put a spell on something and the room's going crazy. It's like he's grabbing, and he hasn't grabbed on. He will grab on to something. Yeah. He's going to find what works for him. So everything will be okay. And I keep hearing early 20s for him for whatever reason.
Yeah, he's almost 19. So, and I've just seen him he's matured. So he's an amazing kid. I've learned a lot from him. So we have some really interesting conversations, and I'm really enjoying that aspect of him getting older and he's intelligent and he's a sensitive soul. He even remembers, he doesn't now, but when he was younger, he used to talk about how he was on the wagon train and he used to be a girl, and his mom died when he was little, and he remembers his dress getting dusty and his boots as he would walk alongside the wagon train. And he just talked about when he used to be a girl. But, after about 8 or 9 years old, he forgot, so I know he's an old soul.
Yes. And Shannon, I can relate to you. My son is now 20 and a child that was with special needs. And I can say that when he was right after his 19th birthday, I had to have him live with his father. And it was really, really very challenging because everyone else was saying such awful things like, you kicked your son out. What did you do? You called the police. I mean, it was really estranged at one point. And I had to sit still in my own identity, my own self, and remember and remind myself, I'm doing this not only for me, I'm also doing this for him, because I really so strongly intuitively felt that I had to take a step back so that I can help him move forward. And it's a hard thing to do.
Ultimately, it's about showing them what piece of real love you want them to learn. I know with my daughters, my ex married my ex-best friend just a couple of months after the divorce. And even though we've been best friends, of course, she's putting me down in front of the girls. She just said a lot of horrible things. The first few weeks, I initially snapped back. And then I looked at my beautiful daughters, and one time she said, "Are you trying to get skinny like me?" And I said, "No, I just felt like losing weight." She says, "Well, you still have an ugly tummy." And I said, "Oh, but that's a beautiful tummy." I said, "See these beautiful children here? Those are my daughters. And you can look at my stomach and how it loved on those girls and created those girls." And I said, "I'm proud to say that they came from my body and that my body still shows it like a badge of honor." And I realized then that my daughters are going to understand love as how you meet up with the challenges in life. Do you become mean and nasty? Or do you choose to, just to make it simple, to choose a higher road and a different way of taking those punches along the way? Do you try to turn it into something positive? I know that my daughters smiled and were very proud of me that day. And my own ex-husband looked at his new wife and was shaking his head. So that was a learning point for all of us. So, and it didn't hurt my feelings because I thought of it in a totally different perspective.
I love that. Like the butterflies behind you, you are transforming and flying, sunshine.
Thank you. Feels good to have someone say it, though. As Christine knows, I spend most of my time alone except at work. So I'm really glad I could be here with you girls today.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks, Shannon.
Bye-bye.
Okay. We're almost wrapping up for today. Are you good to do reading for June? Message here.
Comes in, yeah.
So she says, "I have help in learning and trusting my spirit guide. I have a block. Thank you." And then just to kind of set the rest of this session, there is one more as well for Megan Morin. She asked for one after that, and then we'll wrap up for today for the readings. Thank you.
June. Right away, as I'm writing it down, I wrote down June, blocks, spirit guides. She's overthinking it. That's what I'm getting. Do you understand this, June?
It's my mom. I'll say yes.
Okay.
Mom, if you can come in here, it'll be easier. Then she can hear you right away.
What I'm hearing is right away, let your brain take a back seat. It's still going to be there. You're still going to focus, but you're going to unfocus. So you're going to let your brain take a back seat. And, there's all different kinds of meditations. But what I'm hearing for you is maybe the traditional meditation is not right for you at this moment. And I just keep going. Let the brain take a back seat. Noreen, can you add to that? Or
well, the first thing I heard was the language. I have a block. Everything that we say after the I is claiming it. So she's already claiming it and persisting it and reading that book over and over again. When we are saying more to, I experienced or I remembered when, we're now putting it behind us and we're saying, okay. And then you could also look at that block. If there's a feeling that there's a stuckiness somewhere, what does that block look like? Take a moment to close your eyes and scan it in your body. Take a moment to say, what does that block look like? Is it really a square block? Does it look like an image? Does it look like a person? What does it look like? So when we have a couple exercises we can do to just really examine where that stuckiness feels and what is on the other side of that. The other side, of course, is what you desire. What you desire is that freedom of it. And you mentioned it was a block of intuition, correct?
Spirit guides.
Spirit guides. Okay. So I agree with Stephanie. Sometimes when we try to force something on us, it slows everything down as opposed to allowing it. And I remember when I first started on this path, I would sense everything physically in my body, but I really wanted to open up to my other abilities and know what my guides were. So I literally, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go take a hot steaming shower, and I'm going to fog up the window as much as I can on the mirror, and I'm going to see an illusion. I'm going to see my guide. I was just so determined to connect with my guides at that time. And I remember that I did all this. I got out of the shower, and I'm like, my mirror's all fogged up. I'm like, I'm waiting for the illusion. I'm waiting for my clarity. And all I heard was Archangel Gabriel. And I heard Gabriel, like, oh my God. And then I started freaking out because I remember somewhere reading that Gabriel was like the archangel of death. And I'm like, oh, am I dying? So it's funny, but the process of going to take the shower and to let go, that was actually where my guides were actually showing me that, yeah, go take a hot shower and let go of the expectations of what you think it's going to be, and just relax. I mean, when do we relax most? Usually when we're in a bathroom taking a shower and just, chilling out while warming up and anyway. So that's what I'm saying is if you can do an activity, sometimes you can take your mind off of it. That would help. So it turns out that later in that week, I went to a bookstore and the book of Archangel Gabriel literally fell down at my feet. I grabbed it, I picked it up, and when I opened it up, the book actually says one way you can connect with Archangel Gabriel is by doing exactly what I did. I didn't even know it was a thing. I would just say you can request to ask them to connect with you. And the biggest part is really just letting go of the expectations and the attachments of what you think it's going to be, or what it's going to be, or what are they going to look like, and just let go and just let it be, let it flow to you. And one way you can do that, maybe I would suggest even automatic writing. Quick question: what might you suggest? Oh, you went so fast.
You're answering it, how to connect with, or the best meditation for connecting to spirits, but you're already doing it. So yeah, you're reading into it.
So one of the ways I would suggest is literally through automatic writing, and most people don't think they can do this. However, everyone can seriously do it. And if you just take a journal, see, just like Stephanie does automatic writing. That's literally, she is channeling and connecting with her spirit guides through the automatic writing. So if you just allow yourself to let go and set the intention that you are calling in your benevolent beings of divine light, or you're calling in your benevolent guides of divine light, and just allow yourself to write. And guys,
Can I add again, I got a lot of cheeky ones over here today. So someone here for June who's just like this, and they're just waiting for her. Just, we're here. We're here. Just wait. Like, there's 3 of them. Okay, so I don't know. And I already forget her name. The last lady who was on, something to do with 3. So a big message. Look up angel number 3 for everybody. June. So to add to what you're saying, because they're like, oh my gosh, this is universal level. This lady's not ready for that. No offense, June. This is just what they're telling me. So me, how I like to teach people and say, we're going back to kindergarten level. It's all about playing. We got to just play. Simple, simple, simple. So same thing you're saying. You're amazing. They're just saying, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She is so wonderful. Like, you should have your own university. I'm not even joking. You could have a school, and enough to take away from the Healing Soul School and what we're doing here.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh, me?
And there's a message within June. There's just your university style. So they want to bring me into the beginners, and they just want to give me one simple sentence to not downplay. For me and other people's human brains who are like, oh my gosh, there's so much to take in, which by the end of this, it's all in. So all I have is, and I say this a lot, I am open, I believe, I am ready to receive.
Well, I like that.
I'm open, I believe, I'm ready to receive. Not only is it a rhyme, Cat in the Hat, Dr. Seuss, we're going back to kindergarten. It's playing, it's a little simple sentence, and it automatically wipes that block away because, and how you say, I am, how powerful those words are. So someone on the other side made Christine say, you know what? No, Noreen's going to stay here today because these 2 can do so much more right now for the people who are chiming in and are asking these questions, because we have 2 different ways of explaining and they love it. So June, I'm open. I believe I'm ready to receive. Sorry. They were just like, come on. You got it. You got to get in there. So.
And it's oftentimes like praying. Like, people think that they're praying. They pray. And what do? They're like putting all this energy out there and praying. And then they forget, oh, I got to receive it now.
Yes. And for the people who don't know how, too.
Yes.
You've given a whole little booklet. Here you go. So much information. And then just this, I feel like I am open, I believe I'm ready to receive, which is not mine, it's for everybody. I feel like that's the title of your university book. You know what I mean? So it all, like, just this big circle fits together how it's supposed to be. I love it. And I kept seeing somebody popping up here, and it said surrender. Exactly what you said. Exactly what that is. You just have to learn how to take a back seat with your brain and allow. And I love how you brought up the water, because it is a quick way. Or movement. So if somebody's like, I don't feel like getting in the water. Movement. Anything that snaps the brain out of the mode you're in, whether it's hot water, if you like to take a cool shower, some people like to do that. It just allows, and it washes away whatever is there, and it allows everything to just flow in through the water. And water is energy. It is you can talk to water, and I'm open, I'm ready to believe anything. If you talk negative, that's going to go into the cells of your being. So I love that you joined in and stayed.
And June, I just want to say, I see your message here. I saw a native guide in the mirror and it scared me immensely. So I wanted to address this really quickly, because oftentimes we want to see or connect with our guides, and we want to open up to our other abilities. And then there's that fear factor of what's going to happen when we do it, because it's so different from the known, right? So one of the things I teach in my class is how to really get comfortable and validate your primary ability. And I say it's so important to know your primary ability because you can validate all of your others based on what your first ability is. So for example, when I first started awakening, I literally felt everything. I felt everything physically in my body, and it drove me absolutely bonker nuts because I didn't understand what I was feeling. I just knew that my jaw was tensing, my gut is clenched. I'm like, oh my goodness, something doesn't feel right. But I didn't know where it was coming from and what was going on. And the same thing would happen when I would just feel that chill down my spine, or I get the little goosebumps. I'm like, okay, that feels good. That feels good. I don't know what it is, but it feels good, right? So when I started coming into that second ability, when I explained to you how Archangel Gabriel came to me in the bathroom after my shower, that was the very first time I ever heard anything clairaudient wise. Now I realize, okay, I'm opening up to my second ability, and I don't know how to recognize if this is something I can trust or not. How can I trust what I'm hearing? But I knew, I'm like, now I had a component to reflect upon because I'm like, oh, I got my physical body now. So every time I opened up to a new ability, I always validated it against my sense, my primary ability, my feeling, my sense. So for someone who might hear something, they can trust what they hear and then bounce off something else, like say sight, what they might see in their mirror. So June was saying she saw a Native American, and it scared her. So my question is, did it scare you because you saw something, or did it scare you because it had a feeling, a negative feeling within you? Did you sense it in a way that didn't feel in alignment to you? Or maybe because oftentimes we get scared of something right away because it's just different. Not necessarily whether it's good, bad, or, but it's just different. So it's a startle. The unknown, exactly. Yeah. So every time I opened up to one of my new abilities, I always had to cross-reference it. I didn't say always. I get to cross-reference it with my physicalness. So when I was sick for 3 months sensing earthquakes, I had no clue why I was sick for 3 months. All I knew is I was constant motion sickness. And then eventually I had a dream. And the dream was and why did I have the dream? Why? Because I was relaxed. You're relaxed in a dream. That's when we get more of our information, right? So I surrendered. I relaxed in a dream. And when I was in that relaxed state dreaming, I was literally being shaken as if I was experiencing an earthquake. And that's when I was like, oh, wait, I could put the dots together now. And I went to my computer and I Googled it, and it was like a 5.5 happening in Alaska. I'm like, oh, that's why. So now I'm connecting the dots. So anytime we're opening to a new ability, just remember we have a way, we have tools to connect it. Now, the best part is asking, because even though I knew that what I was sensing and why I was sick was connected to earthquakes, it didn't make the feeling go away. And I was still feeling sick. So I'm like, wait a second. I have the power to ask, and I can trust my own intuition when I do ask. I can validate those answers in my physical body. So I would ask, okay, where is the earthquake? Is it something that I need to connect to and send healing light to? Is it what do I need to connect with to understand or better understand what I'm experiencing? And even though I knew all these answers, I'm like, oh, Turkey, 8.8. Oh, it's happening next week. Oh, it's happening now. Even though I was getting the answers, it still didn't make the physicalness go away until I finally sat down. I had a little chit chat with Mother Earth. And I said, Mother Earth, I love you dearly. You know I'm always sending you healing love. I did not come onto this planet to feel sick all the time. I know I have greater things to do here. I said, okay, I give you permission to give me a little tiny zing, a tiny, tiny zing, if I'm not paying attention to you. Other than that, I choose not to experience this anymore. And as soon as I set that tone, set that intention, declared that, it was done. And every now and then I'll get a little zing. And I was like, okay, oh, all right, something's going on, in the Philippines right now that I need to address. And I can send the healing light wherever it needs to go without being so involved with it physically, because it was physically debilitating to me. So, June, I suggest that when you are sensing and opening to this, ask yourself, is this, I love that, asking for delivery with ease and grace. Yes. Maybe the scare they gave you is a reason you feel blocked. Very good, Virginia. Absolutely. So yes, oftentimes we close ourselves to our abilities because it's coming from a space of fear. I mean, I know I have so many lifetimes and I have such absolute memory of my lifetimes. And quite honestly, it freaked me out because every time I remembered a lifetime, it was always my death. I was being killed as a witch. I was being stoned to death as a prophetess. I was being buried alive for being a seer. I was a shaman in another life. Every lifetime that I was using my abilities, I always remembered the death until I finally said, oh, wait a second. That's not necessarily true for this lifetime. But it certainly reminded me why I shut down so much of my abilities when I first started my path, because there was such a fear of embracing them. So June, I suggest and welcome you to journal it as Stephanie had suggested. Sit with it, be comfortable, allow it to come to you. And remember that you control everything. You control what comes in, what doesn't come in. You are in control of it all. And that puts you in the hot seat.
And I'm hearing, because I get natives come to me, I'm hearing he came to you in that way because you think you're not ready, but you're ready. You see, you hear, you feel, and it's almost like, okay, there is more to this world than what you were taught before. So I'm hearing this is not from a past life. This is from what happened to you now, but then. And those lines are getting blurred because okay, I don't have that belief anymore, and I'm learning and I'm growing, and I know there's so much more. So he just popped in to say hi, and then you got scared. So it's the no. Oh my God, what did I just see? No. So right away he went away, and that's okay. And if you don't want to see, you ask him to come and give you messages in other ways. Come in a dream form, like Noreen said, easiest and calmest way, because to our human brains, it feels like a dream. It's not a dream. They're really coming in, giving you these messages to be at, how Virginia said, at ease. They're not here to harm us. They're here to help us.
And set the intention that only benevolent beings be with you. You can set that intention, declare it.
I'm doing that. She doesn't have to worry because that's all we send her anyways. She doesn't have to worry. It's, again, bringing in Scooby-Doo and how in the cartoon, who's always the monster? It's not a ghost. You take off that mask, it's a human form underneath. They're showing you we are not that. And again, they bring it in this childlike form because as a child, as when we're born, we already had it within us. And it's just a matter of remembering, peeling back those layers for someone like you who've had a different lifestyle and grew up to know and learn a certain way, and then to become an adult and realize, holy shit, this isn't the only way. It may be their way, but I don't want it to be my way anymore. So it's just peeling back those layers, and they're sitting, waiting, and when you're ready, they're ready.
Like an answered prayer. So June says, I wasn't sure if it was a dark energy, and that's due to religion. Yes. And you know what? From someone who can sense the energy in the different vibrations, what we call light or dark, I just call it energy vibrations. Some are in the upper scale, some are in the lower scale. It's just different. Doesn't necessarily mean one is bad, one is good. However, be cognizant and use discernment of what feels right to you and what doesn't. Because there are beings out there that are not very benevolent, or as I call them, unfriendly. And I know that I experienced this on so many times. But when I first started on my path, I remember I took out oracle cards, angel cards. And angel cards, I'm like thinking, oh, I love their messages. They're always so positive. I didn't even touch tarot because I was afraid of them at that time. But I'm like, I want to stay with these positive angel cards. And I got a whole bunch of these decks, and I would play with them. I would sit on my bed, and I get to know the archangels and the ascended masters. I was having so much fun. And then I'll never forget it. The one time a card came up, it was Melchizedek. And Melchizedek is all about this transmutational alchemy energy, almost like magic alchemy energy. And as soon as I focused on the picture of the card, at this time I was already hearing, I was clairaudient, and I dropped the card right away because it wasn't him. It was actually a trickster coming in, pretending to be him. And the only reason I knew that is because I was feeling it in my physical body. Even though I'm hearing the voice and I'm practicing this whole clairaudience thing, I had to trust my body because I knew, and that was my primary ability, that this was not right. And I immediately had to call on Archangel Michael and remove that entity and that energy away from me. So yes, always, always trust your intuition, trust your primary ability. And maybe the perspective of dark energy is there because it's called to your light and asking for help to shine that loving light with the energy. So, Virginia, I'm going to add to that. It's just like the faucet that I described before. You know, your light energy is so powerful, it just flows right through that faucet. Nothing can come back if you're always flowing outwards. Remember, the boat only sinks when we let the water in. So if we are in a fear space, if we are in a mode of scarcity or fear or lack, that's basically a hole in your boat. That's a space for a light to come in. You know, when I talked about attachments and entity attachments earlier today, it was all because if we're in a space of such low energy and our auric fields is like it's like a knight with shining armor, and then under that we have the mail, the what do you call it, the metal, what do you call that? Underneath the armor we have this metal chink layers that protects us, right? So if our auric field is open and it's shining and it's bright and it's whole, nothing can come in. However, if there's doubts and there's fear and there's pain and there's darkness and there's all of that, leaves chinks in our armor. It leaves space open. And that's where other energies come in. And that's how the Titanic sank. It didn't sink because of the sheer size of it. It sank because some water got into it. We are the same exact way. We are brilliant lights. We are magnificent divine beings. And as soon as we let any of that fear or any challenges or doubts get into us, it's like literally leaving openings in our auric field. And that's when things get in and it kind of expands on that. It's almost like a festering wound. So the good news is we have the consistent and continuous ability to heal. Everything is healable. And as soon as we recognize it, which is our intuition again, once we can allow ourselves to be in that intuitive space to recognize something doesn't feel right, now we have the ability to change it. And that is the power of awareness. That is the power of your intuitive wealth. So sorry, Stephanie, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm so sorry.
I remember what I was saying. It's okay.
Well,
You're welcome, June.
lots of comments. I saw Jermaine's here. Hey, Jermaine, nice to have you on here. I'm not sure what your comment was. I missed it. Says I am one that only sees such beauty, and was refreshing to hear a perfect rebuke. He is so intuitive and definitely sees beauty in people. Very neat. He's coming into his own gifts too.
Yes, we want more awakening souls. Yay! I love it.
Yep. Awesome. Okay. Did you have anything maybe for Megan? Just she had asked earlier, and on the quicker side, so we can wrap up. It's already 3:20 almost. I'm tapping out.
Does she have a specific question, or just in
He just said he's open to a reading. Yeah, let's do cards.
Is Megan going to pop on with us, or is she just
No, she's in the audience.
Okay.
Or like in the chat.
So the first thing I'm sensing.
It's so funny. Actually, this is a funny story. So she had sent me a Facebook message saying, did I ask if she wanted a reading? I guess someone's created a profile pretending to be me and sending people messages that I'm offering readings. That's not for me. Don't accept any friend requests. But I said, well, maybe that was sent to you for a reason. And here she is asking for a reading.
Right away, I get young at heart. Do you understand this?
Oh, that's funny. The heart was the first thing I saw too. Go ahead.
Right. I'm not sure she's still here, so if you want to just read as you get it, and she messaged a while ago. So much juicy stuff to talk about.
Yeah,
when
when I was
when it hurt for her, I get a school attachment, whether it's this school, another school, expand the learning. It's time to start expressing. I see all of these branches coming out for her, and it's like she was down here and swirling around at the bottom and like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Seeing some ideas, and then all of a sudden she's like, okay. And these branches just keep going. So whatever opportunity comes your way, if it feels good to you and you want to do it, do it. I'm just getting all of these good feelings in school, not necessarily just learning, expanding your knowledge, taking everything in. So I hope this resonates with you.
Thank you.
Healing Soul School? Cool.
I'm going to ask just because I'm curious. Would you have anything for Jermaine?
Right away when you say that, I just see a ball of light. I see that tall. I see like he's got more of like a blondie brown hair. It's not blonde like yours, but just see this stylish gentleman. Do you understand this?
He's very stylish, but he's from the Caribbean. Yeah, so not white.
His very name actually just says Saint Germain and the Violet Flame. That's the first thing I thought of.
But yeah, very stylish. Maybe it's his past life.
They show me a ball of light and healer. He is a healer. He's finding his way, like you said. And when I see the path, it's I don't know if anybody knows what Tron is. It's a Disney movie, futuristic type.
Oh, yeah.
There's motorcycles, but it's like the not laser light, but the beam of light. It's a lot of like just a lot of light within when they're on this motorcycle going through kind of like a dark tunnel. That's what I see. Like it's just wherever it's lightning of light wherever he goes, whatever he touches, it's light. And it's almost like he's still finding his path. So in his own darkness, he's using his own light to, I don't like the word fix, but they're saying to fix this because there's nothing to fix. It's just, he's becoming. That's what he's becoming. He's pushing people's energies, like, and they're doing this, people will talk. He's doing this. He doesn't allow it to get into his mind anymore. And I do feel he's an old soul, like he's been here before and almost like a rebranding of himself. And he's come here to do something new with a younger generation, I hear, but also older because we learn from young. And again, just the light. I just see light everywhere. I don't, if Noreen wants to add.
I saw children. Does he have children of his own?
No.
Okay, then I'm gonna validate what you were saying about the children because that's what I saw.
So maybe I can put a piece of the puzzle together too. Because what I see for him is he sees the beauty in women, and so I see him being able to mentor and help women who do not see their own light in themselves. It's like he will be that mirror for them to reflect. Women who are maybe that they are bigger, so there's a weight thing there, and I maybe connecting the children is they were put down as children, right, and lost that belief in themselves, and so he will bring that naturally out of them.
I love that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's joining us on Soul School.
Sonia's asking for a speedy reading.
Oh, Sonia, I love her.
So funny.
How do you spell it?
Sonia.
Okay.
She is a conscious parenting coach. So if anyone's looking for one of those, we highly recommend her. We've interviewed her before. Such a beautiful, beautiful human, and from the UK. And yeah, somehow we know that there's more for us with you, Sonia. We're just not sure when and where.
Right away when I ask and tap into Sonia's soul, I hear on the move. Do you understand this? On the move, whether it's the business, she's moving, it's soaring. She's touching many places all at one time. Do you understand this?
I happen to know Sonia personally as well, and I can say, yes, she is definitely soaring in so many places at once, and that might also correlate to a physical move from her home as well.
Yeah, like as soon as she manifests and says it out of her mouth, it's happening for her. That's the power within her, and she's been able to like get to that level very quickly, whether she understands it or not. I hope you're okay. Yes, for sure. Thank you, Sonia. You've expanded on, like, I hear guides. I hear the words guides, and then I hear you're expanding. So whether you're allowing and you're just now accepting and surrendering to spirit and allowing whatever to be and whatever you're supposed to do to help others, you're just surrendering. And I just get like, whoo, I get angels. I get light beings. You have this open gate and you're allowing, and they're using you, your human body, to do what you need to do while you're here. That's how the message is coming through. Do you understand that? And I know you don't like the word need, but they're saying people need us. So in certain ways, we like the word they're telling you. So don't give her shit, they're saying.
That's awesome. See how fun this is? So good. Well, thank you so much, ladies. Thank you for spending the afternoon and the day with us. We really appreciate it. I'm going to wrap up and just share a few things with the school and the Conscious Living Village and what we're creating with all of these teachers. She's saying, wow, yes, thank you for the delay. So, that hit home. Yeah, so much love. Awesome. Well, thank you to you too. And next I'm going to just wrap up a little bit about the Conscious Living Village and share some more things. I have a couple banners that I made just as far as the times. So we have Monday to Friday, we've got classes, and these are the classes here. So if you need to take a screenshot just to kind of digest it a little bit more, I did put in all the times. So that is Monday with Virginia and meditation, and then on Tuesday we've got Noreen's class, the Healer's Hour. So that's really exciting. Forgiveness is going to be the second Tuesday of the month with Libby, and then Andrea will be doing the Esoteric Movement, so teaching us how to move and get out of our body. And she's, she is trauma informed coach and also intimacy. So I know she's going to talk about the portals, and I for sure it's going to be on the body, and some intimacy sort of things will come from that too. I'll ask her for it. And then Wednesday is the all about inner healing, right? Like going within healing. The soul retrieval class is going to be one of Shaman Giya's. And then the Lightworkers Lounge is, you're experiencing it right now this afternoon. This is all of us, 4 entrepreneurs coming together. We'll learn from Silvie about any money blocks, bookkeeping back into the business, Silvie or Virginia. And then I'm also doing any business readings and the messages that I'm getting as well, but also clarity and structure for us. That's very simple, right? We don't need to be overwhelmed, and we could just be. And then Stephanie as well. Noreen, if she's on the call, definitely can, tap in on any messages. But this is the community that we're building, is, bringing in incredible intuitive healers that have a lot of experience. And so together we're going to hold the community and share, basically mirror back to you how special you are, the magic that you have within you, build your confidence so that it almost feels like everyone will get a cape, right? Where you're just so empowered and you're, in whatever you've come here for, of course, is to have joy, but you're going to be so connected to what you want to do or bring out in the world that it's going to be like this heck yes kind of energy, right? Where you're excited to to have people come into your world as an entrepreneur, or if you're not an entrepreneur, is really just having some strong leaders here that can help with shifting and moving any of those things that might be in your healing journey or your awakening journey, self-discovery, getting away from the healing hour. And thank you, Virginia. I'm like, things are changing. This is our tag team here. So let me just go back to the comments here. Sonia says, thank you all so much. And same from June, hearts there. An enlightening day. Thank you. Yes, so good. You can still keep watching if you like. We've got a video from Libby, who wasn't able to be here live for her interview, but I recorded it with her. And yes, there is a recording for all of the village videos. You can watch them. It'll be in our portal. And so you can watch them as you have time. We know that you won't hit all of them, and that's okay. They're recorded. You can go back when you need it. It's just really like, come for that week. What feels good to you and what's going to speak to your heart. You don't have to feel pressured to come to everything. It is $222 a month to have access to the whole village, including the Naked Alchemy on Thursday nights with healing yourself, safe vulnerability, taking off those inner masks, safe vulnerability, deeper intimacy, and sacred sexuality. So we have packed a lot in, to help people to really grow, evolve, self-discover, right? Learn a lot about yourself. And such an incredible, soft space to land, right? Where you can feel held to receive and be, loved on, and just have community, right? Community is so important for us, for sure. All right. So what I'll do next, thank you so much, ladies. If you're good, I don't know, do you have anything last to share before I play Libby's video?
No, as always, Spirit just is, I'm the middleman and Spirit comes through. And I just want to say thank you for everybody to take your time to come and ask questions. And that's what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be part of this community, and I can't wait to see everybody on Tuesdays and Fridays for Healing Hour. Woo! I'm so grateful to be a part of this community. Oh my God, I love this community. So thank you.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much, ladies.
Have a good day.
You too. Thanks, Shannon, too, for being here. That's awesome. Thanks for the comments back there. All right. So if you want any more information on the village, then let us know there. If you are catching this before March 3rd, Thursday, March 3rd, we do have a class. It's a networking class. So I'm going to teach you this Thursday. We're going to have Silvie back, will be with us, and Steph will be there. We're going to talk about leveraging other audiences and how you can grow your business without having to do, all of the things, to come out of that overwhelm and just go with what feels good to you. It could even be that you do nothing on social media and your clients will find you energetically because you are connected to what it is that you're doing. And so there's that. There's lots of thought there. Go to the website if you if you want more information, healingsoulschool.com/programs. Virginia, is there anything else that I'm missing? I think that is all. Oh yeah, there we go. Good job, lady. To register for that Lightworkers Lounge and also to get the replays, it'll be a trifecta. We're going to have this in our portal as a free offer. So the first call was all about getting clear. Second was about strategies and money blocks and how to release those. That was really powerful. Your money tree. And then third will be all about community and networking. And that's what we have for you. We have community. So if you feel alone, if you've never felt supported, or you need to heal yourself, that's what we kept hearing over and over. Entrepreneurs, we're like, we have business help. And they're like, but I need to heal myself. So we have created that, the best of both worlds then in that for the Conscious Living Village. We'll just call it the Village.
Yes, I know. There's a lot of consciousness going on.
I know. We're going to change some of these words because it's a lot for me to say and remember.
It is. It is.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you feel good about sharing the video? I can try from my phone.
I'm really not sure. I've not done this. Let me try.
So just in case, for whatever reason, it cuts out, the video on forgiveness is on our Healing Soul School YouTube channel. So you can go back and find that. We recorded it the last, well, that would have been February 23rd with Libby, all about how to do forgiveness and what she's going to be bringing to the village. And Virginia, actually, I don't see a share for me. I don't see share screen.
I see share, but I don't. Do I share the entire screen? I don't really know.
What you can do is sorry guys, or if you want to use StreamYard, this is how it works when you want to share. So click on the last square on the far right. That is just a billboard, like a whiteboard, does not have any peoples in there. So you click on that. So
I'm on my computer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so on StreamYard, you see the share button. Let's go there first.
Yes, share
so
screen, share slides, extra camera. Okay.
Yeah. And then do you see the video? Like, do you have the YouTube up that you see it to click on the square?
I have a window, but it's not on there until I actually click on it because I'm on this screen on my computer.
Click on the tab. Do you see tabs? Which is at the top above us. Okay, click on tabs. And then you click on YouTube. Yeah, that's how you use StreamYard to share.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Okay.
Cool. So I'm going to go off screen and we just say thank you for watching. Once this video is played, we will close the live for this Conscious Business Showcase. But we are just so grateful. Next showcase is the end of March, the last Saturday. So March 26th from 9 to 2:33. And we have other spots available. If you want to share your soul-led or heart-led business, then reach out to us, info@healingsoulschool.com, or send one of us a private message. And we can let you know what time slots are available, or for April. And we're just happy to share the magic of other leaders out there who are doing really incredible things, and that we are a community and that you are not alone. Thank you. Okay, welcome. Hello, whether you're catching us live or on replay. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Christine Cardoza, owner of the Healing Soul School. And I have the pleasure of interviewing Libby today. Libby has been a great friend. We met in an ex-Jehovah's Witness group, which never thought that they even existed. And together, her and I have been helping those who have been connected to Jehovah's Witnesses in some way and are just having a little bit of struggle with what they're going through in life. And Libby and I are both coaches, so we've been running that support call. And today, I'm really excited. We're going to talk about forgiveness. This is a really important topic, I think, especially for what's happening right now in the world. There's so much going on and a lot of heaviness and people transmuting the past and the things that have happened. And so we're going to talk about forgiveness and share about a community platform. If you are feeling alone, or you need to make some shifts as well, or just wanting some extra support, then we have pulled together 8 coaches that are just helping to really just be there, hold live space, right? We can watch a lot of YouTube videos and figure out how to wade through, the things that we're moving through. But it's so nice to just have someone there that's live, that you feel supported, you feel like you're in community, and to help you with those things that you might be going through. So with that, let me introduce you. So Libby, I'll just say Libby Pease is the clairvoyant coach. And that means she's intuitive. She has many of the clairs, actually. And what I love about you, Libby, is that, you are a great listener, but then you just tap in. Like, I can tell when you're tapping in and just connecting into yourself, into source, and saying, okay, what about this? Or how about this question, right? And just holding that safe space for someone. So if it's okay with you, do you want to share what it is, like share your official title and who you are, and a little bit about your story and how you came to being the clairvoyant coach?
So thanks for having me on here today. This is amazing. And I look forward to connecting with everyone who is interested in getting support or just needs a soft place to land. my official title is I'm a professional certified coach with the International Coach Federation. That's one of the big letters. So the PCC and all those fun things that are next to my name from my certification. But yes, I do go by the clairvoyant coach. I do have 2 websites as well, because not everyone, you know, they tend to, especially if they've just come out of a high control religion, might be like, you know, when they see that. So I do have a softer place to land. So I have an emotional wellness coach as well, just to make it an easier transition for some. They still need that support. And I've even had people who, when they first came out, saw that I was a clairvoyant coach and were terrified of it, and then a year later we're like leaning into it entirely. So it's interesting how that works, and I understand that piece. So I've made it so that the transition can work out just fine for people.
I think that honestly, that's so important, because depending on how you were raised, like we have spiritual gifts, especially the last 2 years, that just start to come in, and it's like, whoa, what's that? And have questions. And I was the same. 2 years ago, I would have been spooked out. I say it's like spooking the horses as well, because of that early programming and those words, you know, that we were taught that had some kind of an evil or negative connotation. But now that I just said, okay, I'm open, and one thing led to another. And now, you know, we're both intuitive. We're both, you know, have psychic abilities, in that we can read energy. We do card readings. You know, we're just able to tap into that spiritual realm. We're like the bridge, I guess, helping those from the physical realm to the spiritual realm, which is new. Not everyone knows that, you know, that from my background as well. But it's really neat, because the more I've been calming down my nervous system, and I don't know if you can say the same, my gifts are coming in much faster. And it's neat, because it's still in my voice and it's still who I am. But I have this knowing now, where a message comes in or a thought comes in, I'm like, yep, this is it. And it's really awesome. You know, when you're helping to hold space for people, we don't heal anybody. You have to heal yourself, right? We're just that guide and that safe space to hold there. So yeah, that's neat. How did, like, in your journey, explain a little bit more about your journey, and even some of the jobs you've had that help you in what you're doing right now?
Oh wow. Let's see. Well, a bit of my journey is that, you know, I didn't grow up in a fundamentalist religion. I had a very scientific background growing up on a farm, and I think that keys into a lot of the work that I do now, that I've sort of, you know, stepped back and been able to connect with that as well, with the full spectrum human emergence work that I've been doing. So, you know, even tying into that whole piece of latent abilities, your intuition, that kind of thing, it really is connecting with Earth and allowing that to grow. Um, a lot of the work that I have done, I worked 20 years in crisis response and with distress centers and victim services. So spent a lot of time with, you know, suicide intervention, connecting with people who are having really hard time coping, and being able to be that soft place to land, that empathetic ear. I was training volunteers with those skill sets, and you know, and how I got into the coaching piece was, we wanted to be able to have a way of reaching out to individuals who connected with our services on a regular basis. Like, I mean, multiple calls a day, something that would be constructive for them. And we found coaching, solution focused coaching, and it made a huge difference. And then I knew that that was the path that I wanted to go, because I mean, when I was working for those 20 years, I would connect with certain people. I know I worked at different centers, and I would have the same person call for 15 years with the same issue. And part of me was just, wow, you know, how do we get out of this really deep space that we found ourselves in? And coaching bumps you out, because it doesn't focus on the problem. It focuses on what you want instead. It focuses on your values. It focuses on where you want to be instead of where you were. And it makes a huge difference. You know, people who are calling 15 times a day were suddenly only needing a call once a week. It was really impressive. So yeah.
That's so good. And then as far as the forgiveness topic for today, so you have a lot of experience, obviously working in very high like crisis kind of situations and scenarios. And so tell us a little bit, about the forgiveness topic that you teach and coach on.
So the forgiveness piece is really huge, because when you hold a grudge, when you hold on to pain, it manifests all over your body. It manifests as pain, it manifests as headaches, it manifests as fuzziness, not being able to focus. It stops us from having true connections with people who really genuinely want to have a connection with us. So in the workshop that I'm providing, I dive into, defining what forgiveness is, because a lot of people are like, well, someone did something wrong to me, I'm not just going to blatantly forgive them. They don't deserve it. But this forgiveness is about a release. We don't have to condone what the other person did to us, but when we're able to release it, it releases that pain, it releases that angst, and allows us to be able to move forward in our life. So really getting into the definition, what it means to actually forgive, what those health benefits are. And it's an interactive piece. There's a lot of participation involved with it, exercises that help get you closer to forgiveness and allow you to really sort of step into that, experience it. Even if you're not ready to fully forgive yet, it gives you an experience of it. And the brain is an amazing thing. Once it's actually experienced it once, it's like a memory, whether it actually happened in real life or whether it was an imagination piece of you just stepping in an exercise. And it becomes easier every time you do it to be able to step into that again, to allow that release, to allow that forgiveness, to be able to move forward and be in a life that you want to be.
That's so good. And I even think like those who've been through something a little bit heavier, right? Just having someone there to witness, hold them, but even, for sure not bypassing what happened, but really just holding that space and saying, okay, how do we move forward from here, right? So that we're not in that constant loop. That's the thing that I found too, healing my own depression, was like, how do I get out of this constant loop? And I started to study the brain, because I was like, I do not want to feel like crap anymore, right? And really just learning about the body and the nervous system and how to, come out of those states, because it doesn't feel good, but it has a message, right? There's some medicine in it somewhere. So it's just being able to find out what that is. And when we're so caught in what we're doing, or what's going on around us, it's like the fish in the water. They don't see the water, right? We can't see our own blind spots. So just so good. I love your background and all of the things that you've been through, and that's why we're so honored to be working with you, because you see right from a different angle, but also all of that experience of helping people through crisis. Like, you can hold a lot of energy for people, right? And helping them to transmute themselves out of whatever it is that they're going through.
Absolutely.
So,
and it's
yeah.
important. It's important to hold that space. And I think with that first class, it's that piece of holding the space, knowing that some major things have happened to those who are going to be participating in this workshop. And not glossing over it and saying, oh, we just need to whitewash it and it'll go away. No, this is a validation piece. This is finding out what is it that you really need to be able to move forward, and then moving forward from there.
Mhm. Awesome. So the workshop that Libby's talking about, we have a conscious living village that we are starting at the Healing Soul School. What I saw in this last couple years as I've been doing coaching and just seeing what is out there in the market is a space for people who want to transition from the heaviness that, or needing some emotional support or spiritual support, right? If you're just newer in your spiritual gifts, and really having a community around you that understands. We've also been through or done our own work, or also have been wanting community. And so the Conscious Living Village really is it's a how-to community, how to live consciously. And we have curated a bunch of classes to start for the first 3 months of really just like a lot of emotional support, spiritual help. Forgiveness is one of the classes, and Libby will be running that on the second Tuesday of the month at 10:30. All of the calls are recorded, and they'll be in a portal, so you have access to it. So we've got calls like the forgiveness piece, which is really great. We've got money coaching and how to heal those old money stories. Esoteric movement of like, and this is so great because we'll meet Andrea on our next call, but it's all about having intimacy with ourselves, our body, being able to move those stuck emotions out of our body, really important. We have spiritual chat class. Virginia is going to do more around meditation, but how to meditate, yes, but also how to get into that deep, delicious visioning and having someone there, right, that can hold you, help you through, or maybe you had like this big epiphany in the meditation and you've got someone to share that will understand what you're talking about, right? Back to that
or
community.
even learning how to tether in, because some of us can like be like, woo, we're gone for a bit. I need to find my way back.
Right. Come back. We also have a healer's hour, and that is for anyone who has Reiki, energy healing, quantum, any of the energy, or you want to learn. This is a really an incredible place to learn as well, but you get to come and you get to receive. Many of us have a hard time receiving. So we've worked it in. There's 3 calls in the month where you get to come and you just receive. And then after the receiving part, then there will be practice for those who want to learn, or you can talk to others who have a healing modality and what their experience has been. And to really it's to build our confidence. It's to build a confidence in our skills and what we have in order to then go out and help more people. I'm trying to think in my head just as I go off of all the other calls. I'm going to run a business call. So we've got money coaching on that call, business mentoring, like how to get seen. We have our favorite psychic medium, Steph, will be on that call with us as well. And so more is coming up. We have our Conscious Business Showcase is this Saturday. So the end of February, 2022. And we'll have all the teachers on to explain more about it. And Libby can't be with us later on Saturday, so I wanted to give her her own session where she could explain her story, her background, and also around the forgiveness part. So over the next 3 months, she will be going through that. There's 3 sessions on really how to forgive, and it's those 3 pieces that she mentioned. And so if that's something that interests you and you want to learn more about how, to get into this supportive community, for entrepreneurs, mystics, for cycle breakers. If you felt like you never fit in, this is totally a place for you, or you felt like the black sheep, or you felt like there was something more for you, but you just never knew, or you're an indigo child who's grown into an adult, that is, you're wanting to move through. This is the age of Aquarius, so we are a very spiritual group, and just move in and be with others that are experiencing the same thing and want to learn as well. So you can find more on our website, which is healingsoulschool.com/programs. There's more information there. And we have 3 free sessions that I'm including as part of our intro to the Conscious Living Village. And it's all about how to get clear in your business. So this is for those who are in the helping field or the service field, and you're helping others to transition or move through something, or you have a job right now but you don't love it, and you know that you want to create something bigger out of one of your passions, or maybe you've taken Reiki or some other healing modalities, you're like, how do I put all of these pieces together? Then we're definitely going to help that. So these 3 free classes are really all about getting clear on who you are and how you serve. Strategies is going to be the second call, And then the third one is all about networking, how to leverage other people's audiences. You don't have to do, TikTok videos or video, or dance and sing to gain new followers or new clients. It's just simply, who are you? What feels good and comfortable to you? Have a few simple things that you consistently follow up on, and your clients will find you energetically. That's the great thing about energy, is when you know who you are and you bought into it and your belief is really high, then the people just start to come and they're like, hey, I've been following you. How do I get into your world? And so that's what we want to do. And then also having networking, right? So that we can know who our neighbors are, collaborate, get into their world as well, as just a way of expanding everyone. Everyone wins in that scenario. So those are the three
Everybody
offers.
needs a community, right? Everyone needs a tribe. And when you can find your tribe and be authentic, man,
Yeah.
it's amazing how people flock to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just as we finish up, what would be like some advice for you? There are a lot of things going on in the world right now, or just, people shifting and releasing all of that old programming and the heaviness that doesn't serve us anymore. So for someone who's in that mode and they're just kind of like, where do I even go, or how do I start in, this road of forgiveness? What would be your tips?
Well, when it comes to the road of forgiveness, it's really digging deep within yourself and finding out, okay, what value of mine was violated here? Because what will offend or what will be an issue for one person may not be an issue for somebody else. And obviously for certain things, they're going to be an issue with everybody. But there are times where we have been offended because one of our core values have been violated. If we can find out what those core values are and understand how they show up in our life and how we want them to show up in our life, it won't be as easy for other people to manipulate those in the future. So one of the things that I do with any of my new clients is I go through a mapping process with them, finding out first what's really important in their life. Secondly, really diving into what their true core values are, because many times we're given values, but they're not necessarily ours. And really sort of diving into those, finding purpose, and then really connecting with their own goals. But it's really those values parts that work like a compass in our life. Helps us to make decisions, helps us to know when we're being manipulated or when we've been violated, and how to be able to take care of ourselves. Because in a lot of cases, people don't even realize that they've done so deep a wrong to you. But if you know what your values are, what needs to be met there, then it's a lot easier to be able to take care of ourselves and still be open and vulnerable to those amazing people that we need to have come into our life in the future. So instead of, because we tend to shut people off when we've been violated in the past, right? So really digging deep and finding out what is it that really happened there, and how to be able to support myself so that I can build that, so that I can be open to other people in the future. Does that make
That's
sense?
so good. That was an exercise all on its own. Someone can watch the replay again and jot down those things, right? And just like think about it. But that's so good, because when you can when you're holding something that's heavy or secret or something, your mind will think about it over and over, right? Because it's asking to be healed or integrated. There's some movement that's wanting to happen, and when you can do that, then you're able to be freer to receive joy, pleasure, all of the things that what we're here for, right, in this life.
So yeah, one of the things that I have is, like, some people would be like, well, I can never find inner peace. Like, my brain is always going. And we actually get to that core peace that we need. Because kind of say that there's gremlins that are always nattering at us. So in order to calm them down, because they're trying to do something for us, right? And in order to calm them down, they need something, fulfilled. And we find out what that is. And once you have that and bring that back up to those original pieces, everything shifts and there's a huge relaxation. And when there's a huge relaxation, suddenly your body doesn't hurt so much. You don't have headaches the same way. The energy is able to flow and everything changes. I've seen huge shifts in people just because they've understood what it is at their core that they need, and they're able to feed that to themselves or seek out the people that they need in order to feed them.
That's awesome. Once that electrical charge is gone, you're not going to recreate the same scenarios over and over, just a different person, right? Or scenario.
Yeah, and of course you get more of what you focus on. And so many of us are always focusing on that negative piece, and we get more of it, and then we're like, why is our lives so horrible? Well, we're focusing on it. So focus on something else. Focus on what is it we really need to help us to be able to move forward.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you and your time, and it's always a joy working with you and being on calls together. I always look forward to that. And we've got more coming. So this Saturday, if you're catching this before February 26th, we have the Conscious Business Showcase for February, and it's more information on the Conscious Living Village of a community who are people just like us, that are coming through and really just to be there to offer that support in different areas and to grow and to have fun and, really just build that, I would even say, soul community or soul family. And so if you are watching this on a replay, then there will be that second video. Just look for February Conscious Business Showcase for 2022, and then you'll have all of the rest of the teachers as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
Okay.